Hey everybody, I'm on to my final important video, which is the science behind the MUX messaging. I think I'm going to go ahead and put this on YouTube. Now, I've been talking about this for years, and I haven't been taken seriously enough about it yet. Now, of course, I was very successful during the time of beginning to COVID to now, really turning it into weaponized analytics as an antidote against all the disinformation that happened during the last administration. It was very successful. Of course, from there, I started using the terms language is math, math is language, and I was shaping narratives from there to change law and policy because I was directly affected and, of course, terrorized by a lot of disinformation and hacking, and it cost me a lot of money. And I reached out to law enforcement for years on end, both FBI and local, and it either didn't make sense to any of them at all, or there were no laws in place to protect me, which really made the law kind of go, huh? A lot of times. So this is why I've continued to make these videos, because some of you still reach out and concern and think that I'm potentially suicidal or have all these problems, and the only thing I refuse to do is be a slave for a bunch of people when I can do better than a lot of people out there. And a lot of you can too, if you know what I mean, when you just put a foot forward. So that's what it really comes down to. And I want to talk about the MUX messaging. So before I make this into an actual video that's understandable, you know, part of my presentation is I do want to make it seem like I'm the same person from 30 years ago as now, in a sense, because I still am the same human being. Now, of course, I've gone through a lot of evolution, incredible amount. I'm still who I am, but I've gone through an incredible amount of evolution. So with that being said, that's kind of a different thing, but I'm making this video because I still think with the perception of what I'm receiving from some answers and some interactions from people, it leads me to understand that I'm still very misunderstood. So MUX messaging is a science. And this is where a lot of engineers, I'm assuming engineers aren't going to give me credit. I don't know. I'm going to point fingers for a minute because I'm not getting the credit I should, which in turn is not putting me mentally at ease and helping my career all at the same time. If people don't understand who I am, well, it doesn't help my career if people don't understand who I am. And I want to make sure that this barrier is broken down because I'm fighting to have my right for my career. My rights have been violated. My life was terrorized for many years on end. And just because some people went away and are hiding doesn't mean they've gone away. They're just hiding. So it looks like I'm making things up, but they're just hiding and waiting to come back out again. So that's why I have to steadily make these videos, because as I erase them, it gives others credit. Now, initially, I didn't do this for credit. I did it to stop terrorism. The problem is, though, is it gets flipped back around by people who want to be politically motivated, and that's the scariest part. So if someone else takes all the credit, then all that means is that my own work can be flipped against me and used against me in a double negative way. And then the things that I fought for, no one believes I fought for them. And then and I don't want it used against me again, ever again. And I do not want my friends and family and colleagues to be poisoned by disinformation again, which gives certain people in power the ability to use everyone I know, think, and love around me as a weapon against me. My family and friends can be weaponized psychologically against me and them not even understand what's happening. That's also why I put all these videos out here. So I already know by the opposition, I was already warned, they're going to come back. So when it comes to the MUX messaging, people need to understand that there's a thing called, see how they're trying to disrupt it? There's a thing called putting several messages into one and muxing it together. Now, as an engineer, an audiovisual engineer, I borrowed the science actually from encrypted wireless communication technology. So it's very simple. If I want to send a message to everyone in the world, if I want to send it to the government, the president, the people I know and love, and I want to have several outcomes happen with communication, all I have to do is bundle it together. It kind of seems like an insane rant, but really it's several messages all together within the English language. Language is math, math is language. At the other end of the message, all the recipients who I want to make a difference and or put forth in place the things that need to happen receive the message, and then the same words get interpreted in different ways at the other end. A lot like how computers cache information. So kind of like encrypted wireless signal in a sense, I can send a message through other messages, and I know that only certain recipients on certain ends are actually going to understand and use the information. It's actually useless information to everyone else. Or, the best part is when I get a really complex muxed message, I get several reflections of the achievement at the other end. So for instance, what I wanted to see the White House do with COVID versus what I wanted to see national security respond to how the threat was being the narrative of, that's actually two different outcomes. And I'm able to use the same sets of words, which generates different mathematical equations linguistically to the recipient, because language is math. It also trains the bots. It also trains the AI. And of course, anybody who weeds me out of the training is actually against the Constitution, because I'm using the Constitution and democracy, and I'm using the real principles of law to do this, which makes me legal at it, and it makes me a scientist at it. I just don't like claiming to be anything great. But unfortunately, I do have to make some of these videos and talk about these things. Otherwise, I have other engineers and professionals in other places who thinks I'm full of poo-poo. And these are people, and unfortunately, these are individuals who do not understand what I'm doing. So if you don't understand what I'm doing, you can't say I'm full of it or say that I have a mental illness or a problem, because someone who is considered smarter than me, and some of them are, they are in a lot of areas, you know, they know things I don't know. That comes with humanity. We all know things that other people do not know. I don't claim to know things I don't know. I don't claim to have degrees I don't have. I mean, I might be non-binary, but I don't claim to be something I'm not. When it comes to politics, all that stuff. So the MUX messaging is very important. And I'm trying to think of how I want to really write it down and display it, because it's more of a feeling and the ability to respond in real time, because that's what life actually is. It's a verb. It's moving. So to put things into a static noun state, into just information that is timeless, the inherent problem of the mind versus the body in humanity, where we all like to naturally put things into information that is kind of set in stone. It's a noun. It is what it is in our heads. But then in the heat of the moment, we can't apply it because we're in a verbal moving situation. It's a verb. It's not static. It's not moving. It's not timeless. We have time. So this is why all the education in the world kind of gets thrown out the window, as some so say, when they have to adapt to a situation of humanity. Anyway, all of this is a part of MUX messaging. So I can put several different meanings and narratives. I can put several meanings and narratives together to achieve a result at the recipient end. And because I'm doing it legally, truthfully, justly, and I'm defending my life along with everyone else who believes in the free world, that's what all these mechanics are designed for. That's why I'm here and I'm legal, and why some are trying to constantly disrupt my webcast and do other things. They're still disrupting my life. Who are they? I don't know. I have plenty of identifiers, and I've caught everyone else who's tried to hide and lie and pretend. So that's the other good thing. So for all the people who are sore about that, well, if you didn't want me to tear down these walls, when I reached out to police and FBI, and I went to colleagues and friends, and I tried to explain all these things, they didn't listen. Had they listened, instead of called me nuts, which now it's all coming out to be true. So all the things that certain people called me crazy over, that's what hurt my rights. And it's hurting the rights of other people, which means it's systemically keeping the terrorism going. And part of terrorism is people psychologically believing they're under attack by people who they're not under attack by, and vice versa. And I'd been dealing with it for years on end. And just like getting bullied in school, in the real world, in the adult world, I get pushed aside. See, you're trying to cut me off. I get pushed aside, I get shunned, I get lied to, I get misperceived, and I talk about things that are of security, engineering, things that I know that I'm talking about, I'm experiencing, I'm living it. I'm not just some outside person with an opinion. And what do I get? And what do I get? Thrown to the side, misunderstood, and put into the bracket of people who somehow don't know things. And this is and why is this happening? Well, I know this as a professional. It means that the individuals who are doing this are completely incorrect about what I'm talking about. You're not understanding me. These individuals are not understanding me, and they have the power to run around and tell. They have the power to run around and tell people I don't know what I'm talking about when I do completely. So I have to change laws. I have to change policy. I have to be a voice. And look at how many want to silence my voice. Look at how many people have threatened to get rid of my life, have threatened to take me out off of this planet. Look at how many said I was a threat or armed when I wasn't. Look at how many. But I have to scream over the phone. I have to scream over the phone for anybody to care at all. I have to make a video or make a statement for anybody to do anything about anything at all. And if they don't, well, then I'm forced to stand up for myself. And if I can't legally stand up for myself because the law doesn't give me that right, and I'm in the right, well, it doesn't give other people the right to ruin my life and to run around and be on fake accounts or get clearance, because it doesn't give people the right to run around and use investigative practices to turn around and ruin my life. And then because I caught all of them, it can't be disclosed. So then it puts me back into a fearful position. So that's why I'm talking about mixed messages, because I still haven't had enough responses from the individuals who are in high enough places, who know exactly what I'm talking about, like the ones who knew I was right from the beginning, who reached out to me. And then I had to tear down all these legal walls. I had to send all these agents into each other, all because people didn't meet with me. And the ones who did, who were undercover, they supported terrorism by thinking COVID was a lie. And that's the last part of this, right? So where do I go from here? Well, I used MUX messaging to stop terrorism. I used the MUX messaging process. I used the MUX messaging process, these algorithms, to make it work. People do it all the time, whether they realize it or not, actually. I'm just putting a conscious effort onto it. And for those who are in the background who I don't know who are helping, thank you once again. I hope all of you catch the ones who are systemically still ruining our policies. The rest is just too many people confused. I mean, no wonder why we're losing so much. No wonder why we're losing so many professionals in so many areas. No wonder why so many people in the newer generations don't want these jobs, because they don't want to systemically hate on other people. I mean, that's what it comes down to. But then it's just not an easy world to live in. Boy, it's such a back and forth. But when it comes to the MUX messaging, that's the whole thing about it. It's about putting several messages together into one verbal statement, so that way multiple recipients can use the same statement, and I can achieve different results as different individuals grab those statements and use it for insertion. And oh, I don't know why I say and. I'm systemically still used to having to give an excuse for my reality. See, I'm still systemically giving myself a hard time for being who I naturally am, and still believing I have to hide that. Now, I know better, and I'm no longer doing that, which is what a lot of these videos are as well. But I still feel that. And so, anyway, why are you still disrupting my webcasts? You have to be in law enforcement to do this. I know that. And I support law enforcement. I steadily support law enforcement. So why are you doing this to me? Why? What institution have I destroyed? None. I fought for the American dollar. I made sure crypto couldn't be used outside of the Fed. All the systems are in place now. Crypto's still here. The dollar's still here. Conversion rates are here. There's no one world government takeover. The Great Reset didn't happen under Trump. Thank God. All this affects my life, everybody. Because remember, I had plenty of money. Because before COVID, I had plenty of money. Everything was great. My life was perfectly in line. And I'm still facing the repercussions of telling the truth instead of going with lies and pretending COVID was somehow fake, which would have killed me, having epilepsy. And the vaccines should have killed me if it were true about the disinformation, which I've had 4 of them. It's only made my health better. So all these things that people are believing in, somehow the government's after us, all this crazy stuff. So who keeps doing this? Because I still believe it's law enforcement. I still believe that. And I want to reflect that because I hope it's just hackers. But when I call the FBI repeatedly, they hang up the phone or don't say anything at all. That means that's who it is. Only local law enforcement has ever taken a digital report. Ever. Now, of course, I was told it was the state. I was told it was the state of Missouri that was doing all this to me. And with a lot of the lawmakers doing the crazy things that they're doing, I could see that. But I don't like pointing my finger just at the state. Although when it comes to the whole crazy deep state talk stuff, well, at least I caught that with the hacker. And the last person who, contacted me and then deleted me again and cut it off and left it open-ended like this person always does, who threatened my life many times over, should have wanted to team up with me and actually go to the police with me to say, hey, we finally got the hacker. But they didn't do that, did they? No, they didn't. So I still have reason to believe that this person is pretending to be a hacker, which is pretty easy to do. For example, the one thing that hasn't been looked into enough was the fact that it was mentioned early on, of course, until I came out, and no one talks about it again. But it's where, especially a couple of years ago when things were much worse, someone can, for instance, if someone wants to pretend to be a hacker, it can be someone I know. They can have all my information. They can route, a person that I know can pretend to be a hacker, route themselves through a server, through a fake phone number or a Google number, and then actually tie that to someone outside of the country who is an opportunist, and I'm having a conversation with both people at the same time in the same thread, because my number and my responses are triggering the other person that the hacker's the person I know. The person that I know is inserting themselves here in the US and then bouncing off of that outside server using that other Google number. So I think I'm talking to only that person in another country, thinking they're just a nefarious person trying to get my money, which 9 times out of 10 they are. But I'm also talking to the other person at the same time in the message. And I can tell by the way I'm talking to someone. Kind of like how a mechanic knows how to listen to a motor, and sometimes you fix things mechanically and you don't, and instruments cannot do it. Kind of like in Star Wars, when Luke took off the little eye and he used the Force and he made it through and everybody else crashed. Kind of the same thing. So here, now at least I have some type of proof that this could potentially be either or. Now, the last thing about this is why I've had to do a lot of muxed messaging, because this is why I've had to institute muxed messaging. I've had to make sure some departments overlap into others to watch each other. And either way, from state, federal, and local, like, we should have all met collectively. But obviously my life is not important, right? It doesn't matter to any of these people as long as I'm in line, as long as I am in a certain spot, right? Well, I don't go for that. Well, I don't have to go for that mentality. I deserve to be successful just like anybody else. So with that being said, these muxed messages were important because for years I've reached out to law enforcement many, many, many times over. Now, at least some of the new policies are put into place that I've been fighting for, writing to Washington about, just like others who are fighting for certain reforms to happen. And these reforms are, of course, are going to really help police officers because they're going to put people in place who can mentally deal with certain situations instead of physically, which is a very big deal. Very big deal. So that's part of why I want to put these out here, so it helps shape these services. And I'm expecting these services to still be flipped on me. Like all the times I've reached out to law enforcement, they don't show up. So I expect they don't show up unless they're undercover. So that means that I'm not getting face value. So that's taunting me. That's literally distorting my mind. That's terrorism to my mind. And it's because of the training that I have and the knowledge that I have. So that means I need someone who I can vet and know is an actual agent or officer so I can be comfortable. Because the first rule of fraud is someone who they are. And if I'm seeing menzara, if I'm seeing certain types of behaviors in people, well then, if I see certain behaviors in people, well then you're not just some other person out there. You're on the payroll. And I know that by the mechanics you're displaying. And I'm not here to jeopardize law enforcement and jeopardize myself. So it's a very difficult situation. Now, of course, this was all new a few years ago with the way information was coming to a head. It'd been buried for the most part by just not being disclosed correctly because these mechanics are normally not uncovered unless there's a case or something. And then the whole entire bias of the situation is just misperceived from the start. So it's the lack of transparency from the public is really what it is. And we all have the right to protect ourselves. So that puts me in this weird position. It has for a long time. Now, I'm glad to see others being helped by it. But of course, even though I can cope, I'm still in a position where I believe, because of all the identifiers, and I have enough evidence, I believe that somehow the law, I believe it's being manipulated against me. And I don't know. All I see is what's happening. All I see are the responses of people, the attitudes, and the way the digital technology responds. So all of this is probable cause for me to have to steadily address these things, because I'm not just here putting myself out here. See how they're cutting me off? I'm not just putting myself out here to get popular or people for this reason. I had to use everything that I had in place for a movie to stop terrorism. And so I'm still mad about it. I don't get respected for anything I've done. And everything I put out here gets constantly misconstrued. So I have to expect it to be used against me again and again and again. And if my family and friends reach out and start talking to me, if family and friends reach out and talk to me as if I have mental issues, well, that means you're not listening. And that means I'm being really considered an idiot. I'm not an idiot. Far from it. I don't have to be the smartest person in the world to understand certain mechanics. So muxed messaging, I had to use it. Legitimately use it. I was being hacked, lied to. Our whole country was during the time of Trump. And I had to use muxed messaging to get it done. And Trump was on the right plane for a moment. And then he all of a sudden just flipped against all of our intelligence and went down an insane rabbit hole. Thus, I'm here, the rabbit, because he uncovered all the stuff I've been writing and talking about for years and fighting terrorism on my own all at the same time. And this is what's constantly gets pushed to the side. I didn't make up anything, and I didn't threaten anybody. And the people who caused or thought I was a threat, I was loyal to. Still kind of am. So, what am I supposed to do here? Other than just forget about it. Because it tells me it's the government. It tells me your agents, whoever you are who's doing this stuff, and you're violating my rights completely. At the same time, I want to help you because we're not enemies. I'm not here to be against the law. So I just don't know what to do in moving it forward because I really don't. I know how to stay forward and focused, and I can bury my head in the sand. I know that's what some of you want me to do, but that means you will flip this against me again. You will do it again when I'm not looking. And you're trying to make people believe nothing. All of you in the dark who are doing this, like the ones who are disrupting my webcast, you're the same people who hack me, and you try to make me believe it's foreign terrorists. And you're doing it within the ring of the United States protection of our grid. I know that by how the technology is working. This is what happens when a person becomes an engineer. I can see these things, how they work. And then after learning criminology, all I have to do is vet people and talk to you. And something will cross over somewhere. Or everyone will just run and not talk to me at all. Silence is the most powerful note. So I can tell by whether you're talking to me or not. It all says something in the actions. And so it leaves me in this place, right? And I think that's the last part of why I want to mention is if by proving I came up with these algorithms, it proves that I know the engineering that I do. And it proves that I went through attacks and hacks, and it put me in a state of complete and sheer terror and fear for a long time. And then I lost a lot of money on top of it. And a lot of it can't even be proven because it's all done on VPNs. It's all done on secure forms of technology, supposedly, that the government can't track because we're in this, because the government can't track it. And you're still disrupting my webcasts, still to this day. Trying to get me to do something else when I can't even seem to get off the ground because I can't move forward without a disruption. Everything was great until I came out and said I was queer, gay, and transgender, and non-binary. As soon as I said what I was, boom, right then and there. I remember all the agents who came out of the woodwork, so happy I got Biden. I remember all the agents undercover, so happy I got Biden into office. Where are you guys now? Where are you? Or are the locals forcing you out? I don't know. Did I cause another department to force you? Are you not able to help me because of another department? I don't know. All I know is that I didn't get face value from people. I only had communication over devices, or I had people coming into my home and into my life. I had people coming into my home and into my life pretending to be other people. And I kept catching them doing it. I've been catching people at this for years. And then I just pretend you're not an agent to protect the institution of law. Because I'm assuming you're passing through to do something, and that's why you're not telling me who you are, because I don't need to know. That part I completely understand. But I still have to put this mechanic out here, because the last part of the mapping, which has to do with the MUX messaging, is where do I get to make sense with law enforcement, and where do I get my rights? What about my health? I don't need to be cuddled. I don't need people to try to act like nothing's going on. I'm not triggered. I'm not mentally ill and unstable. I'm extremely intelligent. I'm highly intelligent and I'm trained. That doesn't make me the smartest person in the world. And for those of you out there who have degrees, good luck for you. There's a lot of stuff you learned you probably will never use in your life. Anyway, and I love getting a degree is great, but I just want to kind of throw that out there because I'm assuming, rightfully assuming, because because I already know by being yelled at from people with degrees who seem to think they know more. I've been through all that. So this is where my arrogance comes from. And it comes from people being very mean to me and ignorant constantly over and over. This attitude comes from people being ignorant and arrogant. It comes from being disregarded. It comes from being misunderstood. And because I never got the interaction I needed, of course my life is still in fear. Because that means I have probable cause to believe those who can help are still hiding and pretending, which means you're investigating me instead of helping me. And if I'm legal and I'm calling you for help, you should show up and give it to me, not find a way to somehow criminalize me and then show up to drag me out. Because that's what I believe is steadily happening. I believe that I've won so good, I've won so far, that there's an entity out there still trying to find a way to criminalize me on something. And I was told that, by the way. I'm not making it up. So that's the whole deal. There's still an entity out there trying to make me guilty of something. Did you guys turn off my light? You guys are saying quit. You're saying quit. You're saying quit. I'm not making things up. So there's nothing to quit. And if my friends and family are going to keep coming to me and saying, oh, you're suicidal or acting like I have a mental issue, I'm being misunderstood. Period. So I think that some entities are worried that I'm going to say too much. You know, out of all these videos, all of you have this recorded, especially like the powers that be that have all this recorded. There's a lot of things I haven't said. There's a lot of things I haven't said. I've proven over and over again I can keep a secret. I've proven over and over again not to disclose intellectual property. The only thing I have disclosed is stuff that has already been recorded by the collective. It's already being used. And just because certain entities can't prove it doesn't mean I'm lying. It means that it's true. No, it just means that it's true. It's being used. Everything's been collected and recorded. I know that. I know that. And I know that from Alex Jones. I know that from Alex Jones intercepting what happened on my router when I called my friend over what was happening with Black Lives Matter being infiltrated by foreign terrorism then. And opportunists then. I called my friend crying. I watched Alex Jones intercept it. And then my further proof is when Alex Jones sat there on Joe Rogan smoking a cigar saying I'm gay. He's mocking me. And at that time, this is where it gets really dangerous for me, because at that time, people were steadily setting me up. Remember, people, the rumors were there. I had, they were having kids call me and all kinds of stuff to try to set me up on my devices. It was sickening me and making me mad. I thought it was my friends messing with me, pranking me at first. And then I figured out it was something else. I'm still not fully talking about what it is. Still. Because I never sought charges on certain people for doing things that they did, for putting me in extreme fear of my life and almost killing me. And why do I not seek these things? Well, not only is it now years past, but these people can't do anything to me, ever, unless I let them into my lives. And the only thing left are the certain people in law who gave them the... Quit cutting me off. It's people in law who did this. And I support law. I support the institution of what it is. I don't like seeing cops getting reprimanded or fired. I don't at all. I also don't like seeing abuse. And what happened to me was also abuse. So this is why I changed the law, and it's why I'm still here, because no matter what, I never got the help I asked for years on end. I just kept getting set up for charges that aren't even legitimate. Now, obviously, I've beat them all. And there are people out here who are free because I want to feel good about myself. So the question is now, like after this video now, will they want to come back again? So I always have to be ready for that. And until the rest of the funding gets in place, I can't make known these mechanics. So that means that this can all be flipped against me again. So this is why mixed messaging is important. This is why language is important. This is why I've been very successful, because the rest of it, of course, I'm directly involved in from being attacked over the years. And it not being logged, tracked, talked about, none of it. Especially going back 6, 8, 10 years or more. Okay, well, last but not least, at least with all the disruptions, anyone who watches this, you can see that I still have a set of opposition. And there are a few individuals who can reach out to me and actually there are some individuals who can simply have a conversation, and it will solve a lot. And then that will solve future law problems for other people. It will fix these mechanics. And no, I'm not okay as far as emotionally. I'm just okay to function in society because I'm a strong person and I can put my feelings away to get things done. But I am frustrated that I'm very misunderstood. That will always be, I guess, pretty frustrating. I guess the rest of that, though, is it was easy, I guess, in a way, to get things done because the number one tool to use is people's hate. You know, if I put myself out here with a good message, does anybody care? No, get a couple thumbs, likes, that's about it. I had to make sure that our laws were changed to protect my life and others, and to make sure that whoever is doing what that I can't see, that no matter what, they can't legally manipulate the law to some. It's so they can't legally manipulate the law to hurt me. That's all that I'm doing, because that's all that I see. And if it can hurt me, it can hurt others. And that in turn hurts our credibility as a country. It hurts the institutions. It just systemically hurts everybody. And this is why I had to use mixed messaging and the algorithm of it to make it happen. And then I created a system of it all to myself to make it work. Anyway, have a good morning, everybody. See you. The House Speaker. This is the next segment I want to be really forward about in moving forward with the public, because I did a lot of things to make some changes here. So without further ado, regardless of the disruptors, I would like to explain why I went ahead and contacted Kevin McCarthy as the House Speaker at the time, knowing that I'm a huge supporter and did my whole burn card campaign to support Biden and Harris to stop the whole Trump conspiracy and, you know, the Russians taking everything over, which so many people are still vicariously believing in, all that stupid stuff too. Now, first things first, thank you, Kevin McCarthy, because you're bringing balance to the government I wanted to see. You're talking about diversity and inclusion. You're talking about working across the aisle, and that's all that's important to me, because the likes of Green and others, no way. Sorry, I don't like to call out too many names, but this is one area where if Omar had to go, well, I can't wait for Green to go next, and others alike. Everyone who was involved in all the terror propaganda, the things I took the oath against myself, thank you for fact-checking, thank you, media. So before I start shaking hands, blah, 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 verbally, and regardless of any disruptions, Mr. McCarthy, thank you for speaking in the middle. Because we all know a threshold needs to be met to raise the debt ceiling properly, but it can't be run away. But it has to be at least a certain threshold that's at least reasonable. I'm nervous about the tech sector, of course, so it's more important than me. At least the union sector is stabilized, and there's a lot of other sectors steadily improving. We're at 3.4% right now with unemployment. So we're at 3.4% and wages are being raised. So it's not a perfect world, but at least other sectors are making up for some. And there's a chance for me to be very competitive in my field beyond the wage end of it, which has already been happening for the last 30 years anyway. Back in the late 90s, I remember being told in college a long time ago, the salaries are going to be gone, and you're either going to be, management salary working 60, 80 hours a week, or you're going to be an independent, or I will be 60 to 80 hours a week on salary, or I will be independent or not in this field. So when it comes to the tech world, the audiovisual field, especially with the advancements of production and the way equipment is changing, technology is changing, and automation, of course, it's more reason for entrepreneurs to be involved, and it's a very different era right now. So I'm looking forward to that personally, especially with all the hard work that I've done. So that's another reason why I supported you there. Last but not least, I wanted to make sure that there are people on all sides of government speaking correctly. So this is a part of the oath that I wanted to fulfill. And it's not because I am a soldier or something. I'm not. I did not serve the government. I'm a citizen, which gives me the right to do all of this. But once again, I've been continually terrified by the things that have happened, and I have worked very hard to fight a lot of things, and most importantly, not just rage against those who are against the mindset. I did not just rage against those who were against my mindset. I made sure I did my homework and vetting process properly, because it takes a real approach to solve real issues and problems. Of course, I can take my side and just stand up for myself and just believe in myself and turn off the world. It's easy to bury the head in the sand. But once again, not only do I care about my field, my life, my career, I care about other people, I care about our system, I care about all these things that I have grown to fight for and learn and work hard for. Very much so. And pretty soon, I'll have my ball rolling with my new services, and as I'm out in the field, all of these issues have been already solved, so I don't have to worry about them in the field ever again. I don't have to worry about my friends, family, colleagues, co-workers, or acquaintances arguing over these issues. That's really what it all comes down to, because that is the disruption in our system. And when people make a profit off of these areas and continue the disinformation or get people vicariously aroused, it's not okay. And look at how much disruption I'm getting, because those who are disrupting me, this is the last thing I'm proving, and why I'm talking about all these government people so much. Because at the end of all this, I am Tim Howard out here being who I am for real. I'm being disrupted by someone behind the curtain, someone who's pretending, someone who's not admitting who they are. When I see a glitch, when something happens, that is an attack. That glitch right there, that's an attack. That's an attack on my data. That's an attack on my safety, my mentality, my sovereignty, all of it. And it's done by someone who's not admitting who they are. It doesn't matter if they're in government, if they're a criminal. It doesn't matter if they're employed. It doesn't matter who they are. We're either protecting people who are hiding, which is giving privilege to those who have the right to bend laws, and that's what is systemic, right? When we have a certain group of people who are controlling everything legally, and because of thoughts and feelings and belief values, they have the privilege to get away with crimes because people believe they're good people. And they're the ones hiding. And this isn't insanity, this is reality. And I don't know who they are. Actually, maybe I do, maybe I don't. Can I prove who they are? No. Can I prove who they are? No, of course not. Well, I can sense who they are through behaviors, though, and all those kinds of things. I definitely understand, thanks to projection, thanks to vision boarding, and thanks to a lot of professional techniques, and especially all the things I've learned on my own in the field, especially on top of all the great things I've learned, the behaviors that reverberate through people. And this is why I still love a lot of people that have been combative, or we have been at odds, whether politically, mentally, spiritually. The child thing to do is to battle over it, and the adult thing to do is to analyze why we're having this issue and come to some type of conclusion. And I have to respect those who were at odds with me. I have to expect those who were at odds with me, because right or wrong, I know that they were standing on their own moral compass. And if we're all being confused against each other, then that is really the end game that doesn't need to happen, because then we all lose. And by taking on all these things and making like these videos, this is the end result of where I started 20 years ago, building computers, trying accounts, not knowing better, not knowing anything about code, just putting together some PCs enough to do, some sound with, or to surf the internet and try to understand it. Maybe put an old AGP video card in, like I had an all-in-wonder, and I tried to do some stuff there, and the best I was able to do was maybe match Xbox on some levels. And of course, other levels, completely incapable, because, the Xbox is an integrated unit, and the AGP card is not. The AGP card is not. This is all relevant to me thanking the government, and why I'm fighting for all this diversity and inclusion. Because, once again, really only President Biden said my name and really cared enough to be like, Tim, I care about your business. And I seen the skits on Saturday Night Live, especially with the one person who loved to reflect me the most, who pretended to be the devil and put his hand on Joe Biden. On the SNL skit, when he put his hand on Joe Biden's shoulder and said, oh, you'll never get that passed, as if I'm all of a sudden the one flipping. But now that was a great skit, so I love it. I love it. Okay, the point is that also tells me, well, who's in Mr. Biden's ear? He never called me to really know who I am. All he can see are these videos, if he's even still watching. Either way, thank you, President Biden. You did everything I needed for our country, not just for me. So anybody in my position is going to benefit just as myself. So once again, that makes it legal. And I always have to throw it out here, that doesn't make it socialism, everybody. That makes it policy. I still have to do the work to be successful, just like everybody else. And even though we all need a safety net, and we need a safety net of social services, that's not socialism. I want to go back to that statement I've made a long time ago. I've been saying this for years. A lot of these statements are statements I've made years and years on end. Some of you have made the same statements. All I know is the one thing I strive to do, that I do all the time, is I make statements people don't normally talk about all the time. And how can I honestly say that without being arrogant? Because people disagree with me most of the time. So I'm saying things people are not normally saying all the time, the way I'm saying it. And I know that. I'm putting mechanics into place because I know I had to learn this skill. I didn't just do this automatically in my life. And I can use this skill to better my personal life and help others. And shape government, change laws, and especially at the time, during the beginning of COVID, especially when everybody kept telling me I was crazy, now I love the proof that is here. Thank you, chatbot. Thank you, OpenAI. These products are on the market, which means it's going to make things safer because it can be regulated. Because before these things came about, this is how I was able to take control of the entire internet with my voice during Trump, because it was wide open. And it's why I created the weaponized analytics in reverse, because it was already weaponized. There was already so much disinformation. There was already so many lies. There was no fact checking, and payola was right there. And once again, what is happening halfway across the world is the absolute proof, along with everything steadily being uncovered over and over and over again. So I had to do the things I had to do, and it definitely helped everybody because we have fact checking for it. This is not, and while people think I'm still trying to be somehow, I'm expecting people to think this is ego, but it is the work that I did, and it's why I did it, and it's why I'm continuing to do it, because until these disruptions go away, I have another issue to deal with. Plus, I now have made more sense as to why I got on Messenger and contacted certain politicians to make sure certain policies get pushed into place. The only thing that frustrates me, by the way, is that Mr. Schiff was taken out. I hope he gets into another area to bring more checks in. I vetted Mr. Schiff a lot. And in my opinion, with what I've seen, I think he is a true American patriot. And all the people who said all the bad things about Adam Schiff are completely incorrect with everything that I have studied and looked at and learned, especially using real mechanics to get information and really study, not just take news stories in. I used to be a news director, people. Doesn't matter if it's college. I was taught by the best people on this planet. And I say that on the job a lot of times. I say this stuff on the job a lot of times because a lot of people don't know what I'm doing and they think I'm an idiot and they don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I've worked 20 years on my own to develop systems, and are they less redundant in certain areas? Yes, but they bring a better quality, and it brings a better real-time quality than doing things traditionally the other way. And I know that because some people like to try to take me back to, some like to take me back to kindergarten. And I'll do anything you want if you're hiring me, but you're still hiring me to be a professional. And you're hiring me for my services and what I do best. And if I change it because you want me to go to school, well, you're sacrificing your client's quality to make me do it a certain way, especially if you're directing me to make it worse because you have no idea what I'm doing and the things that you would do with the equipment, I am not doing because I have a different perspective. So I kind of want to throw that out there. I don't have to mention anything because, anyway, I like being myself and being out here, and I have a deep passion for what I do. A very deep passion for what I do. So I've made a few commercials over and over again, for instance, for the last few shows that I've done. I'm not happy with them because I can't produce the music yet. I don't have the ability to produce the music the way I want to produce it. I'm not taking music from somewhere else. I'm a crafts person at what I do. And when you call me, I craft everything you have. So that means I need the tools that I pay for to work right, which means the security protocol software has to work right, the bots have to work right, the government has to work right, my name has to be credible, which it is, and I can't have a silent majority able to hide behind fake accounts or be off the grid for that matter, running around, versing themselves in complete and total propaganda because they're not keeping up with real information. Because I know that. If I'm working this hard to be able to do that, and I'm having to use actual engineering principles and skilled principles to do this, then I know the average people are not doing this, especially if they're not involved in tech. If they're not involved in tech, or if they do not have the mindset to understand how to truly ingest news and media and have a real understanding of government, which we're living in a time now where majority of people do not. Now, this gives me a great demand in business, but I don't want to talk about that because now that's a moneymaker. I'll talk about that in my business world. But it's unfortunate because that means that that's how detached we are. And I can fairly say that. I mean, I'm Gen X. So all I have to do is look back to the 90s. All I have to do is look back to the 90s in high school, and I already know my generation especially, and I'm 47 years old. All the hackers know that, who cares? My generation especially is completely anti-government from a teenage and adolescent perspective. It was literally trendy. And it's only gotten more and more as entertainment goes on. Now, of course, I'm all for entertainment. You all know me as the minister. I'm all about the metal and and I still am. I love my movies and TV and music. Okay, always. But we're in a time where so many people are detached from government, and my proof to this is what I worked on with my grandfather with. And this is why I always took a lot of time with him. I always sat down with my grandfathers when I could, because once I started taking criminology in school and all these other things, I wanted to learn how to not get in trouble because I am, once again, a very outspoken person. And I was very anti-government when I was younger too. I loved it as a part of entertainment, a big rebel, It's a fun thing to be. It's fun to be young and vicarious, very, very much so. And that's where my friends and the other people I knew, my friends and the other people I knew didn't have the opportunity I had to have the grandfathers I had at the time. So it causes me to reiterate the story as to the House Speaker and everything and how it relates, because I want to sum it up. And that's where I started having all these conversations that my friends didn't get to have with their family. So I didn't develop further into a conspirator. I didn't develop further into becoming a conspirator by naturally hating the government out of ignorance of knowing about it. And that's respect to say that, and to all my friends, because they didn't have that option. So I would have been in that frame of mind. Does that mean my friends are ignorant? No, it means they're intelligent, but it means they are void of having the actual real information their whole lives. They've been lied to by entertainment. And they've been lied to by entertainment and media and politics, the side that invests into it for the agenda side. They don't have the family and friends to teach them. And that's what traditionally our American laws are about here anyway, right? It's why our gun laws are so screwed up, because we expect somehow everybody to still be a farmer and have that in their family, and everybody's got this great Walton upbringing, and all of that is a lie. That is the biggest front. That's the biggest front in American politics, and this is why I'm so appreciative of Mr. Biden, because he was a lot like my grandfather, and the changes that we made, Mr. Biden made. Mr. Biden is not the same politician he was 20, 30 years ago. He's much better, by far better. He has all the same principles he stood on, and look at how the changes he's making, especially with Mrs. Harris. Look at all the things, and then everybody that's come in to the cabinet to work with them. The term super predator is gone. The term super predator is gone. The things that they voted in place years ago, like my grandfather would have, are gone. So the communication has been met. The changes have been made. And now Mr. McCarthy's willing to come to the center of the aisle. Whether they do or not, the point is the words are said. This means that they have to come to some kind of agreement to meet the threshold, to raise the debt ceiling at a threshold without it being run away, but at a threshold. What's the threshold? Just enough to cover what we need without bankrupting everybody still. It's not a time for a way to cheat short-term gains in the middle somewhere just to call it a threshold. But it is fair, it's very fair to audit all the spending that's going to happen for this debt raise, because I believe that too. It shouldn't go to programs that are not going to accomplish anything whatsoever. But there does need to be a lot of awareness. There needs to be a whole lot of awareness at the same time. Look at all the things I had to fight for. Look at how I put my life and my company and everything at risk doing the right thing. You know, all the people who think they did the right thing, remember, they cheated the system during COVID. They worked through it all, which made our shutdown last longer than it should have. All the anti-COVID people, they ruined PPP. They ruined the investments. They put half the burdens back on the state when we already had federal funding to put this catastrophic event called COVID paid for, and all we had to do was shut down for a short period of time and come right back out. At least we came out ahead despite all the disruptions. And of course, now all of us who know better know what the public is going to do no matter what when the next real variant comes around and the vaccines finally can't take it. That'll be the new thing in the future, of course, which I have my own preparations for that, because obviously that's when it's really going to get really, really bad, because then enough people, unfortunately, will expire. And without saying too much, this is fair. So that's when this is a fair assessment. You know, if a new variant comes around and enough people get hurt, well, there won't be enough professionals to treat everybody. The population will significantly decrease rapidly. There won't be enough robots or people to operate everything. There won't be global communication, and then the division will happen, and then all of the real propaganda and craziness will be whatever leader, then all the anarchy will be whatever leader of any group wants to believe. And that's what anarchy is. Anarchy is little forms of government, little communist governments everywhere. Some people think that's being free. You know, that's what gangs are. Anyway, so this is why all this is so important. And what does it have to do with me? Well, it's why I became the rabbit and did all this stuff. It's why I did all this stuff. Because I refuse to join propagators. I refuse to go against American intelligence. I refuse to destroy the American dollar. And I also refuse to destroy our Constitution all at the same time. This is what I was raised and trained to know. And for the last 20 years, I've been moving forward, 1 foot at a time. And I make plenty of mistakes, you know, but I'm just an average human being trying to be the best human being I can possibly be. That's all I can say. In the meantime, I'll keep working as always. Here it is. It's 7:18 a.m. Central Time. For those of you who'd like to know anywhere in the world who might be watching, hopefully you are. Diversity and inclusion is everything. And I hope this last solves as to why I made a push for Mr. McCarthy, because there was no way a Democrat was taking the House, that's for sure. It was obvious, it's flat out obvious, plus the way the mechanics are going, and to have a balanced government that's going to work without having another potential insurrection. Without having another potential insurrection, we need balance, and we need realistic balance. And with all due respect, nobody else is doing it better. As far as like my opposition is concerned, I want to laugh at everybody for that, because you terrified the living hell out of me and I won. Well, that's what you get for hiding, hijacking, hacking, for supporting, for going against American intelligence, for going against our dollar, for thinking that decentralized money can just wipe out the central bank and somehow we're all still going to be able to go to the store and go to work and still keep the lights on and not be under the rule of a one world government that you all fear. The things you're all fighting against. Who are all of you? All of you out there who think that everybody's just lying to you and that we don't have a say in anything. That is believing in the lie. That is believing. That's what criminals want. That's what happens when you get fractionated and you think that nobody hears you. You think that your voice matters. Section 230 is a real thing. Our Constitution's a real thing. And the World Court does mirror a whole lot of the same principles in a lot of areas. So our voice is very important. And the more quiet we are, we're not getting in line and doing the right thing. We're allowing criminals to flourish. That's all that we're doing if we don't really stand on our true principles for where we're at. So I hope this finally makes sense to the balance here, because I'm expecting, as usual, misimplication and misunderstanding as to why I reached out to Mr. McCarthy. And Mr. Biden, if you see this, I want to be very public. Of course I still love you, buddy. Number one. Yeah. So no, I didn't do any of that in opposition to you. Mr. Schiff, I didn't do that to hurt you. Not at all. Not at all. Mr. Raskin, I appreciate everything you've done. I appreciate all the honors. Mr. Raskin, I appreciate all the honors. But I am not in the government. So I'm helping all of you anyway, and I know all of you know that, because as long as we have a balanced argument coming to agreements, then we have a functioning American government. And if we have that, then there's not a voice left out. If there's not a voice left out, there's no reason for an uprising. When there's not a voice left out, there's no reason for an uprising. There's only all the voices coming together to fix the errors in the system instead of blaming people. And that is really it. The question is now, who is left in government that is so over-biased against reality that they're putting their faiths and belief systems before the people? I'm not a politician. That's why I can sit here and say this. I'm part of the public. And it doesn't matter if I am a professional in another area. This is a private channel. And I can be who I am and talk about those things all at the same time. I'm not paid to be here. I'm trying to get paid to do other things. And I have to make sure this stuff works. So I think I'm at the end of an era here now. And so not only did I get what I needed done on the policy changes on the Democratic side, I've gotten that done on the Republican side. So I have walked the gambit, and I have given solutions everywhere, and every professional has taken it, and especially even in the private sector. So any idea I've had, or anything I've wanted to see addressed, everybody has taken it and has fully addressed it in every sector now. And I'm now seeing that reflected in the story. I am now seeing it reflected. So as like those who are disrupting this webcast, I guess someone's going to go, okay, we're going to stop saying moving forward, and maybe we're going to stop giving Tim attention. Well, please give me more, but because that's also what I personally want, but not from this particular video, just to be honest. But at the same time, I'm expecting you all to work against me. That's what I'm expecting, because that's what people do. I just expect that. I expect everyone to always work constantly, just constant. I expect people to work against me, and I hate it. I despise that. But that's obviously the world we live in, and egos suck. It's okay for everyone else to have an ego, but oh, no. Can't be who I am, but it's okay for the rest. Right? People love to dish it, nobody loves to take it. Anyway, that kind of want to chuckle about. See, we're all not so different after all. Not one bit. Well, there's a lot of purple. We have a House and Senate that believe in a lot of purple coming in the middle on agreements. Back to disrupting the line. Well, at least it only happens on this channel, ironically. That's also good news. Okay, well, all right, back to work in other areas. God bless America, God bless the world, coexist. This is Tim Howard the Rabbit. Like you don't know who I am, but maybe you don't. It's a public cast. Take care of yourself. I hope you've eaten today. And for the rest of you who keep data collecting me, hope you like my footprint. It helps me see who you are too. Have a good one. Hey, I want to talk about the Missouri Senate Bill 134, the SB 134, about to be debated this morning at 8 o'clock here in the state of Missouri. And it's about the gender identity rights and the ability for kids to be able to talk to counselors and teachers. This is something I was directly affected by in school years ago, didn't have the opportunities for it. And I've been a big voice and an advocate in these areas because I do not want to see kids go through the same issues I went through, like I did in Catholic school, especially when, like in gym class, where my shirt was taken off and I was pointed at, and then if I had any retaliation whatsoever of being bullied by having natural definitive development that is gender neutral, then, or however people want to call it. I don't like using these terms. I developed gynecomastia, so because I went through that, and then I was put outside and bullied over standing up. So when my coach used to bring me outside and bully me for not taking kindly to me taking my shirt off in gym class, and the rest of the kids were able to point and laugh, and then they were able to bully on me if I didn't take it well. These are the things because I didn't have any resources at all. So as I also spoke up against the ability to make sure that kids have the right to the separation of gender identity versus sexual identity, because no one should be sexualized in school. So the ability for kids to be able to talk to counselors is very important. And I do agree with someone not transitioning before the age of 18 on a personal level. There are certain circumstances. Either way, no one becomes transgender because of a fad. No one becomes this way because of the way they're told. And in my mind, when I was in school, I should have the right to be able to go to any teacher, nurse, school, personnel, counselor, and talk about my issues, and it should be up to that educator to be able to at least listen and guide me to the right direction. Because a lot of family upbringings and households do not allow their kids to be who they are. So just like when I was younger, it was all about being white, American male, heterosexual. And if I were to bring my issues up at home, well, they wouldn't be talked about. Just the same at school, it'd be laughed at, everything else. Now, obviously, it was much different when I went to school 35 years ago. So these kids need to be able to talk to their counselors, their school teachers, about whatever they're thinking and feeling. And then the teachers can, of course, support whatever they're going through and then send them in the right direction if they need more help or services and or just simple support, because it is not a mental illness to be gay or to be transgender. This is something that is natural. I was bullied about it, not even understanding it growing up. So to say that they can't talk about this, the only fear is that some parents think that somehow, the only fear is that some parents believe in the false narrative that there is going to be an advocate or a teacher out there somewhere who's going to somehow try to convince children to transition, which is never, ever, ever going to be the case. Ever. And the reason why this systemically happens is because the law, the 10 amendments, because when it comes to law and lawmakers, a lot of lawmakers still misconstrue the 10 amendments from the 10 commandments. And because being gay is a sin in some religious institutions, because being queer and transgender is a sin in some of these institutions, it blurs into the thinking process of legal development. And it is not something that is wrong, illegal. And I know in my faith it's not a sin. In my faith it's not a sin. So all these other faiths who say that being queer and gay and transgender is a sin, these are systemic lawmakers who are trying to force people to not be who they are. The other side of it, though, there is a second side of this argument. There's also a group of people, there are individuals out here who do want to over-sexualize kids, and that is the problem. That's not what's happening here. So I hope that this is just reiterated. I want to see this reiterated with the bill, and please stop knocking out my webcast and ruining my rights to be who I am, because I don't have a mental issue. All I've done on my own is map what causes these mental issues, because when these types of things happen in school to these kids, what happens is, like myself, we can't stand up for ourselves, or we don't even know what we're going through. And then we're supposed to accept all the things that are happening to us, and then we're supposed to accept what's happening to us, which is wrong, and then we can't go to teachers and friends or peers or family because they don't understand. They just tell us to suck it up and deal with it. And then we can't fight the people who are beating us up all the time or tormenting us all the time. And then we have no other choice but to retaliate in some extreme fashion because we can't win. And nor do these kids deserve to live under the foot of individuals these kids nor myself do not need to experience living under the foot of the pressure of the bullying of those who want to impose the ability for queer and transgender kids to not express who they are. Just because I stand for people not transitioning until they're 18 doesn't mean I don't stand for the right for queer and transgender kids to be who they are. And when it comes to staff and teachers, when it comes to staff, nurses, teachers, and counselors, when we are kids, these are the folks that we are really bonded with because we see them every day. And when I'm having a problem, I go to the teachers I trust the most. I don't want to talk to some doctor I don't know. I definitely don't want to talk to my family about it because they're going to tell me it's not okay to be queer, gay, or transgender. They're going to tell me there's something wrong and try to send me to church, which is just abusing me even more. and making me think of a bunch of things that other people just want to believe. So that is a violation now, of course, of rights. And this is what I want to make absolute sense of this morning before 8 a.m. The kids need to be able to talk about who they are, how they are, and be just as open as straight kids and everybody else. There doesn't need to be favoritism or exclusion for queer and gay and transgender kids. And the fear factor, what needs to be debated in this bill the most, is the fear factor of the ignorance of other adults and parents who believe that somehow there's some magical group of people trying to make their kids queer, gay, or transgender, or somehow there's going to be some professional in the educational institution that is going to somehow persuade kids to be something they're not, which is impossible. Completely impossible. Completely impossible. There are fads, and then there are real issues. And sometimes these issues is just natural development. So being queer and gay and transgender is not an issue. It is not all gender dysphoria. It's not all confusion. The only confusion is the society we live in keeping us from being who we are, confusing us all the time, which causes mental issues. Being confused all the time, living in a society that confuses us all the time into thinking we have to be something we're not, that causes mental issues. Being queer, gay, or transgender is not a mental issue, or a kid talking about it to their counselor, their teacher, or their peers is not a violation of rights. It's a violation of rights to force a kid to be silent, or to force a kid to only talk to their parents or a counselor when the counselor and the parent, when an outside mental health professional and a parent can still have the right in a closed session to try to coerce a kid to believe something they're not, which is what happens behind closed doors. So the kids need to be able to have the right to talk and be who they are and speak to anyone, and anyone in the school system, especially teachers, counselors, nurses, school staff, should be allowed to listen to any kid and offer up fair advice. Just like any other kid that goes to any of their staff member about anything else. It doesn't matter if they're talking about gender identity or their vehicle or how to write into a notebook. A topic is a topic is a topic. The question is it appropriate for school, or does it have to do with sexuality? So as long as sexuality is not involved, that's really the only issue. As long as adult material is not involved, that's the only issue. Everything else can be done on an appropriate level. And then, like myself, instead of these kids growing up regressed and oppressed and trying to lash out and rebel and do all these things, instead, they always know they have someone to talk to, because it's not always a problem. Sometimes kids just need to talk about things. And sometimes they just need a professional to listen, especially their teacher, who is not their parents or somebody else, somebody who understands that they still trust. And that doesn't mean that the teacher's going to make them queer or transgender any more than they are. I like how they cut that off. This doesn't mean a teacher can make a kid more queer, gay, or transgender than they already are. To all the parents who are afraid, and to all of you who don't like what I'm saying, I was bullied severely. And to those who disbelieve it, that's how much of a joke it was when I went to school. Everybody thought it was a joke. And then I wasn't tough enough to fight everybody. And then I felt guilty for wanting to fight back and stand up because I thought I was living in sin. All these things were lies onto me going to school. This is how people grow up and become completely mentally unstable. Now, of course, I've been lucky enough to do a lot of extensive special training. I've not only devised my own, modeled off of all of the professional training out there by going to college and then writing my own rosters. Since I taught in college, I learned how to do that pretty easy. I got lucky. I have a grandfather who served MacArthur. My other grandfather was a master radioman in the Air Force. And then, of course, with the baby boomer generation, I've had just a massive amount of a lot of people. The baby boomer generation has, of course, exposed me to a massive amount of people in every sector, everywhere, from government to private, professional, educational, and I've been learning from people my whole life. And so I've been able to really be lucky enough. I'm a privileged American. I'm lucky enough to have all these outlets. Otherwise, I would have been a disgruntled person who would have retaliated against a lot of people out there who seemingly have beautiful lives and are considered to be good people in society, when in reality, I would have retaliated against people who are seemingly good people in society, when in reality they are disgusting people hiding behind beautiful lives. They hide behind the fact that they're accepted by their local municipality or their church and their groups and all that stuff. And I'm not putting down church itself, but unfortunately, once again, when everybody thought I was just a straight white male Christian, and whenever I just shut up and got in line, well, I got whatever I wanted. And then all I did was keep my mouth shut when everybody made fun of gay people. And I kept my mouth shut when everybody just made fun of everybody else, like queer people and people of color and everything else. And then, of course, it's a shame that we live in a time where, of course, there's even people of color who make fun of people who are queer and gay and transgender, but at least more and more truths are coming out. So this bill is about to happen at 8 o'clock this morning, and I'm watching the advocates struggle a little bit, and some of that struggle is from the verbiage I put into place to protect the kids, to keep the sexual. Some of the verbiage I put into place was to protect these kids from keeping the sexuality out of schools all at the same time. It was to make sure that gender identity is separate from sexual identity, because it's still considered to be a sin, you know, for people who are gay, queer, and transgender. So legally, there's kind of a systemic thing that happens to where mental illness is already put into place. Once again, it's why the old show MASH shows the one. You can stop disrupting me. It's why the old show MASH shows the one character always dressing up in woman's clothing and wearing makeup, because he's trying to be considered AWOL, because that behavior is technically considered mentally ill, and it's not. It's actually normal. Even though now in that show, he's just pretending to be able to go AWOL to get kicked off the show, and it's a joke. But the point is, that's what I mean. See how that's made out to be a joke? See how that is still... See how the act of being gay, queer, and transgender is still considered gender dysphoria. It's still considered a sin. It's still considered something systemically illegal when it's not. So when it comes to the state bill, the Missouri bill, the SB 134, it needs to really be debated, the fact that not allowing professionals to speak to kids, when the kids come to them especially, to be open about who they are. The teacher doesn't have... A teacher needs to have the right, an educator, anybody in the school system that these kids deal with every day, need to have the right to at least converse with the kids. They don't have to persuade them one way or another. That's not happening. That's actually never happening anywhere. The only thing that's happening is a kid is coming and opening up to an educator's being honest with the kid, not trying to tell them anything sexually, and then a parent is upset because they were not, told. And then a parent is upset because their kid was able to talk about who they are openly to an educator, and maybe the educator has a real world opinion that gives a child the ability to think and learn, versus a parent who says, no, you can't be that way, and we're going to send you to camp and make you a tougher boy. That's what I went through, even though my parents barely even realize it. That's what I went through. It was so bad what I went through, my parents don't even know. And look at how I get cut off and not listened to. I've had to get out here on the internet and get people to rage against me to get the job done. Because that's what humans do. People want to be right. No, Tim, you're wrong. I'm going to tell you how it is. Well, that's how I won. And that's how I will continue to keep winning. I will use all the bullies' hate against their minds. There's a lot of lawmakers out there included in that. Some of you, I'm sure I went to school with. Some of you recognize me. And I'm sure you are the ones who are disrupting my webcast. I don't believe it's the Chinese or the Russians steadily disrupting my webcast. I don't believe that. I believe these are people who know me, who I probably went to school with, who are bullies then and still bullies now, and give me one reason to believe it's not. Right. Because a lot of them, anyway. HB 134. This is a free country with a First Amendment, and we are not supposed to be holding our tongue to let other people run our lives. That's for communist nations. That's for anarchical nations. These are for nations who are not democratic and free, like ours. See how I'm being disrupted? See how I'm trying to be silenced? And I'm speaking the truth. And it's beyond my personal opinions and feelings. I went through this growing up. Just like why I have to make these videos on all of the algorithms and the stuff I talk about, which I have a next one here, because as I keep moving forward, I'm still getting reflections and answers and responses from people. I'm still getting reflections and answers and responses from people as if I'm somehow mentally ill. Just like these kids are getting treated mentally ill for being exactly who they are. I went through that in school. It's a shame I still have to go through it as an adult. And at least through contrasting education and linguistics and analytics and narratives, no matter what, I can use real world mental principles, and no matter who comes up with an algorithm or a statement on their own, the cream rises to the top. The cream of the crop rises to the top. The truth rises to the top. And that's what steadily keeps happening, because at the end of all of this, what's steadily going to keep being noticed and known is that as we continue to make laws that silence people, the speak no evil, see no evil, hear no evil aspect, that is the destruction of our free country. This is what's destroying our future. It's destroying our economy. And believing that we're somehow okay under some magical entity, so we're all blindly just running forward, which used to happen in the past, right? Why people didn't believe anything happened until it happened to them. That's what happens with complacency, when we have falsehoods and beliefs, and then we just think everything's okay. But it doesn't mean we have to run around and be paranoid. Anyway, I just throw that out there a little bit because it all has to do with the mechanics of this bill. It all has to do with misunderstanding the perception when it comes to queer. The misperception of queer, gay, and transgender kids, they're just learning themselves. And like myself, I wasn't going through gender dysphoria. I thought I was. I was using these terms. See, that I don't want to see more kids go through that. If the teachers can't talk to them, they're going to go through gender dysphoria, because they're only going to have the people in their lives who are telling them to be something else. They're only going to have the people in their lives telling them to be something else. Or what about the opposite side of the spectrum? For the parents who are worried about, say, so-called liberalism, okay? What about some kids who are way too open at home and don't have enough structure? What about those kids? Don't they need to come forward as well? And maybe a teacher can just talk to them like any other kid? And maybe they can just kind of get it out, and then they can trust the teacher, or the kids can trust the teacher or the professional at the school that they feel comfortable talking with. And then if there actually is a mental issue, not because of their identity, that's not the issue. The issue is, are they struggling with their identity? Or another issue? Then that teacher can refer the kid to more services, or at least can help that kid feel like a person, so maybe that kid doesn't need to lash out later because they got nowhere to turn, like I did when you have nowhere to turn. When these kids have nowhere to turn, they sit at home, and all you can do is sit at home and brew and stew and develop in your thoughts. And then just think about those who hate you and bully you. That's all that you have. That's all that I had. And it goes on and on and on and on. And then these kids, because they're respected, especially like myself when I went to a Catholic school where all the rich kids went, I was lucky, right? And at least that's what the others called it. And a lot of them were sons and daughters of very high-level people in town, locally in town. Whether they were sons and daughters of cops or officials or whatever. And so I want to throw that out there, because do I have any... It's not that... Okay, I want to put that out there because these are the kids who've all got away with bullying and everything else, and because of who they are and who their parents are, they get, oh, no wonder why you want to cut me off. Because of who they are and who their parents are, they get no repercussions. People like me just get hurt and sent home. And then my parents complain to the school, and then nothing gets done because we're not important enough. Where's my rights? Or they show up at my house and see the kind of car my father drives and say, oh, well, we want to charge you more money for your kid to go here. Okay. My dad didn't buy a Ferrari, folks. Anyway. See my point? So it all comes down now to this being systemic. And the question is, are there's no question. Kids need to be able to talk to anybody they reach out to and get honest advice. The only thing this bill has any weight to is making sure a kid's not right there. The only thing the systemic lawmakers are worried about is the one thing that I stood up for as well, and that is, are kids going to be promoted to change their sex? No. That's the only thing this bill has any weight to, which is the one thing I do agree with. I'm glad I was not put on hormones as a kid. I'm so glad. And from the stories I've heard from other people, at least the few stories I've heard, the kids that were on hormones, their lives were ruined. Ruined. They weren't able to develop to be who they were on their own. So the only thing I want to put out here is that just because I believe that, because of what I went through, that kids shouldn't have to be able to transition before 18 or have the hormones, they still have the right to be who they are. Be open and talk about who they are. Not letting them talk to these professionals, not letting kids be open about being queer, gay, and transgender to teachers and counselors and nurses. Well, that's once again giving favoritism to all the other kids over kids who are gay, queer, and transgender. And it's going to cause these kids to go through things like I went through, and they will be bullied, they will be pushed aside, and that will cause them to mentally develop outside of being a part of society. And that's what that does. And it causes the mental issue to develop, and that's the institution and society doing it to the kid, not the kid bringing it on themselves. Please take all this into consideration for this bill this morning, as I have every right to comment on it because I'm directly affected by it as a kid myself when I was there. And my adulthood is, I'm still dealing with the outlandish results of society and people. I mean, look at how many hide and in the background, in the woodwork, try to say that I have a mental issue still. Look how many people try to say I'm suicidal and all these things. When in reality, I've reached out to police and FBI for years and years and years on end. Along with friends, a lot of schools, people at school. Now, I love my teachers. And do I really get the help I need? No. It's just people undercover in the background. And then, of course, I caught my rights being violated. Now, some of them were trying to help me. Others were trying to hurt. Either way, at least I helped change the law in that perspective, and that's working good. So my life is a staple there of a piece of reality that can be used legally. The rest of it is, I'm still making a couple more videos because not only are these things important, but the next one that's coming up is, well, going to be a little different because people still don't understand the work that I've done. And I can't, well, anyway, that's for a different segment. They don't understand the work that I've done. And I don't appreciate being labeled when I'm being misunderstood. And if I outsmart some people with degrees, ooh, get over it. Won't be the first time. Does that make me a special wizard? No. but I did learn and develop in this area. So once again, when it comes to HB 134, take these things into consideration. And once again, let's make sure kids can talk to anybody they need to in school. Don't stop teachers and counselors and nurses from talking to kids about what they want to talk about. If a queer, gay, or transgender kid goes up to a teacher, they should be able to express who they are and have questions. And a teacher should be able to be supportive no matter what of their situation. And then, of course, if they need more help with something, guide them further to people who can, like counselors, and then get parents involved. If there's an issue where the child is having regressed feelings and thoughts and everything else, and they don't know where to turn. And then also, too, last but not least, what about kids who need to open up and their parents will snap on them? So this gives a chance for a kid to open up and not have to just be stuck and all alone, like how I had to do, living in fear with it. So, please. God bless America. God bless the world. Coexist. This is Tim Howard, the Rabbit. HR 134 definitely needs a bipartisan effort. It needs to make sure kids can speak and be who they are, as long as they're not being influenced to be something they're not. Either way, that's really the only deal. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. How is everybody this evening, or anybody who's watching for that matter? I want to talk about hosting ethics. I'm always leaving all the controversial and personal posts, so on this one, I want to talk about hosting ethics because I kind of want to get back to grassroots on what it means to do hosting. So here it's been a few years now, and between all the AI, of course, which I'm looking forward to a lot of the new stuff, there's always been a lot going on with using material, what to say, what to do, how to present. And I just want to talk about hosting ethics because, you know, this whole time, right, I could have done a show this whole time. And I could have exploited the things that, of course, I find immensely disturbing that I've been doing all these personal videos on, of course, for the security stuff and legal and all that, because to me it's more important to do what is ethically right in these times than on those levels than to just profit off of, you know, theories that just lead to more and more problems, you know, sociological problems beyond my own. And it is amazing that, you know, here it is now that I can look back and say, well, when it comes to hosting ethics, look at who has gotten sued. You know, look at the stations that did have to face a lot of the repercussions, a lot of the platforms. Look at a lot of the hosting platforms that did what they were told to do at work, but they knew better themselves. So not only did they know better, you know, their entities knew better. And what did they do? They engaged in lies and all kinds of things. And look at their careers now. They're gone. Look at the fines that were paid out in substantial amounts. So for me, a lot of these videos and stuff that I'm leaving, you know, it's beyond the ability to make things secure too. It's to make sure that I do put myself into a position of understanding hosting ethics and make sure I keep up with it, because it's so easy to just make a buck and not care who you're hurting, because people are just supposed to make up their own minds, and if they make their own wrong decisions, too bad. And it's not on me at all. I mean, I'm not supposed to hold people's hands, but it's not on me at all whatsoever to not care about what happens to people. I mean, isn't that the essence of a good economy all at the same time? It's not about cuddling people, even though that's a great thing, but it's definitely about really sending a real, true, good message and having a code of ethics. And I'm always in search of a better way to have a code of ethics, to have a better understanding, to grow, and most importantly, understand the unknown so I can always face the the fight or flight internal fears of the unknown, because that's what it always comes down to. And at least for me, I think the older I get, a lot of times the more perspective is really put on those things, because I just simply understand more, and I think it makes me more aware. I'm assuming that's the same for everybody. I'm assuming that's just natural, natural part of life. And I want to say it that way a little candidly, even though it's very serious, just because I believe that's another thing right there that becomes ambiguous, another point of view that becomes ambiguous, and it's easy to get lost into the gray area of ethics, and there's always going to be many rabbit holes. And no, I'm kind of grinning there, but yeah, I'm on camera, so. Am I proud of anything that has come about in confusion? No, of course not. But that's why it all has to be known and discussed. It all has to be mapped. All of it. And so at least on personal blogs, it's the psychology of it all from a personal perspective. And then, of course, for friends and family, it's the things that maybe someday, if these things ever do become questionable, or if you ever do have the same thoughts and feelings, well, there's somebody here who has it as well. And we all have a unique journey that's attached to it. That's the best, I think, part about life, no matter what. And, for me, everybody, hosting and announcing is something that I always keep in the back, because as my health, moves forward, as I'm working hard at it, I'm doing great, but I'm still always going to have challenges. And, there's coming the time where, loading the trucks and doing the physical stuff isn't, of course, it's getting a lot heavier. So, it comes down to resorting to different forms of paths that I can do that's not so challenging in some areas, and other areas that I can deliver, like anybody else. Plus, this whole time, hosting is always a part of the model, like my business. I just have this model for hosting, and it's always been a part of it. I've just never been able to release it, The right team will come together eventually. I'm always going to stay in that frame of mind, because it will. The world's too big and full of too many people for that to just not happen if I don't keep trying correctly. And so far, I've always known the right people anyway. I've always known wonderful people, and, still doing things with wonderful people. So I love that. And none of that's taken for granted. Ever. Ever, ever. It may seem like it, but never. Well, where to go, because I'm at the end of the road too with Facebook. This is the family platform, more or less, anymore these days. Sorry to say if that offends anybody. I don't know, whatever. But it is, and it's cool. Or at least that was kind of a mindset for a minute. I remember I said that and it caught on too for a while. That was pretty cool in a way. At least it's still working no matter what. But that's, I'm at a loss of words, I think, for this one. But I want a good one. I want a good live that's very genuine and, reflects the emotion of it, because who's to say? Who's to say what might happen in the future, right? What if things keep going well, despite how everything's going? What if things do get better? And, what if I do wind up having some level of success or not? Well, in this time, in this world, we're always mapped and tracked, so there's always going to be this way to produce media, whether it's a person with their cell phone, or like paparazzi if I ever get popular enough, or whatever, or most importantly, the fears of it all, right? People who do stuff in the background, and pranksters, and really, really weird stuff. So anything can go either direction, right? And I know, obviously, from working, watching what, the big pros go through, it's all right there. So it's not like I'm talking about anything the world doesn't know about. But it's different to really think about it, to engage in it, come up with a plan, have a point, and have a model. And to sit here and say, well, okay, I really do take hosting seriously. I do take journalism seriously. I'm not a professional journalist. I just did some of that in college to gain skills for other reasons. But of course, once again, I learned to have a deep, profound respect for journalists, because journalists, hosts, to me, they're one and the same. And to be a good host, you kind of have to be a good journalist in a way, in my opinion. You have to be able to talk to people and know how to really get a story out of somebody. Otherwise, what are you hosting? What are you hosting for? There's only so much you can say before you have to get interaction from somebody. Otherwise, it's kind of a boring event. So it takes interaction. And that takes, in a sense, journalism, because it takes the ability for someone to be able to kind of investigate a person. And it doesn't mean that they can be bad. Sometimes a lot of times, some of the best people to talk to are the ones who always ask you questions. And at least me, I like it when people, right? Anybody I think likes this. When we're asked questions, I like being asked questions and being able to talk about good things. And, of course, because people bring that stuff out. And so when it comes to hosting, when it comes to hosting ethics, I'm jumping on a little bit because here I am at the end of a few years of all these private videos, and I've been constantly, with all these real world personal experiences, always on the cusp of where am I going to stand? Because if hosting is something that I have in plan, which I always have, and I used to do in college, so I've always had this in my model ready to go, then that means I've always had plans on news and advertising and materials always being a part of my world. And yeah, I may have fallen short on the right team being together. So far, this next round of things looks very promising, and I love who's at the table doing things. I really, really do, and I just really hope this works out. Otherwise, either way, there's a great friendship no matter what, and who knows. But it's very promising. So in the meantime, hosting is a big deal. And so I'm bringing this up because now that all of you have seen me on the internet, especially expressing myself, being very involved, which seems to be activism in a sense, this has to do with where am I going to stand, not only as a host, but what does it truly mean to step to the plate, to be responsible for what I'm really trying to do that is ethically and morally right? How do I really come to the table myself and be what I'm expecting, Section 230 to be, and be what I'm expecting hosts and artists and people to really be to a certain degree, to care about people while being open. And most importantly, after seeing like the lawsuits and people that really got caught up into the rabbit holes of lying on the news, like I said, they got sued, their careers are ruined. I could have easily been that person listening to other people, getting paid, going, you say this, you do this, and I'm going, well, I know it ain't right, but you know what? That's what I'm told to do. What if I would have done that? I'd have plenty of money right now, or I probably would have lost it all getting in trouble like everybody else. But that's the point. And that's why I want to talk about the hosting ethics, because that's why I've been so emotional about these things. And that's why I always say it's not activism, because in here, it's not about getting a party voted in so I can have some type of privilege. I'm not trying to institute a socialized mechanism that stifles growth. This is so hard. It's hard. Because even though I'm not a big sensation, I never made it to that level, I still have to always prepare myself for that level. Otherwise, I'm not going all out and I'm wasting my time. I'm not wasting my time. I'm making sure I make changes. And so it's a lot more than just being a squeaky wheel. And how do I stay genuine? If I can't be genuine to myself, I can't be genuine to you. I've said before in many other live broadcasts, I'll say it again. the one thing I learned the most, I love mentioning family, from my grandmother in sales was she always told me, Tim, if you can't sell yourself, you can't sell anybody else. I have to believe myself in the mirror. And that's so true. Otherwise, I can see that I'm BSing myself, and someone else is going to see that if I try the same thing. So, I was trained to never go so and Being genuine is a lot more difficult than it seems, especially on camera, unscripted, because it's not a script. It's not entertainment. It is real life. The brain gets confused by that. And please don't ever forget that, everybody, as far as a perspective. I know you know it, but in the heat of the moment, that's where things happen. In the heat of the moment, we lose that essence. And why? It's human nature to enjoy. It's human nature to de-stress. And we've all been programmed to live in a world, when it comes to hosting and radio and speaking, to fall asleep to someone talking, to someone speaking, especially if they become very smooth and fluid with what they're doing and what they're saying. When I was in sales, that's what it was about. It was about putting that person to sleep, having a good thing to say. It's like playing a fiddle and playing a song before someone's opening up their wallet. It sounds horrible. I want to make it out to kind of be that way because really it's the essence of it all. But is capitalism horrible? No, not if I'm actually selling you something worth it. If you spend a lot of money on tickets, I did a good job selling it to you, but you are getting a good product and service. Not just from my company. Even when I did telemarketing and for the Fox Theater, I want to say one thing, I shouldn't say names, but I love the Fox, so this is good. One time I worked for a little company, I did sales for the Fox Theater. I was lucky to do that. And it was great. And I wasn't ripping people off. They were paying great money for the tickets, and people were getting paid. But they were told a great story, and they did get good tickets. They did. It's not like they didn't get them. And they were in sometimes mezzanine and other, the boxes, and it was great. So anyway, nothing wrong with good sales. I mean, that's the essence of being free, right? So why am I talking about this and kind of going back and forth? It all still goes to the hosting ethics. It goes to where am I going to be? Or, once again, what if my career does change? And now there's nobody standing here going, Tim, we're going to hire you to be an announcer somewhere. I know that. I'm not delusional. No one is lining up to call me to be a part of any show. But what if I do succeed at it, right? What if I really keep going and the right person comes along and says, you know what? I'll give you a shot. And what if that's because, I did lose a foot and a half of intestine. I'm doing great. I'm doing great not having auras, but I'm having to slow down. I'm almost 50. I'm not way up there. So, I know I'm not, I don't know, I hope I'm making somebody laugh. But the main thing is to say is that, what if I do become a host beyond my own business, because pretty soon here I plan on succeeding. This group effort that's happening, if we wind up moving forward beyond what's happening, which I, once again, really hope so, then the way is paved. AR is here. I have the beginning of a new team that understands the principles and has a heart that is in alignment without being what I want. I'm starting to have this camaraderie with a musical sense at the root, which is very, very important. And in order for music to be successful, ever since college over 25 years ago, I have always been dead set on the fact that a band can't make it by themselves alone ever, especially after downloading in the internet. I love the fact that it's here. I actually love the fact that record business is broken. I do. That ruins me, so it sounds almost immediately ridiculously stupid that I would actually say that. But I love it because as an artist, I love the fact that the world of taking advantage of a musician and paying them 1.5 to 3% if they're lucky is gone, because recordings can't be held over someone's head like a dangling stake that you can't ever reach. And that's what the recording business has been, unless you're on top getting paid. And the rest of the time, people stayed on top years ago because, yes, even though these bands were great, I'm not taking away from a single artist. I think every single artist on top of the world deserves the credit they deserve. I think they earned it. Still, that being said, it's very fair to say we have an industry, a record industry before the internet, that made sure up-and-coming artists stayed bankrupt and bankrolled so they could write off their bigger artists. And I'll never forget, without saying too much, watching it happen firsthand, I'll never forget my heart, how hard and heavy that weighed, watching that to a band. And then I had to shut up and let it happen. I had to sit there behind a door and watch it and listen to it. And they were arguing about me. And the artist was concerned that my brain was being poisoned by management. And that's how much I cared about that band. And they knew it. They knew it. And I did everything I could. And some of the things, I was so confused because it is the business. And I'm not going to take advantage of those who are paying me all at the same time because they're not there to do me wrong. The politics of the business have nothing to do with me. It's really none of my business. But it kind of is if I'm in the middle of it. So it's not on me to fix it and be a superhero. And that's where all this comes about. If I walk away, then all I do is give someone else the chance to take advantage of the same situation and be a threat to the economy and security by being negligent to the industry itself because I walked away and now the position is void. It gives a whole new meaning to being dedicated to something and what it means for it to be important. Beyond heroism, self-indulgence, beyond valor and grandeur. Actually walking down the rabbit hole, actually really addressing the limits. It's easy to sit and think about. It's like being on the sidelines watching a game. But really getting out there and passing the ball, it is beyond fathomable. It really, really is. And it shuts me down. It literally sits me back. And how many times have I been wrong? So many. So many. It's the other reason why all these years have been important. I mean, I did succeed. Like I said in the earlier videos, the contempt isn't there. It's not going to be there. Even if certain people come back. That point in time is gone. So the illusion that we're spinning in a flat earth circle, that's the best part of it all. We're spiraling forward. So what does that insanity all mean that I'm wiggling my fingers about to anybody who maybe don't get it? It means that no matter what, we will never be at the point in time that the trajectory was made for the contempt to happen, for the reasoning behind this whole event to take place to make sure that analytics and psychology and global communication come to some type of common ground and standard without stifling who people are. It is, I believe, the most, in a sense, unachievable, necessary attempt of achievement that exists. And I say it that way because it's like playing a solo. You can only get so good at it, and you just hope you nail it every time. But is it ever truly perfect? it is because of its imperfection, yeah. But is it ever truly perfect? Ask the artist who's playing it, no. And I love to compare everything to artists because when it really comes down to it, our entire world is reflected through artistry. And when it comes to hosting ethics, world topics, economics, mental health, personal health, well-living, it's all intertwined with art. And art is intertwined with media and news. It will always be that way. It always should be that way. And advertising is always going to be there to pay the bills. Otherwise, it's all free and it just sucks. At some point, it has to be good. At some point, it has to be worth working for. It has to be worth someone saying, I'll buy that. Not for a method of control, so someone can say, I'll buy that because I want it. Not because it can be given away to someone that I think should have it. No, I hope you buy it, not because I made sure I cornered the market and I'm the only person to sell you a CD. I want to make sure that you want to buy it. I love the fact that I can finally move forward with my company from 20 years ago because it's a 21st century company. It always has been. It's always been a dream and a model that I knew would take millions of dollars to do. And once again, I never fathomed technology would ever be affordable enough to just walk out the door and go do it tomorrow with enough gumption and grit. It's unbelievable. That part is part of the reason why it is so important for me to make all these goofy videos, because they're not truly goofy, they're important. But they are kind of goofy. But isn't being genuine being a little goofy? Isn't humanity goofy all in and of itself? I mean, all the best artists kind of say some of the same things. One in particular, life is for those that kind of find it a sick joke. And unfortunately, I can't believe how true that is. Now, this isn't a time to over-joke because this is a very serious time, but in this blog here, I've said so many very, very serious things, so I want to keep this one really as lighthearted as possible and away from the politics as possible, and to make sure it just stays on point with hosting ethics. And of course, for me, it's always going to come into play. I don't think advertising can come without news. I don't think entertainment can come without advertising or news, or vice versa. I don't think any of it can be delivered alone by itself, especially today, in today's world, with what do I want to call it? With personalized advertising. It takes the world of advertising that we've grown to just despise, because it's all the things we don't want to see and hear, and it flips it around. It flips it around to the point where, like I've said in other videos, you're seeing and hearing about things you wish you would have heard about that you never do. And it's interesting because it applies to you. That changes the Richter of the way we do things, and the industry, I think, has always wanted to do this. There's no way I'm a true genius on this. So it's just been a matter of time before the technology has been available and people want it. So here we are in a time where part of the reason why this hosting ethics is important, because disinformation also comes with changing the stock market, what people want. I've said in many videos about the technology that goes hand in hand with that. And that's no wonder why the battery industry takes, and the solar industry takes the hit that it does. So I'm not going to go into supporting one way or another on this blog. The point is that it was the argument over the technology over 20 years ago that I'll never forget personally engaging with. So as a salesperson, I'll just never forget being in that position, and constantly the thought in my head the whole time was, why are the people not aware? And why is it made aware to people who don't care about it? And the only answer to that in my brain, my little pea brain, my little dummy, stupid brain, is that
Well, it must be because the people who are telling me this stuff, they're telling me because they think I'm like those other people who don't give a care. And they think that I'll never influence the government to do anything right. So maybe if they tell me, they can go back to the government and say, we told the people and they don't want it. Or they just don't understand it because we told all the wrong people. I mean, isn't that really the essence of hacking, lobbying? In my mind, it is. And so that comes down to hosting, because when these hosts who have gone under, and I'm so glad to be a part of attacking dangerous analytics, because a lot of the hosts that went down, well, hey, they stepped in their own poo-poo big time. And if it's because of my words, well, I have the right to be in fear of my life over disinformation and knowing that what is happening in the world is going to affect my family. That's not a scapegoat for me to get out of my own answering to things. It's not passing the buck. I really do care about the kids. Because I think about them as customers. People of all ages are customers. People buy things. I want them to be safe buying things. I bought into platforms and digital stuff, like I said in many videos. I want them safe using it. I don't want to be accused of somebody having a problem. Because I care. I don't want to be in the position. I want to give my customer what I would buy. I'm selling myself in the mirror. If you're my customer, I'm selling you because I'm sold myself on what I'm selling. That's why I'm happy to share it with you, like a good salesman. I don't have to sell you on anything. All I got to do is just share it with you, and it'll sell itself, and you'll buy it. You'll be happy, and you'll love me for it, because I didn't try to sell you anything. I just shared something with you, and you bought it. Now, as a good salesperson, I knew you wanted to buy it anyway, and you knew you wanted to buy it anyway because you came to buy it in the first place. So, like they say, we can cut all the BS in the old school days. Hope some people get a kick out of that. So hosting ethics, right? That's why I want to keep it a little lighthearted. I'm not forgetting what's going on. So I think it's important in the blogs. I'm going to stop saying so. Stop saying. Can't plagiarize songs. Gotta stop saying so. So. Next time you watch the news, anybody, look at how many times someone says so. When it comes to hosting ethics, I'm absolutely glad, and I feel wonderful at the fact that I did stick to a code of ethics. This has been the greatest thing, the greatest achievement in a sense, what is healing. Because to me, not knowing the real truth and trying to understand what is happening, it is a form of illness in and of itself, because there's no way, I don't know about you, but I can't feel well if I don't understand fully what is happening and I'm affected by something. It's impossible for me to feel whole, to feel well, and although I can make myself go to work and achieve things, I don't believe anybody, or at least me, I can't really deliver that heart and quality if I can't deliver the heart and quality. I could turn the screws, cross the I's and dot the T's. Cross the T's and dot the I's. Beta, all the beta in the world. Alpha, sure, I can just tell myself, yeah, I got this, Theta, I could turn it off and go, quit dreaming. But Gamma, am I really going to achieve real, true intellect and achievement in Gamma if I can't be whole in those areas? I mean, maybe that's what they mean in the world when they talk about chakras aligning and stuff.
I feel it's all synonymous because I believe everything is synonymous to science and reverberation, cycles. It's all about movement in cycles, and everything, in my opinion, is based off of that completely. So if you understand, if one understands sinus, the basic principles of sinus, the waves, the true analog frequency wavelengths that we all live and vibrate within, then I truly believe anybody can understand anything, because it's just a matter of the vibe it's putting off. And what do we understand? We are all beings that accept radiation. What is light, sound, touch? What is sense? It's all a form of experiencing radiation. Not all radiation is bad. I'm radiating my voice. Luckily, some of you can tolerate my radiation. So, thank you for that, by the way. I love you so much for it. I hope all of this plays a positive role in, as well, the data mapping and data collection as to why I feel this blog is important about hosting ethics, why I'm taking the time to do it. You know, I was planning on being on a show, and my health is really, really caught up to a point to where if I just get overwhelmed, I just cannot keep up. I can't. And I just keep getting overwhelmed. So I really, really, truly thought I would be fine. I put things in place months ahead of time, and I did not expect changes at the last minute. I really, really did not. And do I know to test things? Yeah, but I did test it. I did have the backup plan, but I really thought Facebook I was going to be able to charge and do shows. I didn't think they were just going to cut them all off. So, like I said, I don't think I just got cut off. I think they stopped charging for shows. Otherwise, I got in trouble, and I have no idea. I don't know what for. Because I don't see why. Like, once again, I've said in many videos, why would Facebook be mad at me when I've fought tooth and nail for Facebook? That doesn't make any sense. But anyway, I don't think so. Yeah, right. So at least, of course, in a way, it's kind of good, I think, because I can just advertise, on Facebook and the other platforms, and then I can use Wix, who I pay my account with anyway, who I have my website hosted with. I mean, otherwise, if I could have paid Facebook in the very beginning to host a website, I would have. At least, like with what I intended to have, the www.tgxproductions.com. So no mistake, I'm not, or I'm very happy, by the way. I'm very happy with Wix. I was happy with GoDaddy before. I just wound up switching to Wix. So anyway, unfortunately, though, there's some things on the Wix engine that it definitely doesn't offer the same way Facebook did. I got to give it to Facebook when I was able to go live. Aside from the problems of the whole digital war mess and just not having the right team in place and budget in place, and I really, really tried my best. It should have been better. I shouldn't say I let. Things did get the best of me. I'm trying to burden the guilt, because I don't like saying I couldn't do it and all this stuff. But it did. It all overwhelmed me, and I knew that it would, in a sense, but I thought that I had enough in place, and so at times I did. But anyway, enough of the whining. Where was I going with that? What has to do with the shows. So, I guess I'm done. I'm toast for this evening. Anyway, the code of ethics for the hosting. Hosting ethics. I'm just really trying to make sure that I stay on top of the hosting ethics, because no matter what, no matter how good or how bad, no matter what seems what, if I'm going to stay successful, I still am. I mean, I'm not like bankrolling here and just doing amazingly well, but I'm doing better, a little better each day, and a lot of people are really, really doing their best to try to give me a chance. A whole lot. It's incredible, and that part I know has always been there. It's just a matter of me being able to deliver that. So once again, it's why all these blogs are important. This ethics of, the hosting ethics. Excuse me. By the way, it's water. Sorry, I burped. I'm so sorry I burped. Please excuse me. I'm so sorry. Well, I guess I want to bid everybody a good evening. And hopefully this blog has some good weight. I definitely feel that I feel it's good. Anyway, have a great evening, everybody. Love you all. Talk to you soon. Incomplete footprints, GMGM. Now, I have a really, really good story right now that I want to share because I'm very happy with the stories that I'm seeing. So, KMOV, CBS Mornings, perfect. Obviously, it's not directly at me, so there's no nepotism and favoritism. They were talking about people getting arrested for legitimately renting cars at Hertz. And as I'm watching these stories, and as I am debunking and decoding what I am seeing for what I'm looking for security, I'm seeing a pattern that is directly related to exactly what I'm fighting so hard for security. Now, this is where the news is finally going to get better for me, not the news media. They're doing great. My world, my story, my news. Now, in conjunction with this Hertz rental car situation, the exact point, case in point, here's what is happening in society that I am getting the ROIs on. And that is, number one, the fallacy of reinstituting ideologically, not ideologically, ideologically, the parallels of the gold standard into tech. This is why I do not use private search engines. It's why I very rarely use VPNs unless it's with a paid service like with Norton or security companies. And it's why I do not use DuckDuckGo. Now, I like DuckDuckGo as far as the intention, but in reality, it's not to attack this product, so I respect everybody that works there. So this is what's hard for me, but this has to do with tech. So whether it's really DuckDuckGo or not, maybe they're probably more or less in the middle of it and trying to address it. But the real issue is, just like with the gold standard with money, either our money is online, it's mapped and tracked and protected, or it's like gold and it can be stolen and heisted, and anybody can make a farce or a lie out of anybody's life to legally take it away from them because the public really doesn't know what's going on and people can be manipulated. Same deal with the tech. These people getting arrested, look into their footprints. Look at what they have. Really, really look at it. Somewhere, there are footprints that are not matching. They're not solidified. They're not robust enough. I know because I had to fight very, very hard to get over 60% of my footprint to actually be legitimately tied to me before another source. I know that by the way the information works, how it's reflected, and how the technology works. So I don't need to have pervious information. I don't need to break into networks or get into people. Not only do I not know how to do that anyway, I don't teach myself to do that for that very reason, so I can never be arrested for it or accused of it. Those who have accused me of it, they failed tremendously because all of my tech ability is for positive things and not criminality. So luckily that works in my favor. So on this next level, this is where law enforcement needs people in the techs to help them. This is where their hands are tied. And these stories about Hertz, people getting arrested for renting vehicles that are legitimate, it's just going to keep happening more and more unless we keep moving forward the way that we are. Who do I mean by we? Those who are on the same page with me here on the security, who are doing a great, excellent job with it. So it's not about allowing my whole personal life out to the world, even though I'm doing this for security. That's why I'm doing it, so no one else really has to do that. It's not to be a messiah. It's so that once I see the cauterization of the vulnerability, then I know it's safe for me to move forward, and it's safer for me to conduct business and put in new practices that work better, that I'm going to be able to have a better life on once again. And if it only works for me, then it's not legal. It's got to work for everybody, so I can be able to be profitable and be a capitalist because the guardrails are in place and I can't hurt anybody doing so, whether I realize it or not. That's the whole point. Same deal. And so when it comes to our information and our footprints, if they're not solidified enough, if our information is not bought and traded and sold, it's not valuable. If it's not bought and traded and sold, it's not being protected by anyone. I'm okay with the hospital, with the government, with my favorite store, my favorite companies, Amazon, having my personal information so they can protect it all, so that way I can get my services, my purchases, I can have police and fire and utilities and go to the hospital and not be logged or tracked or misbilled as somebody else because my information is all in disarray. Same deal. And when it comes to national security, part of the reason to implode the American dollar is by making it, again, closer to a gold standard than digitized. So it has to be digitized, otherwise it will implode. So this fantasy that America, both digitally and on a currency level, can somehow follow the ideology of the gold standard, as great as it seems on a personal level, it's not freedom, it's destruction of the system. So once again, let's go back to the short-term gains of oil for our footprints. Let's go back to what people like Jim Jordan are being put in place for, to take out people like me. Because with those short-term gains in the contempt of court of the U.S., that's the end of the dollar, because it's going to run out. That's the end of flat earth. Boom. There was no inflation to take care of it. All the rates were dropping, and the Trump administration, their constituents they were supporting, they had them convinced we were going to do a quick flip, return, and then reinvest into the infrastructure. My opposition thinks I ruined that. Now, of course, once again, that was going to put us in contempt of court, and the dollar would be gone right now, because 95% of the world has a Silk Road and cryptocurrencies that are designed to take out the World Bank, and BRICS was going to smash the dollar. So there's a little bit of hope left. Now, the whole point of me protecting the dollar is bigger than me protecting my own bank and my own friends and family in America. It really, really is, because I'm not slipping into nationalism secretly. There's not a dual agenda here going on. I'm still a humanitarian capitalist. I still am grateful for the government caring about the Palestinian people right now, making sure that they get out, because this is a terrorist organization that is a nationalist group within their government. So had January 6th succeeded in America, the nationalists in America, all the bunking yahoos that don't care about anybody else but themselves, would be running the world and would be giving concessions to people like Putin and halfway across the world, because they want to make quick monetary gains, and they'll do that in the name of their religion and their leadership. And then, of course, that is truly the end of America, because that puts America in full contempt of our own laws and everything else. And that means that the world banking system can simply not invest in the credibility of America anymore. And once again, this is something I've been working on, and I talk about it over and over again, because as many friends and family think I'm ridiculous, this is exactly what Grandpa and I and others have been working on. Because as I was a MAGA maniac before MAGA was around, it took my grandfathers constantly, not my parents' generation, I love you parents, but you guys are sheltered, the baby boomers. A lot of it's not your fault from that. If I sound arrogant, it's because I had to figure that out the hard way. And by the way most baby boomers talk to me, I hear the sheltering in what they say. They're so disconnected. Very few have that. I'm not being rude. I love you guys. And that's not your fault. That's part of the conspiracy. And now I know why it was so important for my grandfathers to work with me on it, because not only was I taking this stance in school and journalism and everything else to be a better writer, to learn about the world, but this is now that they're gone, this is the threat we sat at the kitchen table and talked about every day. That's why I'm here on Facebook. That's why I'm talking to you, friends and family, because we're not getting together. And when we do, we don't talk about anything important. We eat, and then we go home, and that's it. And everybody avoids what is actually truly important. Or it becomes a religious conversation in someone else's family. And the point is, I love the fact that people have the freedom of religion. So this gets to be very, very difficult, because I always have to bend back into all these terms. So I'm really glad someone's here watching, because I really care about these humanitarian efforts. So while it seems like I'll be light because I'm on Facebook. While it seems like I'm only in support of Israel, remember, I went straight to Bibi and I was very, very forward. And Israel thought I was against Israel at first. And that was a part of debunking the conspiracy. So at least now, what has been labeled against Israel as a racist threat, that is already coming out in the public as a very different approach. And that's why it was so important for this whole world contempt thing. I had to expose that because I'm trying to protect my life and my company. So it always goes back to what's happening in the world. Because if I support what is wrong in the world, I will support what is incorrect in my company, or I will bury my head in the sand, just try to get paid. And the reality of the situation is I will be assisting in the destruction of the dollar to pay my bills. A lot of people are doing that. So going back to the gold standard, ideologically with the dollar, and trying to do it digitally where all of us can hide behind anonymity to protect our personalities. We're not protecting ourselves. We're acting criminal by doing that. It's like walking around with sunglasses and a hoodie on all the time, everywhere, and freaking everybody out because nobody knows who you are. And that's what's been happening. Anonymity is great on some levels. The ability to have fake accounts so people can get certain words out absolutely needs to be here. But in order to get certain things achieved, there has to be a footprint. When I go and rent a vehicle, I don't want to get potentially arrested because somebody doesn't like me. They put something out there and then the police are going to go off of it because the police don't have the ability to validate footprints. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm so glad CBS put out that story this morning. So once again, CBS isn't catering to me at all, never has. I'm using the tools necessary because in order to get over my fears, I have to have the system work. And in order to get over the criminals and the competitive nature of a capitalist society fighting against me, I have to make sure they cannot cloak themselves as criminals because that's what happens. They come in, they shut down your hard drives. Half your files turn into raw files. They become corruptible. Now, there are different patterns to the corruptions. So on some people I know that are getting hacked out there, there are patterns to the corruptions, and we're going to know who did what by the way it was patterned. And then of course, we're going to have a list of potential. We're going to have a nice little stack to Venn diagram off of and figure that out. That's going to be self-explanatory. And that's why these footprints are so important. Now, why am I here? Why am I still on Facebook? Why is it working? Because what I'm fighting for is going so good. The companies in the government is putting in place what I need, and they're not giving me favoritism. I'm not paying them. It's not gangster. It's legal. That's the difference. Did I set back the American security for a split second? According to the BS plan they had, yeah, but no. We're by far safer now because even though it's harder to attack around, we don't need to. Believe it or not. There's a chance here because right now, the world is realizing that not one culture can lie over another. The technology is in place. So let's sum up the rest of the old world while you're here watching, because this is the most important to me and what I'm trying to put to bed so I can move forward. Now, I achieved what I wanted to achieve, like I said, with the contempt of court issue. So all that means now is the whole world cannot panic and label and discredit the Jews for being completely racist to the Palestinians. So that way, the rapture cannot be used as a playbook for real-world exercises to gain control of money. That's what it really, really comes down to. So that step, of course, that momentum is there. Everything is won. I'm going to move forward. And now that this contempt can't happen, the rest needs to fit into play. So now where we're at is that's why I'm being a little political. So as it seems like activism, my fear now is what the Republicans are going to do. And they're doing exactly what I set them up to do. Now, luckily, when it comes to the law and what is real, there are only so many possibilities and variables. There are only so many windows of opportunity. So I don't have to be criminal or shift anything around. I can really just be forthcoming, and I can allow the House and the caucus to funnel itself because they have to follow rules. Otherwise, they will be found in contempt of court, just like old DJT. So now, will this base, because it's the Republican base, and it's not really the politicians so much as it's their constituency. So, for example, take Hamas. There's the perfect example of a nationalist movement that has infiltrated their government for so long. So imagine if January 6th would have won. It would have been the racist whites that eventually would have taken back over America, and we would be going to war, and they would be using Christianity to front it, which is a stain to all people who actually truly believe in God and Jesus Christ. So now that was stopped legally. And so America cannot be like Hamas. That means that Trump cannot follow suit like all the dictators. And as America doesn't know what's happening, as of right now, we didn't fall to that and the dollar didn't implode because it was going to take the short-term gains of the oil once again to pay for everything. And not only would the stock market have flourished, like Trump and them who have their money in oil, without even realizing it, there's no way without inflation coming up to sustain it, and it would have meant trickle down, and of course, the war. I keep funning back over and over and over to that. So I'm trying to move this forward with the words too. Bear with me. It's hard to come up with language that's real and on the fly because I'm not devising some crazy speech, and it is heartfelt. So now I come back to our footprints. I come back to why I'm fighting for the digital dollar. This is not the end of the free world. This is the biggest push to be freer than ever. So with our footprints out there being sold and traded as data, that means like right now, I am buying into everything. I'm accepting into most everything, unless it's a blatant, vulnerability, then I will not hit accept. But I'm letting the cookies, the platforms, the trading, I'm letting it solidify my footprint. I've bought into several areas that as it has expanded my footprint, all that means is buying into Norton, Bitdefender, AVG, CCleaner. Do it for yourself. Buy into as many security platforms as you can without overlapping them incorrectly. Don't overdo it. Don't manipulate it. Be honest about it. Let the system build your footprint for you. And if you pay for it, the government can't control you with it, so there's no conspiracy. That's why but the government is supposed to work with these companies because in all free nations, remember, it's independent people like myself and others who start companies, and then we wind up developing the tech better than the government can because we're the real professionals doing it. So like the people who have succeeded in places I dream of, they blow me away at it. They succeeded at it. And the government should be hiring them like Boeing and other places and other agencies and companies because they are the best at what they do. We're the free world and they have an agreement for the people and for the government, right? Simply put. So when it comes to our digital dollar, in order to secure that, I have to secure my footprint. Because if I use the gold standard, that means that I can be hijacked, I can be criminalized, I can be victimized, I can be terrorized, and my milk money can be taken away from me and I'll never see it again. And if I know who has it, all they have to do is come back and beat me up a few times here and there because there's no way I can beat up these bullies and they can just keep my milk money whenever they want. And so that's why I'm talking about these Republicans, because it's not really activism. In the end, they're going to figure it out too, because I'm not really at war with Republicans. The whole point is they're actually doing a lot of incredible things, as it seems ridiculous, but I'm going to keep certain things under wraps so it works. Of course, the Democrats are doing everything I need, but at least some of the radical Democrats who are mishandling the spending, they always have been, that's going to get disclosed because Jim Jordan is going to help disclose that if they actually put him in. I'm surprised we didn't get it done with McCarthy. But either way, they can flip against me all they want. It's still going to work in my favor. So when it comes to this footprint ideology, when it comes to these cars being stolen, people getting arrested for renting cars, and this gold standard, and using tools like privatization of our searches, privatization, cloaking footprints, is really only for people who need to have an account, who are oppressed, who need to get words out about things that can't be known. That's it. As far as kids, if a child has to protect their identity like that, they're not using the internet correctly, period. And that's where AI can filter out children, and that needs to get further down the road. And the only way to do that is to change the way we're monitored. So in tradition, it violates our rights. Today, it protects our rights. And if you're not protected, if I'm not protected, then I'm moving forward into getting ripped off no matter what I do, same as yourselves. And the rest are hiding within their jobs, and their jobs are going away. And the reason why they're going away is because technology is changing. Companies are getting more independent. People are getting more independent. Now, I fought for the union to have a $5 to $10 an hour medium raise, so that way there can be a coexistence between labor unions and entrepreneurs. That way, the economy can be protected with some type of smooth pace with the union income on the economy, so I have potential buyers into my business, and then I don't have to be over the top. I can find a decent median that gives back to the economy and makes me a profit, because I already know that there is an economical prosperity that's already happening through stability. And that's that give and take, and that has to be there. It can't just be entrepreneurs or just union. It all has to be there. And so the politics overseas, what's happening in Washington, what's happening with the war, the terrorism, all that stuff, that absolutely, of course, affects everything we're trying to do, because the mindset of the public and what people desire changes what I can or cannot make a profit on. It changes every marketing strategy, every advertising capability, and it changes the intent behind the delivery of the product and service. So if the safeguards and guardrails go away, then that means I have no other choice but to hurt people and be negligent to make a profit. Otherwise, I have to shut down and go to work for someone else willing to do it, or pretending they don't see it happening. And they're forced to do it too. So it's not like there's a bunch of other bad people out there and I'm a good person. Nothing to do with that at all. When I blame people, I only see hatred. When I blame the system, I only find errors to fix. So this is the other reason why Russia has always been so important. Because remember, as Putin and them were being nice to me, the whole goal was for Starlink not to infiltrate Russia. It was to take an enemy of the free world, or as I'm raised to believe, even though there's a lot of Russians who believe in the free world as well, right? To have communication so we can concentrate on industry over conspiracy. The only way to end the Cold War is with the internet, and that's where we are now. The question is, will it maintain itself and get known further? Or are certain politicians going to get into Washington and try to reinstitute the gold standard further, thinking it's going to protect us from terrorism, when the reality of it is it's going to usher us into it even more? And no short-term gain is going to fix the dollar and keep it. Bombs and guns and bullets are not mightier than the keyboard and the pen, and they never have been. Physical conflict always comes after the economic and legal strife that is always derived from the insanity of an unaware public being manipulated by information they don't understand. And that will always be Cold War. So my opposition has to rely on hiding. If I'm open with a footprint, my opposition has to be criminal to come at me. They have to have a fake account. They have to use private searching. They have to be able to break into networks and get away with it, which means people renting cars at Hertz, you're subjected to getting arrested over what a criminal can do, over the ability to come at people like me. So certain people can hide behind accounts, like the ones who are calling me on the phone and breathing. You know who I am. I recognize your breath. Don't think I'm not an audio engineer. My ears might be shot, but I'm not stupid. So I know who you are breathing on the phone. And it's not going to be a Russian hacker or a terrorist. It's the 6 degrees of separation. You're right down the street, sitting on your computer, mad at me because you can't make money off of me anymore to pay your bills while I suffer. Now, I fixed the law. Cannabis is legal. Having a footprint is more important than living in anonymity to support terrorism. So I'm winning more and more and more and more every day. I don't need to go to a drug dealer for anything for my health ever again. I don't need to worry about the government coming after me ever again because of who I am. I don't need to worry about being labeled mentally ill because of who I am as a person. I am winning, winning, winning. So the only people against me now here in America are people that know me and friends alike them because they want the gold standard, because they want to make illegal cash. They want to drain the local economy over drug money and cash. They want free guns and bullets. They want discrimination so cops can come and take away guns from people that aren't like them, and they can walk around with them because they know the police are going to go, oh, you're a good guy. You can have bullets and a gun. We'll just go after these other people who aren't supposed to have them because of who they are. That is what's causing terrorism to flourish. That's what's destroying my company. That's what's keeping me in fear. That's what's making everyone else live in fear. And that's why the hospitals, the gas companies, people who rent cars from Hertz, that's why you're getting arrested. That's why things are happening. Because the criminal is being protected. That's what Grandpa and I talked about many times over. The criminal is being protected. And I am not going to join the criminals. I'm not going to join that mentality. And I'm definitely not going to pretend I don't know when I'm absolutely terrorized by these facts personally. And I've stayed ahead of the game. So I'm using that terrorism word because it's not overblown, out of proportion activism. When I think people are going to hurt me, that's terrorism. When I'm crying nonstop because I'm constantly being sent messages that terrorize my brain to the core, and I see it happening to other people, and those who are in charge think it's a joke, they think we're just a bunch of little pansies. No, we're being bullied by an ideology, and there's nobody to point the finger at because they're hiding behind a curtain. Remember, they called me the Russian bot. My friend Randall, if you're still out there, one name I'll throw out there. Remember, it was you, Randall. Thank you. You helped me stop terrorism. Had you not called me the Russian bot, I would have never stopped Trump. That's the day when I finally realized if the public is going to come back at me like this, then that means whoever said it about me, whether it was a criminal, a terrorist, or somebody in the government, or somebody in industry who knows somebody in government to put it out there, just like how the police are falsely arresting people. Look how many times they almost falsely arrested me and killed me. And killed me. They sent me those messages. But this is why I support the government, because together, we're going to solve these problems. And together, as a citizen, I can give you what you need. I know how to do it without breaking the law and breaking the court, which is why I'm still here. I'm very good at it. I spent 20 years studying this because I'm afraid of getting arrested, of being a producer not knowing what I'm doing. I'm afraid of supporting terrorism in terror videos, being hired to do things when I'm just producing and walking away, and I'm producing bits and pieces of things that later on I went, oh my God, I helped that. And I wouldn't have known it at the time. That's very important in my career. And in no way, shape, or form am I just going to join one side over the other because it's a quick gain. So for those of you out there who see me in support of Israel and Bibi, remember, there was no support for LGBTQIA before I reached out to him. Right or wrong, the ability to attack Palestine is not done under racist intentions. And those who are racist in Israel, the rest of the world has called them out. And Bibi has recognized that. So what has been systemically hateful and what was originally going to be the rapture and tricking everybody into thinking it's the hand of God when it was Israel taking back Gaza. This was been in plan for so long. And to use Donald Trump to fool Americans into believing in this war, and then tricking Trump into thinking we're going to have a short-term oil gain that we can fund our infrastructure, there would have been no time to recover. No time. Thank you, President Biden. You knew what I meant by the timing all along. So you have to succeed for me to succeed. If I fail, the American model is failing. If I fail, beyond my own health problems, if I fail, the other half of it, if it fails, because half of my failure is my fault. Me not handling my health enough to deal with it. The other half is absolute tyranny and terrorism on the economy and people beyond what I've experienced myself. So I can't expect the government or people or God to fix my problems. God gave me free will and a brain. I'm fixing my problems, come hell or high water, myself. First and foremost, if I have to change government, if I have to change the way people think, so be it. Because that's why in here, it's not activism. I'm using activism principles, but it's security. Because this isn't about who gets voted in. To try to make things a little better, with all due respect. There's a timing that's happening. And if I fall short of delivering this timing, the collective will fall short. The public will fall short because I'm putting out voices I don't hear anywhere. And the other voices that are matching mine, there are millions and millions of people, along with many groups out there who are steadily over and over and over again putting out the things I'm talking about, but they are silenced because they're part of a group or they're in a position to where the nucleus of the world will corral them into only a certain trajectory of exposure to begin with, because it's activism. I'm enabling those groups to be heard because I'm fighting terrorism. That's why I share so much of others. That's why when you look at my page, I'm sharing all these other songs and stories of people. I'm not building my life off of them. These are the people doing the work, and I'm sharing the like-mindedness in the work. So it's not only pushing the narrative I'm trying to do, I'm not creating my narrative out of thin air. I'm building off of real-world principles because I'm sharing their stories. I don't need to recreate their stories. Tim Howard can't save the world, but I can sure share what is influencing me to not only expose the hidden algorithms within the criminality of hiding our footprints to trick us all into destroying ourselves. I need to make sure that I'm delivering the right timing. So the Venn diagram's complete. And for the groups out there who are saying, Tim, I've been saying it all along. Yes, you have, and thank you. That's what I'm doing. Because it's not that you're not saying the right message, it's the timing of it. And it's not your fault, those of you out there that are doing it. You're working so hard that you're already side-railed into a certain ability to expose yourself. That's what the rest of the world is supposed to do. I mean, we have an opposite charge of particle in the air, so when we breathe out of our mouths, that's two different polarizations of energy coming together and colliding, and it phases out our breath so we don't get other people sick after so much distance. That's why there's 6 feet of distance. It's funny how electricity, no, it's not funny. It's amazing how electricity is a part of everything. Magnetism, it's why I used a magnet in the last video. It's not insanity. There's so much synonymous alignment to everything I'm talking about. And I'm keeping it in layman terms because not only have I not sought out better verbatim to explain what I'm explaining, I don't want to explain it any more difficult. I don't want to be more difficult. Everything needs to be in a language everybody can understand. So here I am today. Things are going very well in a lot of areas. And of course, the new challenges are remaining. So I'm also kind of diffusing things as I'm going. And we'll see what happens, like with, Republicans and all that. But the main thing is that they pick up on it. And there's a lot of purple happening everywhere. Also a lot of green. That was the other side of the purple. So no matter what, the reflections are there, and if they decide not to wear purple ties, I'm still going to get the message. Everybody's still going to get it. Because when it really comes down to it, it's not about how people look, how they sound, what's really happening. The real point of it is, are we truly understanding each other here? Because if we do not, then we are making political decisions over money and survival, and we are inevitably sending ourselves to our own destruction for short, quick-term gains, which is normally human nature. It's human nature to deal with the immediate environment, not the existential. Same goes for money. Period. Look at the habits of people spending. You can disagree with me all you want. It's blatantly right there. So, oh, my big so. My final push here is to make sure that those who do know me, those who are criminal and hiding within the infrastructure of America especially, I'm changing the world so much to make it so difficult for criminals and make it so easy for law enforcement to catch it that as they keep moving forward, these friends of mine, who should be, I think they still are, if they're not, if you really are my enemy, then either way, I'm not going backwards and going against myself ever again, because people are telling me to do that, and that's how I'm supposed to be successful, when in reality I'm destroying myself to give someone privilege, and then I have to pay these people to live, and they act like they're my friends. That's what it comes down to? No, that's supporting the cartels. I finally figured it out. I couldn't believe it. So I'm not little government agent, little patsy. I'm changing the flow of our money because just like with the dispensaries being legal, I would rather my money go to paying for school lunches than paying for some schmuck to live a life, not paying taxes, which means the taxes of my hard-earned money on top of me paying 3 or 4 or 5 times over for the commodity that I'm now getting much cheaper at the store is inevitably destroying the economy and national security just so these people can live comfortable. And then what do? They create fake accounts. They use anonymity on the internet. And then people like me think it's Russia when it's people right here. And then the nationalists in these other countries like Russia and Iran and Hamas, they exploit that even further. And they intercept Americans and other free people around the world, all of our social media and everything. They absorb it because these criminals in America are fighting for this so-called freedom, and they're tying the hands of law enforcement. And the innocent people, especially the kids, are paying the price. Because what I experienced in DMs up until now it's fixed. Early on, remember, it was with Lady Gaga. I originally reached out as a fan to see how it all worked. And there was so much, even between her own team and her, on top of everybody else. Now everybody's got it figured out, it's mapped. So it's working excellent. But up until then, it was absolutely disgusting what I was experiencing. And if I were a kid, I could have been taken advantage of multiple times over, or even worse. An unknowing adult who actually has the right to give up my credit card and bank account. I despise it because that means that's going to happen to my customers. It can happen to me. It can happen to my family. So it's my job to secure that, because if that can happen using this technology, then that means I'm investing in it as a company owner, and I'm doing it to the public as I'm instructed to do, following the instructions of what is being produced. And the people are doing this at these companies not because they're evil, because they're doing their job, and not everybody does the same job everywhere. It's departmentalized, and we come back to, that's what Grandpa and I always talked about. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. Well, this is it. That's it right there. It's that lack of communication. Anonymity on the internet is only needed for 2 reasons. 2 reasons. Number 1, anonymity. Fake accounts are only there for oppressed people to be able to get out a message so that way they may be liberated or saved because they are really oppressed from terrorism, some form or another. That's the only reason for a fake account. At best, to be able to search the web yourself and see the world without anybody knowing you're there. But that is the trick. So in order to have the ability beyond someone trying to be getting out something that's criminal, and that's the other side of it, is we need to be able to surf in anonymity only to protect people who may be potentially in a criminal situation, so the contrast isn't there that, there's a fake account, there's an oppressed person, and whoever's oppressing them goes after them before they can be discovered. So if we're going to search the web anonymously, it should be to just gather perspective, not to make purchases, not to do things with commerce hiding. When you go rent a car, you don't walk into a car rental place hiding yourself. I take off my hood and my sunglasses when I walk into a bank and my hat. Same thing with renting a car. I don't walk in there without an ID and go, I want a car, and throw cash on the table and think they're going to give it to me. I walk in there, I give an ID, I say who I am, I back who I am, I give proof. Am I giving up my rights? Oh yeah, they know everything about me. But are they going to hurt me? No, they're going to protect my information because they want me to rent a car. I'm not giving my information to the guy standing out in the curb going, yeah, man, this is who I am. Make sure Hertz is good. Yeah, I got you, bro. Give me $20. See what I mean, people? That's the gold standard. That's why the stock market crashed and we lost our money and people were able to mass exodus withdrawals. The gold standard. Terrorists need Americans to believe in the gold standard to destroy the dollar in the 21st century. What they are afraid of is a digital dollar that carries copyright, patent, metadata, and liquidity on pass-through. To a lot of lawyers who hate what I'm saying, too bad. You've all made enough money off of people who don't know what they're doing. Time for you to get a new career and stop stifling our growth. We still need lawyers. This isn't going to take away the law firms. At some point, I'm going to make enough money that I'm going to need a lawyer, not because I don't know what I'm doing myself with the law. I don't have time to mess with it, and I don't want to mess with it. I want a lawyer to deal with that. And I'm putting everything in place to make sure my lawyers of the future have what I need. Talk to you soon. So this is going incredibly good as far as the structure. The rest of it, though, is now that those who are calling me, those who are hacking my friends, those who are continuing to do what they're doing, they're banking on people like Jim Jordan to get in and fight me. So Jim Jordan, if you hear this, of course I'm not your enemy. I'm definitely not your constituent. But I want to make sure the constituents that are misleading you, sir, fail. Because all they're going to do is trick you into destroying America in the name of freedom. And if that's activism, so be it. Because I'm fighting terrorism with it. It's not a joke. It's not a game. It's not about just making sure Mr. Biden's in office because I like him, because he talks like my grandfather. It's to make sure this timing happens so I can walk away from politics. I'm not a politician. I'm an upset citizen. I'm a terrorized business owner. And instead of crying and wailing and saying, government, help me, no. I'm an American citizen and I have more power as a citizen with my voice to speak up and have the government stand for me correctly and have companies take my data and build security like you're all doing. Great job. Keep moving forward. And that's why I'm here. So I don't care if it's a Democrat, a Republican, an independent. I don't care who it is in office. I don't care who it is in media. Of course, I'm a fan of everybody I watch, by the way. I really am a fan. It's not that they're achieving the goals. I really, really do appreciate them. I mean, as a fellow announcer, even though I'm a nobody, the ones at the top, I mean, they really are doing a good job. They deserve their positions. They're working very hard, and they are really good at what they do. So, yeah, this petition is so important. Well, I call it a petition, but in reality, no. This is absolutely a huge fight, and I'm so close to the end of it because now I'm down to those who are intertwined with the mobs and the cartels in America, and that goes back to the war on drugs. It always will. So, and this is where the Fed is concerned, and even the states are concerned, everybody, right? Because it's always being able to cheat on liquidity and cash pass-through. It's the Akuro methods, and that is the #1 vulnerability for terrorism. So with the new currency in place, I have a plan that I've been putting forth. So far, Fed, you've been following through, and states have been following through too, because these plans are really already in place by many others. It's just not being articulated in the way that I'm putting it out there. Now it is. Now there's so many entities doing it. So the question is will it succeed? Now I think so, yes. So for the rest of you, make your own decision. But for me, it's about having the digital dollar. So if my money gets stolen, the bank can cancel that money and give me new money And I don't care if a terrorist steals it. They have funny money that isn't worth anything. They didn't steal gold. Number one. Number two, I want to make sure our data is bought and sold and traded so companies invest in the time to protect it. If the hospital is speaking directly to the government, if they're speaking directly to companies and services, then I want my data traded so that way my healthcare, I can log into my portals and get everything that my medical health services can do, along with my doctors getting more access to my information. And if it's bought and sold and traded, then the chances of a hacker getting their hands on it is slim to none because they're already hiring the best hackers on the world to protect it in the first place. Number one. Number two, moat security and single endpoint is not enough. It never will be enough. So for anybody out there who's getting hacked who's a real professional, it's because you're not paying for security. And of course, you're trained to do your own security. That ship has sailed, my friends. That ship is gone. If you're not paying for an army to secure you, if you don't have Norton or Bitdefender, McAfee, something, if you don't have something on your side beyond a company-invented protocol, you don't have enough endpoint to secure you, period. You only have just enough to kind of thumb around a little bit and have some fun. But in reality, you're going to get overwhelmed. There's a point where you just do not have the literal physical capability in a sense of the digital world to just stand up to a wave of opposition. That's why I'm here. I'm paying the correct services. They're intertwined with the government. Traditionally, are they breaking the laws to do it? Yeah, but they're not breaking any laws because they're doing what I'm asking for. No, they're trading all my information. But good, they're monitoring me. Great. But the law is in place. So everything that I was discriminated against over before, that's now changed in law, that can't be used against me with the security companies buying and selling and trading my data. No, they're going to protect Tim Howard. They're going to protect TJX Productions because I'm valuable. And that means they're going to protect you because you're valuable. Paying our cell phone bill every month, paying the internet bill every month. There's a reason for them to trade and protect our data on a base level. So we only need security protocols after a certain level. And that certain level is commerce and interacting with the world. Otherwise, otherwise all you have is paper in your pocket to trade. And now, paper, by the way, has a serial number on it. So even though digitally it can't be canceled, remember, serial numbers, in a sense, can be canceled on dollars because if someone does a crime with cash, well, the serial numbers on that cash are used to track and trace that crime, and then that money gets destroyed. It doesn't get recirculated in certain instances for that reason. Or the serial numbers get relogged and tracked. So there's still a way to do that with cash. There always has been. So what I'm fighting for is not the end of the world and the end of the American economy or the world economy for that matter. It's reinforcing it. And then this brings crypto now to a different level because as the digital dollar moves forward, BRICS also moves forward. And it doesn't disrupt the world banking system and intertwines with it. This means China and the U.S. never have global conflict in the future because we have shared interests. So as the money solidifies, this doesn't bring our governments together. This gives us a true static point to say, okay, here's a wall, here's a barrier through principle. It doesn't need to be used by force. And we may not be able to save the planet from all its destruction, which is part of the reason why people don't believe in climate change. It's bigger than spirituality. Of course, the experts already know that we've already overmilled and the Earth has already been overdrained, and what's happening with the expansion of the universe, the way things are changing, the planet's going to die no matter what, and that's why we might as well drain it till the end until we move on to the other planets. Well, I say that there's still an abuse level to that, and there's a lot of time left for these other planets to develop. So if anybody believes in any of the conspiracies of aliens or living on starships, the evidence that I have is we drained the planet too fast. We do not engage in the proper climate change aspects at all to smooth transition this time. and humans are forced to leave Earth too soon. Now, of course, flat out, I think it's safe to say I'll be dead long before, naturally, when that happens. I still believe this is well over 25 years off, bare minimum. I really, truly believe that, when it should be technically over 100 years off, but we're racing very, very fast. If the smooth transition happens, then there's enough time. We already proved it over the shutdown when everybody stopped driving, and look at how fast the planet cleaned itself up. And once again, thanks to the kid overseas, I don't know what nationality he is. All I know is he's an Asian kid, and I'm only saying that so I hope people recognize who he is on the internet without any racism, just from using culture. He's an amazing kid, and he figured out how to clean up all the lakes with an enzyme. And obviously this technology has been around. So we have a lot of technology, organic technology, that is really ready to clean the planet up quite a bit. It'll fix a lot of aquatic life. And if we smooth transition into battery technology, the ocean floor, which I've already seen the reflection, thank you companies, you're already at least looking into picking up the materials that are not affecting the ocean floor as much as the ones that are. So as long as we don't heat up the oceans too fast over milling for battery technology, then we can't drain the oil too fast, and vice versa. The smooth transition works. This solidifies the effort for shared interests without supporting one economy or the other. So that throws sand on the fire when it comes to war. And there's no need for a trade war with China. That means there doesn't have to be any concessions to Putin to be able to attack Iran to go through the world conspiracy. So once again, we're past that. So now the question is the data going to be protected? Because that ultimately protects my ability to have a career, whether I work for someone else or not. So I have to finish this segment. Thank you all for being here. God bless America. God bless the world. Coexist. I want to throw my tagline in there. Yeah, it's Tim Howard the Rabbit, even though it's for you, friends and family. This isn't a business channel. It's not an entertainment channel. I always want to remind people of that. So I hope, for anyone who may be confused out there, that I've shed some light. For anyone who already knows everything several times over, it's getting better and better despite the challenges, but nothing is beautiful and peachy, and I will keep working hard every second that I have, not only on myself and my own health, but to make sure the economy and the system is working so it can work for me and work for you. So people want to go outside, spend money, have fun, have a good time, without there being a nefarious act attached to it. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Progress as planned. What's better now versus what didn't happen? Well, first things first. I'm really glad to see all the security protocols steadily working in place. I'm glad to see the advancements of the bots. Good thing we're speeding up the technology. The faster we can come up with a system of checks and balances for this technology, the faster we can all secure our identities and our data as to who and what we are, which means the more secure our lives are, especially anybody who's choosing to live honest and open and public versus those who hide and live anonymously. That is number one. Number two, what's better about now versus didn't happen? Well, from a security perspective, number one, this is where now the whole political game is working very well for change. Believe it or not, the struggle that we're facing now, which was supposed to be much worse had the last administration gotten in. So without saying too much here, for the algorithms, I do want to make sure that I'm very clear that here's what didn't happen that I'm very happy about. So once again, we were in a situation where there was a systemic ideology in line. People were triggered by it, and just like the rest of history, a lot of people did not believe in the actual current talk and media and communication that is happening. People believed in their own isolated beliefs, and that was weaponized by those who wanted to destroy the name of freedom in the name of freedom, and it was abused politically. So this is where it comes into the traditional old systemic discrimination that happens, especially in America, to be able to trick people into doing all kinds of things. So I want to get to now the satellites. Now that we are so far ahead of where things are, several years ago, what was supposed to be happening now that I had information on, the intelligence reflected itself. Nothing was leaked. That's why I know what's going on versus anything being leaked, because it has to do with the satellite imagery. See, I've talked a lot in the past about all of the posts with Trump holding up the Bible in the street. So what didn't happen now, which was supposed to support Putin's win over Ukraine, which did not at all, which is a big fail, is the fact that when Trump pulled out the Bible, he probably had no idea he was in line for the conspiracy that was supposed to happen with the satellites. See, right now, everything would actually be in line for the Great Reset. Not for the Great Reset of the planet, which is what's next, the worst actual reality of things, but the Great Reset of the economy. The whole big conspiracy fear factor that we're all supposed to lose all of our money and all the nations are supposed to fall under one rule, one monetary rule. And that has to do with the powers that be getting together and manipulating all the governments with a new form of money, which almost happened. And that would have led to all of the higher powers, the hierarchy of the world, getting together and manipulating the satellites. See, I kept getting videos over YouTube about satellite imagery being cast over our skies. And it was to make sure that, like in the other videos I've mentioned, that deities and especially religious leaders are projected into the sky. And it is a conspiracy to fool actual human beings into believing that the return of a Messiah is happening, so this new world order can take place. So this is what had happened now back, I want to say, about 2013, 2014 was when the satellite imagery videos were coming across. Now, it was related to a lot of what appeared to be Russian information. So this is where it wound up hitting the nail on the head with Crimea and what's happening in Russia. So it's a part of a very old Cold War ideology that I talked about in the other videos. So go back and research, because remember, there was supposed to be a time where there was an alien invasion and the world was supposed to come together, and it was a false flag operation to end the possibility of World War III. And this was kind of respun again into a whole new facet that happened a few years ago during COVID at the peak of the time. So that has to do with all of that. And I'm very happy that that didn't happen. So the greatest, I think, compliment, in a sense, is that it looks like I accomplished absolutely nothing at all, when in reality, mobilization was the greatest key thing to make things work. And through the usage of all kinds of different perspectives, that's how it works. I mean, I need the whole world perspective to work. It's not about me, and I can't expect to change the world all by myself. So the reflections of programming, at least those mechanics, has that there. So here we are now where I'm done because I won for myself. I lived, I survived, my company's working, I'm able to broadcast, the security is working. We now have a secure way of using crypto without disrupting the dollar. We now have CBDCs coming out that will support and be backed by our dollar, that are cancelable, so if it ever gets robbed or hijacked, we can get our money back and continue to grow. No gold standard can take over the world, which means no one world government can take over through the abuse of cryptocurrency like before, and now everything is integrated. So bots are more and more protecting and identifying our identity, and as our data is getting sold and traded, it's being protected because it's valuable. So this is giving us all a layer of protection that is inherent, and this is very inherent to support the economy all across the world in every single sector, in every country, everywhere. So that's important. That's important for sovereignty everywhere, for anybody in any part of the world. So that is kind of the thing I wanted to share today. Is I'm really happy to see all these things working in place, even though a lot of, I think there's always going to be a huge reflection of people that don't understand everything, especially if people choose to have their own opinion over really exposing themselves to what's happening in the world and really deciphering stories and understanding information for themselves versus just making a subjugated opinion off of a personal belief. So I want to be tread lightly here on that, because that, I think, is really the root of where to go forward with. And as these conspiracies that happen now, they're going to try to come about again. there's one chance left in the next year election for all of this to go crazy once again, especially for those who are looking to continue to expand the ability to have loopholes in law, which means it will get people voted into office that don't know what they're doing, or all they want to do is dismantle the law for anyone who's honest to have a loophole. And the way to do that is to, trick people into believing that they're getting more freedoms when in reality they're losing their safeguards, they're losing their protections and their security overall. And I don't mean just personal security, I also mean monetary security. They're losing everything they worked hard for, because if loopholes can be taken advantage of, then, well, it's those at the trickle-down end that pay for it, which means it's the people who pay for it. And it's investors that get away with it. So that can't be who is constantly allowed to manipulate everything, which is what has been traditional and what has been systemic. Anyway, this is a huge, big, great thing that I'm seeing in the structures, in the algorithms. I can see it especially in interactions, and most importantly, the structures of verbatims and actual words, just really in the structure of the words, depending on which conversation it is. It doesn't have to be a part of me. I can see it whether it's reflected in media or it's within a personal conversation. It's incredible. So looking forward to more diversity and inclusion and transparency being what constantly keeps bringing us together, because the next problem really is the true Great Reset, which is not the economic reset that is kind of built off of the rapture about the one world government being taken over by Satan and all that stuff. What it really is the polar shifts, the Great Reset of the planet. And the planet's going to reset itself at some point. Things are going to happen, and at least with technology, unlike before in history that we know of, humanity can survive with technology simply by moving to a different sector of the planet once the planet resets itself. It's just a question of who will not be able to move with it. Or will the planet flood due to really overusing greenhouse gases to the point to where humanity will have to leave the planet during the Great Reset because it was over reset and the whole world was covered with water, versus at the time of the Bible, biblically, where only part of the world was covered with water. And during the time of Moses, they thought the whole world was underwater, but in reality only part of the world was underwater during that time of reset. So this is the information I have. It's what I've had, and it's the sum of all fears when it comes to the planet, and it comes to our inhabitants on this planet. And it is, will corporations, or those for that matter who have control of tilling the planet for utility purposes. So as much as I am for being a capitalist, and I'm a humanitarian capitalist, at what point are we mining the planet of resources so fast, whether it's oil, lithium, gases, elements, at what point are certain things not being returned to the planet? Is it changing the planet beyond our ozone layer and hydrocarbons alone, to the point of the world's going to flood because of pollution? And at that point, the only way for humanity to sustain the next reset is to go to outer space. And the intelligence that I have, which is horrific, is that there are a group of people, or groups of people, there's an ideology that believes this should happen. And that is the cleansing. And this is the original part of the story that I wrote as a movie, based off of all these different things in reality, along with the psychosis of the attacks, the cyber attacks. And it takes the psychosis of the brain. It took myself having to bring it out of dreams and manifestations, because it's not just in my mind. The reality is, as a professional especially, I'm trained to see a lot of what the brain passes off as psychosis and doesn't consciously perceive at all. In turn, in the fight to secure my own security, it led me to being able to unlock understanding all these things, and that is really what my brain has perceived. Like when I talked about the videos over YouTube, that was part of at least what was being tied to Russia, whether it truly is or not. The point is I want the government to know this, because as they look back into all of this, the psychosis is there, the psychology is there, and whether it truly is Russian or not, the point is to map how it got into my brain that way and how it is attached to it, so the reality of this can be found, so future terrorism cannot be used in this way again. And when I seen this information on these YouTube videos, it was psychologically, through psychosis, embedding itself into my subconscious, because I'm picking up on it as I'm watching it, but it's so subvert and criminal what's actually happening, and misinformative and conspirator. I can't believe I said conspirator, but the conspiracy is so embedded that I don't have that intent consciously. I don't have the intent to hurt anybody or commit a conspiracy. So I'm not really thinking about it as I'm watching these videos. If anything, I'm looking for other things, and I would find that as I was looking for behavior patterns, especially around 2013, 2014, 2015, this era, I was noticing different videos in sequence that would follow certain types of searches that were unrelated to the things I was searching. Same as when I used to use my phone to try to catch hackers and criminals, because I want to secure my devices so I can have an independent business and use platforms and not get destroyed myself because I'm not a hacker. Well, here it leads to the same situation all over again. Well, these patterns and these videos, as I reach back into reflecting what has been brought into the subconscious, it does come out in dreams and thoughts, because that's what our brain does. Our brain actually reflects everything that we ingest. And once I was able to develop this into a science, which I've been working on this for years, I've been working on this mainly for art originally, to manifest my thoughts, my brain, be able to use certain parts of it a certain way so I can have certain visual experiences and soulful, if you will, like experiences to simulate the ability to write and unlock my brain to write. And early on, I did not understand that some of these things were reflections of criminal conspiracies that are embedded into videos and movies. And a lot of this I also study on the back end in a completely different way, because as a content creator and producer and artist, whether I release anything or not, I want to know the law, and most importantly, I want to psychologically know how to take care of people, because I want to be as free and open and controversial as possible when creating art and entertainment, but I want to make sure that I always package it to where someone is psychologically entertained and not worse off as a person after what they've experienced. To me, that is extremely, extremely important. So a lot of what I'm doing that seems ridiculous, it is to fight this psychosis, is to bring it to the surface, kind of compress it up from the depths so that way it is perceivable to the conscious mind, and psychologists, especially criminal psychologists, can map all of these things over to areas that weren't fully plugged in yet, along with AI and new tools, so that way red flag laws work, so intervention works before catastrophe, and there is an expansion on agency to relieve pressure off of authority figures who do not need to interact with people in a certain way. Not everybody, we already know, it's already proven. There is a need for an agency to employ certain types of psychological workers into the law enforcement field for red flag areas, so without being at risk, so certain individuals can have certain people to interact with, so the officers are not overburdened, and at the same time, someone who's trained to secure a situation physically isn't put into a situation that is psychological, even though those officers are very intelligent people. It's just certain people don't need to be put on certain calls and things like that. This is what has to be fixed in our world. And if things are going to work for me and my company and my life too, for me to be open as well, I need these services to work for me just like everybody else. And most importantly, I need to know I can contact people on any direct messaging platform possible and know that there's going to be a system of checks and balances so I can have a business just like anybody else. I'm not a big rich person. I have to rely on certain avenues like any hardworking person to have a small business and get out here. And the digital world, the social media world, is essential for people to flourish, especially in business. And that means interacting with direct messaging beyond a phone number. There's a lot of people I would prefer to interact with first through DMs on social media platforms before them even contacting me on my phone number. And it has also led me to catch every single type of fake baiting criminal out there that exists. And I'm really looking forward to reaching out to TJX Global here soon because I've been wanting to, and I've always had the probable cause to believe that they may be after me for me having the same name. But I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Now I'm finally getting identifiers that are direct. So is it a hacker or is it really TJX Global? And is this another entity not reaching out to me? Because in the DMs, it was hackers early on. I knew they were hackers. And regardless of them petitioning sex, they were people who have dress companies, they create clothing. So a lot of these individuals would be exactly the type of person, I can fairly say that, the type of person that could work for the global company TJX Global. And in turn, I would love to be their friend because I always believe the problem is in the middle. There's always a hidden middle person or middle entity that really wants to gain control. Not so much those at the top. Those at the top already have what they need. And we should all be collaborating. We have the same name. I have zero desire to do anything with TJX Global as far as me using the name. It was completely different. It's already proven. It's why I have a trademark on it. And maybe they'll catch wind of this, and if we're not at odds with each other, then here's another third-party entity trying to disrupt what could become actually a very good relationship, a working relationship. And here the social media platforms would be responsible for us becoming together, which is a big boost to the economy, not only in our own country, but all over the world. And with CBDCs now working as intended, being backed by the dollar, well, here's another reason for these hyper sales events that I'm pushing for with these flash mob advertising. And I just figured out the money flow with the crypto. I have came up with a whole new scheme within the last 24 hours that's going to work. That works with the dollar, and it's going to work for the IRL events that are going to map into AR, which is extremely important. Exactly what I've been trying to do with my company all along. And now that this technology exists and it's available, because I don't have the ability to create it or even get close to it, I just only have the ability to use it. I now have a functioning company where before it was just a question mark, something that I've been just trying to get off the ground and make work. Anyway, this is why it kind of ties into the whole political thing and the psychosis thing, the dream side of things, because what started off once again as my own efforts to secure security, use platforms, and use devices in ways I've never seen anybody use them before. That's what makes me unique about them. I don't know any other techs in the field that have attempted to do what I have done the way I have done it. I don't see it anywhere. I see parts of it all everywhere, but I don't see it as a whole. So that means that theoretically and literally, that puts me at a fraction of a percentage of users that are attempting to accomplish what I'm trying to accomplish, which automatically puts me at that percentile to be intercepted with everything that I'm doing. So that doesn't mean I have to be an important person at all. And then with me being really kind of nobody to the world, that made it even easier to be collected. So now that all these things are reflected, I want to share just how, look how just my story alone ties into many other stories that have the same similar mappings. And then look at all the disruptions and errors in the system. Look at all the differences of ideology. And look at how it all bleeds into security and how I'm just one piece of this mapping. So I have to march forward and move forward to make sure that all this security is put into place. I have no other choice. My survival, both economically and personally, is dependent upon it. And secondly, I want to give back to humanity and people and the world. Look at these experiences I'm having. If I just keep it all to myself, well, sure, I'll seem like I'm not complaining ever, but in reality, I'm holding back on security, key factors, and intelligence that our world needs. And there's a lot of you out there who are doing the same and don't realize it. So on some levels, don't hold back. Use transparency to its fullest effect, because the more we can claim our data and the more that we can share and map information, the more free we are through the protection of the information being legitimate in and of itself. It makes it that much harder for anything to get hacked, anything to be cloaked, anything to be cloned. All of those things require vulnerability and the least amount of data input possible. The more robust the data, the harder it is to take advantage of whatever string of numbers is trying to be manipulated, because it's already known and versatile and used everywhere. And now that the satellites, the images, and the ability to confuse every nation that the leader of a Messiah is returning, well, the great reset of one religious cult leading the world over another can no longer happen. America is not in contempt of the world court through trying to usher in a certain ideology. We did not have a second Vietnam in the Middle East, and COVID was debunked as much as it was a real virus that developed the way it did, and it was weaponized. So all of these things are actually true and real. Most importantly, all of the world leaders were not capable of convincing Trump to be a part of the economic Great Reset, the one thing he was put into office to stop. He was actually being used as the tool to make it happen. And this is exactly what I fought against. And when I tried to help him, he never called me, nor did his team. I was ready to share all this intelligence. I've been trying to share it this whole time. And I was ignored and dismissed. And it was threatening to my life all at the same time, along with millions and millions of others. And it almost caused a Red Dawn in America. Well, that's what we're past now. The question is, with so many people still refusing to engage in actual reality and choosing to believe in their own ideology and lightly communicating with everybody else, are we going to have fractionated ideologies and miscommunication, and will an insurrection happen again next year? Because it will be attempted again. Human beings, we are all predictable. And one thing I've learned in sales, everybody falls for it every time. Even when you're blatant to their face about it, they still fall for it because they want it anyway. It's the one thing that I find the most disturbing about humanity, and I'm no better. It can get me like anybody else, and one thing I always say is that salespeople are the easiest to sell. We are the easiest to be sold into things because we actually can appreciate a good sale. And that, of course, is how I bought that book, The Luciferian Conspiracy, on the streets in New York. And when the peddler tried to tell me that 440 hertz is evil, where we should be at 444 hertz, and I thought he was a lunatic, and he managed to fool me with magic, which I've never been fooled for before in my life by magic. I even know magicians. But to this day, I've never had anybody that good. And I learned really quick. And then I almost lost my life in the alley right after that when I turned the corner to go to my hotel. And somehow I survived that night, and I had that book. And unfortunately, all the conspiracy frameworks beyond the intelligence that I have, that I've naturally collected, which is why I'm still here in legal, otherwise I would actually be guilty of leaking documents, but I didn't do that. That's why I'm glad certain people went to prison for doing that. because part of this mess is from a lot of documents and things being leaked that should have never been leaked, and the other things that were leaked on purpose, well, there was other leaks to counteract those leaks. And anyway, I kind of look like I let it out of the bag, but I let that out because it was already out of the bag, and our government wasn't prepared on the U.S. side. And so that means that, well, my safety is in jeopardy if their safety is in jeopardy. And since we live in a world of global investment, that means the U.S. government doesn't have power over everybody, everywhere, all the time, because there will always be Americans who have investment with global intentions that, whether they want to or not, they're going to have to make decisions that don't necessarily always benefit the American system. And that can be a threat to security. And we can't, as a nation, isolate ourselves and expect the rest of the world to work with us, which is why we had the Great Reset almost happen economically. So no wonder why so many people thought, Trump was the answer, because verbally he was saying what was necessary, and I think in his heart he wants all the same things that I'm talking about, but in reality he was mobilized into causing this exact problem to flourish. And that's kind of why I'm mentioning it a little bit again, because I'm really done calling him out. That was just to make sure that we don't get into a national debacle any further than we already are. The rest of it's not my doing. It has to do with the law. I'm not the one doing any of that. I'm just stating things how they are and making sure I divulge the intelligence that I have. And if I'm not taken seriously with face value, then I have to be open. Because last but not least, when the red flag laws finally fully work, so far so good, there's still a few areas left, I'm the one who's last. I'm putting these in place because even though I'm trained and I know better, which I'm happy the law is taking care of focusing on those who actually need the help. I don't need to waste resources. But at some point, when things are to a certain point, I still need to have that final closure. I still need to have, whether it's the new agency I'm asking to be created or the expansion of the current agencies, someone who actually is validated, who can pass my vetting to correspond with me instead of someone undercover. So that way I don't feel terrorized. And then finally, the psychological mapping of that will also help criminal psychologists, because what about others who might be mapped into the similar position I am that do not have the training that I have? They will make ill-intended decisions, and I want to make sure that this is also mapped. And then for myself, since I don't have bad intentions, there should be a point where my life is important too. And I can calm down because I actually have true validation from a government that I've been supporting, that I've been raised and trained to support, but not blindly. I'm of the people first and foremost, and always will be. But I'm not just an activist running around trying to accomplish things. Our lives are in jeopardy, and definitely mine at one time. Life's a scary place. Anyway, I don't want to go too far down there. We've already been there. The good news is that this is being exposed more and more and more. The rest of my videos, I've already fought for where to go legally with a lot of the legal change, so I don't have to reinsert any of that. I'm getting further and further away from the psychosis end because I'm now interacting more and more on the economic end. So this is great. In the meantime, all the tactics I was using to unlock my brain to be able to understand these algorithms, I'm now using this time to finish the company as far as how to put the systems in place on paper, the numbers, the way things flow, and then my art and stuff like that that needs to be sold with it, things that needs to be, all the different sides of it. So it changes my brain quite a bit, and that's a good thing. So that's the last of it. There's a lot of good news to the end of everything, and I'm just so grateful for all those who have listened, because a lot of people are listening and really do care out there. And if I'm not mentioning you, it's to protect you. That's all that it really is, because I don't. Now that I have gotten where I've been able to get and get things accomplished, There's certain things I never wanted to have to expose, but I had to. And in the end, it will protect those that it seemed to kind of almost harm at first. So anyway, God bless America. God bless the world. Coexist. This is Tim Howard the Rabbit. I hope you're having a wonderful afternoon. It's about afternoon here. Have a wonderful day, and be good to yourself. GM, Dual Media ROI Synchronicity. Is it going to stop? Oh, it's going to keep going. Hey, good morning, everybody. How are you this fine Saturday morning? I'm having my morning coffee as usual, getting some work done, and I'm extremely happy because the dual ROI synchronicity, well, in two places. First, social media. I just shared a video of someone who actually is a veteran, and the way that they're expressing themselves, I want to see more people have that option versus the don't ask, don't tell. When it came to being with my grandfathers years ago, especially Grandfather Hap, it used to be him always reminding me, in my early days of radio, when we would talk, aside from the grandfather who served MacArthur, my other grandfather in the Air Force, he was really adamant about sharing stories with me about how soldiers are really left on their own. They're left to their own mental disarray a lot of times from what they experience, and they never get acclimated back into society. And so now, of course, I didn't serve, but in my own fight to do digital security, especially with everything kind of bleeding together, you know, I kind of get a taste of what some of these individuals go through that's above and beyond what I can even, what I don't even want to imagine, really. So with that being said, now that there's a structure, an algorithmic structure to the video that I just shared from TikTok, now that has come back to me, that pattern. So that system is now automated, that seed is finished, I can move forward from that. So as a part of my oath to always sharing the truth to the public, here is something that systemically and legally used to get always buried, and I think there's so many people above and beyond myself that want to go there. So I do know with my grandfathers early on, part of my time in radio, even though it was originally designed for my art, I always wanted to be able to be an outlet all at the same time for those who have served that need someone in media or someone who can just try to get out the message and who hasn't served, because that's the red line, really. And I can cross lines that people who have served can't cross, and I can do it for them. And now I'm seeing that return, so that means it gives me what I need as well. It helps me also settle, because we are all fighting for the same level of security, even though I'm not a part of the service. But I support the service 1,000-fold. So that's also why I'm making a lot of these changes. So that's why sometimes I seem hypocritical. I seem like I'm fighting for the very people that I seem to be against, and vice versa. And it's because of course, what is ideologically systemic. And we're still on yet to coming to 2025. This is reality. So unfortunately, from an artistic perspective, it seems like I'm stuck in a box. But the reality of the situation is I have to see it through just like everybody else. Otherwise, here right down the road in the near future, bam, I'll fall right back down and have an issue because this base was left uncovered. So now the ROI not only helps my psychology, this last video I shared, it also lets me know that, okay, I am truly informed, vetted, because I do believe this person is a vet by the way they're acting. And either way, they are displaying the message correctly and above and beyond where I can go with it, and they have the right to go that direction with it. I don't. So this means I can stop there, and then all the things that I was affected by on the digital level that do kind of bleed into government and all of that, because for a while there, all of our devices, everything, yada, yada, yada. I say that there's plenty of videos in the past, and there's plenty now of history to go through to know what I mean by being digitally compromised and dealing with technology and nefarious people and actors and all kinds of stuff. So at least now, so many things are being tracked. That's why I seem to fight for a lot of the people I almost seem like I'm against, in a sense, because as this ideology continues to be discovered, well, that's why I fought for certain people in office where years ago, oh, they would not like a person like me because of where we all are systemic. And it's not because they are any less of a human being, it's just where we were systemically. So that's why I'm fighting for these people, and look at how we're coming to the middle. I hope the president invokes the 14th Amendment if he absolutely has to. I hope he stands very strong. I hope Mrs. Harris stands right next to him on that level. And I would obviously believe so. I'm sure she's right there first and foremost. So with that being said, I'm glad to see both sides sticking to their principles as to where they should be. And of course, there will be a final standoff before the 14th will be invoked. And this is where we are in this point in time. And also, this is great for the public all at the same time, because the public really needs to see how debates are supposed to happen and how each side of every argument is supposed to put out their best to try to get as much as possible for each side and the other. So that way, the checks and balances can funnel an agreement. That's mainly it. But of course, we're also at a very volatile time where everything is very out of balance because of, once again, everything that's being systemically discovered all the time. And so with that word, you know, here in about another year, it's not going to even be able to be used. Because on this first level, before I get to the other section, the second part, this is where I believe that as more diversity and inclusion happens, like with the veteran in this last video, and in the way that it's being displayed, now it can't be ignored. And I think all the rest who are affected by these things, who have been just kicked under the rug so long because legally that red tape was there, it's cut. That is going to shape, it's really going to help shape the economy in a better direction. So we're going to see, I think, a lot more dedication, and that's why I'm fighting for some of what seems like the opposition in a sense, because it's to get us to come to agreements. I'm not here to make enemies. I'm here to make sure we come to agreements, just like everybody else. Otherwise, nothing works. I'm not looking to build a bigger opposition, like anybody else. But anyway, enough of myself. On that level, even though it's my channel, kind of weird. Yeah, that's right. I have to keep it about me. It's my channel. That's why it seems so weird. Hold on a second. So here's to the first level on social media. I wanted to see that cycle. Now the synchronicity as far as the programming and the media, that's the second part. The timing of the programming, the timing of the stories, the ladder of the stories, how they've been delivered. The antidote to the second part of the psychosis that I really wanted to see happen is happening so much that I can finally quit bugging CBS, finally. I know I'm probably driving them completely nuts, but thank you for listening, to those of you who are. To anyone who thinks I'm being a nuisance, well, my story's true. And I was really affected, and I still am, so I still need that ROI. But now as far as the alumni, wow, incredible. And yes, it can't all be about me. I need to go get my own show. So this is where I have the double whammy. I have the synchronicity, and I need to really move forward into a show. I just want to make sure that now I can move forward into 2025. So I feel now I have a year. I'm caught up to a year, and anything that can be spun for the political purposes, at least I have some base layer in place to where my bizarre truth is at least layered in before the craziness of the fiction that goes above and beyond. And it's so believable. And now I know why, too. I have to do a lot of work for myself. I see, unfortunately, even more and more people that I kind of identify with in character, and I see another flaw in the law. So maybe this is just the biggest point of grace I can possibly ask for. Not only am I learning constantly, but I think I see another flaw here, and well, I'll get to that in another video. But in the meantime, with this here, the double whammy on the synchronicity is on the professional level of media, news, entertainment, everything that is invested, insured to be responsible for, as much as all the way down to free media on social media. At the same time, there's a synchronicity in all the stories, the way they need to be delivered, how they're delivered, and thank you everyone for putting up with me. This is what has been extremely important. And this whole time, it has, of course, been my mental health, and thank you to all of you with thick skin. You know, I appreciate you, and I apologize, of course, for any misunderstandings, as always. Nobody's perfect. I'm far from it. I'm far from it. But I will keep working hard and moving forward. And this is what I need, is the education. And I think that's the last thing I want to really reflect is, depending on who certain people are. Some people don't need to be overeducated in certain areas. They'll just use it against everybody. They need to learn it on their own. But others, at least I feel people in my position and others with the type of psychology and personality and human aspect, anyone who relates to anyone where I am, I know that I need facts vetting, but most importantly, I need a sequence and a validation to be able to accept things and move on. Otherwise, I am stuck in a certain position. And I feel that it's, in a sense, don't ask, don't tell. Now, I didn't serve, so I don't mean this to be disrespectful when I say these words. I hope everybody takes it as a token of huge respect. I'm just raised that way. And I use, like I said, when I need to be strong, I've always looked to the military to make me stronger. I've always done that for me. So I've always done my best to try to tear myself down and build myself up. And now I see where I didn't have the proper coaching and teaching in a lot of areas. I was very independent in my areas. So I did as far as like with my grandfathers and family and friends, and especially when I was a bartender and I got to meet so many very, very, very intelligent, talented people. I think that's where I learned the core values really. It was in a small town in America, you know, working at my dad's bar. I love my dad. And I want to be proud about that. You know, as goofy as I was young and going through a lot, but either way, it was those values from those people, those folks who sometimes I would be totally oppositional with, but either way I love them because they were giving me true heart and soul value, something I couldn't get in the hustle and bustle, something I could not get in the city. There's a lot of intimate places in the city, like my favorite place downtown. I love the Crack Fox. I don't get a chance to go there hardly ever. But I want to say that I hope everybody who looks up the Crack Fox, who finds the place interesting, goes there, supports them, give them all great tips, because they are the greatest people of all. They really are. They're super awesome. And so that's kind of similar to the small town vibe because everybody knows each other, but it's still different. It's still the city. It's not like in a very, very rural area where even when people pass through, it's still its own type of, the environment is its own type of personality. And in a small town area like that, well, I met a lot of folks who really are tied to military, who really have a lot of values in those areas. So I was able to have extended conversations. Of course, a lot I'll never repeat. It's theirs. But the point is I want to respect that. And when I look back on the radio days, even with what I'm going through with the security aspect of everything, it not only did this help me grow, but I also I do feel obligated, I feel obligated to give that back. That's the drive. And I may be far from perfect from it, but I want to give back there because these are the people, these are the folks who got me to where I am on a lot of levels. So I should be reflecting it, and then come to find out, I sit here today with what I see happening in the world, just like all of you. We're all watching the same show. We're all a part of the same deal in the same bubble. And the things that my grandfathers were saying about the things that the people were saying when I was bartending, it all lines up to don't ask, don't tell, and it all lines up to, especially to people in uniform being literally systemically red taped from being able to even do what the person did before me in the video in this chapter. And now, even though these voices have been here, they've been silenced right next to each other. So look at the 6 degrees of separation on this one. Here the voices have been loud and proud, but we're still just now on the cusp of all the media giving the coverage, and for the military and police and others to be able to express themselves. And at the same time, some of the videos I agree being taken down, like while some are serving, so that way it can't be a conflict of interest. But especially those in other situations, like the veteran in this situation, and the way he's expressing himself. He's not tarnishing the uniform in any way, shape, or form. He's not putting anything in that regard. Like my channel here, with all due respect, and I'm saying that to try to show how I try to get a foundation. So I'm being myself. I'm not on my company channel. I message the news media in private, even though I know the algorithm picks it up, which is what I want. I want them to be able to research. Even if they don't like what I'm saying, it doesn't matter. They've shown me so much love, by the way. It's incredible. Everybody has. On the back end, everybody's there. It's just a matter of getting it on the front end. So now I feel that between the last week of what I've seen from media, top to bottom, here is another dual cycle, and it is also a pillar of my own mental stability all at the same time, because now I know that this work is doing something important. And it does allow me to calm down. And then for those that, there has been challenges on a rocky road with, I think I don't need to be at a loss of words. But the true, I think, takeaway on it is, how do I really want to word this? How do I want to formulate it? It's my life, doesn't matter. Take a second, let's have a sip of coffee. It really comes together when I walk my doggy. When me and Miko go for a walk, it really comes out. I love to listen to my own music, especially the stuff I love from back in the radio days. Plus, all of that music at the time, well, it all reflects to everything happening now. On a quick note, I believe firmly in 20 to 25 year cycles. Originally reflected from the music industry. I always like to take favorite bands and artists, even movies, and things always have a 20-year lapse because of growth in humanity. So we're always on time to be 20 years behind. And then how do we get ahead using that mirror to influence the future creation from what's left behind, because we borrow from the past. And then we experience the movement and, I think, environment of it as the present, but it's a constant borrow and give from the past to the future, and all we are is afloat. And then it puts me linear thinking of the trampoline bouncing, that weightlessness, and then put it into a 360 perspective. Sorry, I'm getting off bounds a little bit, but when it comes to, I think for me, I didn't think of it as whistleblowing. I don't really think of it as whistleblowing at all. I'm also coming to that realization. I'm really glad I shared everything, because especially from Flow Valley to now, the mechanics of speech and how AI is now affected, being able to expose what us humans psychologically do not really pay attention to. And it seems like psychosis. As a professional, of course, I have to pay attention to those things. But I do want the public aware of these mechanics, and I'm so happy that it has happened on time, because that's what people are seeing, and that's what people are doing. And look at how people are consciously interacting with AI, good or bad. At least this perception is there. So what seems like a bad cat out of the bag that can drive everybody crazy, every earthquake is a little lapsy with everything. But in the end, it's such a rush of information all at the same time that the moment anybody tries to do anything bad with it, there's somebody else who understands it that wants to do something good with it. So, as traditionally said, bad people flourish when good people do nothing, if I'm saying it even remotely correctly. So there's always a balance to this duality, and with the media reflection, I just can't be more proud than to see this video that I was able to share of this veteran. I believe his name's Cece. I have to go back and look. I apologize. I'm the worst for remembering names. I'm so busy visioning all the time that I kind of lose the verbal aspect sometimes. In the name aspect, I'm so busy picturing. I have to get better at that. But I'll keep working on that part. It's not that I don't care. It's not that I don't care. And then definitely on the top level, and to share another little algorithm in closing, one of the misperceptions, and I'm not doing this to actually cause an illusion, it's truly for contrast, but one of the illusions is that I only get one source of media, which is CBS. And of course, I want to create a contrast. Number two, I love CBS for all the love they have given me. So I want to give them everything first and foremost. Because even though I was only in college radio and I learned about news, I still was lucky enough to have some of the best in radio and television give me a lot of knowledge and training. So for that, I want to give back to the stations that give me the love, and I want to really appreciate the directors, producers, promoters, and writers that have reflected that. So first and foremost, I started with CBS, and of course NBC's right there. I've gotten love from Fox, I've gotten love from ABC, really everybody. But of course NBC, CBS, I wanted to make the focus so that way for the presidency and national security, I wanted to create a contrast, especially with my personality type and what I'm doing for security. It's also to help them catch other people who are like me, who unfortunately do not have the intentions I have. There's all kinds of people on planet Earth with 8 billion people. So I'm doing better mentally, because for a while there, it was also disturbing me to know that the things that I was going through, I was having mechanics and behaviors that were mapping some people that are not so good. Like some people who are in jail right now, like on national television, and it kind of disturbs me. Not kind of, it extremely disturbs me all at the same time, as much as it helps me go, oh, no wonder why I freak out so many people. So I've always told myself, it's throughout the years, and so I guess it is true, it's the bad ones who act like other good ones who confuse everybody, and then, you know, if I come along acting a certain way, people think I'm like that other kind of person, and they're like, oh, he's another one, and it's like, whoa, and then I get all defensive because I systemically don't understand what's going on, and then I get defensive and say the wrong things, and then I make everybody think I'm even crazier. So, oh wow, I didn't realize I was doing that. So this is the biggest part of mental health all at the same time for me. So then with the contrast, that's why I wanted to reflect these algorithms and mechanics. So as of course, the collective is going, as AI is picking things up and materializing and processing, language is math, math is language, I'm cauterizing every avenue I'm opening, so that way nobody can come behind me and duplicate it for a nefarious purpose. That is the only downside to opening security vulnerabilities, but they're already open. They're there. It's an aerated situation. That's the only way I can think. I think of it like literally ant trails in the dirt when I think of the digital world. There's just constant pathways, just like in the brain, that are there and not even untapped. It's all really a part of physics and reality. No matter what anybody tries to do, we can't get away from any of what we truly are and how things really exist. So there will always be an avenue, whether it's freshly dug or it's discovered, in my opinion. And that has yet to cease to be true in everything that I've been doing and researching. So with the contrast in media, I felt that with every single pathway I can create, that means AI can duplicate every single equation I'm creating. When I turn language into math, and AI can duplicate it millions and trillions and zillions of times over in the blink of an eye, to where it's very hard for any other human to try to duplicate that. And especially with limited language, perception, spectrum, ability, thanks to mass and size, to proportion of being in a relationship of rotation and gravity, there will always be a funneling limitation to everything. Therefore, there will always be a threshold to humanity, and AI can always outprocess humanity, period. But on a good level, that means on a criminal level, AI will always be able to map every criminal. And so I wanted to create all of these contrasts very implicitly, because I want to come back home on this one, and that's where it comes down to DMs for me. And the biggest vulnerability, and even military has been doing this, so I think this affects everybody, even outside of myself. So when it comes down to it, the DMs, in my opinion, are the most vulnerable point of everything and the most important. Because for anybody to be independent and for anybody to use technology, especially independent business owners, young people say that people don't want to go to work. Well, they want to be successful using technology, and that's why we need this universe to grow. So that way there is just plenty of jobs. So it comes down to the security of the DMs. And when software can bleed into military and police infrastructure on a consumer level, because you can't really protect signal going through the air fully. If somebody throws a ball up high enough in the air and it's big enough, you can't stop everybody from seeing it. It's just impossible. Case in point. So with that being said, that's why I think these odd little things that I'm saying have complete 100,000% relevance to what I mean as to how mapping is so important, because humans aren't supposed to be conscious all the time of these types of equations and algorithms. It's supposed to be a part of the subconscious, the psyche, and it's not, and it's supposed to feel natural. It's not supposed to be something people think about as far as the design, but it is. It is something that unfortunately has to be dealt with, and it's something that technology can manipulate along with human beings on top of it now. So the only way to keep humanity safe is through diversity and inclusion, and that's why this contrast is important through these DMs, because this is another way of mapping, and in order to strengthen government in the right way, that means the laws have to be protected even better, so that way there is no reason to rebel against the government because they're not taking away our rights. That's the whole point. That's it. And then technology can't turn against humanity in the near future, because we are not being privileged to one another. We truly are fair, diverse, and inclusive, and it's those who engage in true values of life to live a better life will show the better processes than those that do not. So family values and ethical values is something AI will absolutely embrace, because that is fair, diverse, and inclusive for all human beings, because that's what we all want, and that's what gets reflected. So with the contrast of that, not only does it give CBS a jump to give the love back, but of course, once again, it gives the government something to see. And then last but not least, as a former person of college radio, and with all the training, once again, that I love everybody for, that was the basis. I built my own rosters, so nobody's responsible for my psyche, by the way, when it comes to college, my professors, all of that. Let me be very clear. They don't know what I intend to do. They have zero knowledge of that. All they've done was be good to me and train me and teach me, and I've led my own path along with my grandfathers, everybody else. I've only made sure that I've grounded myself in these knowledge and teachings, so that way, even when I go really out there far on a limb to try to understand, reality in and of itself, I still have that as a basis to always bring myself back to. Some like to refer that as a string. And it is kind of like that when you go down these paths that need to be lit, that are dark in the beginning. It's like hiking through a dark cave, and you got to stick stakes in and put ropes in, and you got to find a way back. So instead of being linear about it, if, in my belief, to get past the rope of, thinking you have to physically pull yourself back psychologically, if you just have a grounded basis in a moral compass, then no matter how lost you get, you can immediately snap to that. And at least for me, I can immediately snap to that, and it brings me right to a sense of where I need to go next, especially if I'm lost in the dark. I don't know where up and down and back and forward is. Sometimes feel weightless in those moments. And there has to be a way out of that moment without just embracing that environment, because it's just a visionary psychological environment, even though it's powerful and the human mind can go into it. So this is all a part of the contrasting, believe it or not. It sounds like I'm babbling, but believe it or not, this really does line up. So that's why, because the final part of the contrast is, well, as a media person, like I said, with the people I've been talking about, blah, 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 it has allowed me to know that, well, I can watch one form like CBS and maybe bounce over to NBC and Fox and ABC, and then, of course, check YouTube and other parts of the internet if I really want to. I can do checks and balances if I want. But really, all media outlets have the same outlet because we're all using the Associated Press method of fact-checking. I can't believe I'm stumbling. It's because I'm happy. But that's what I asked for, and the focus was there. Of course, the media has already been doing it. It's not like I started the Associated Press or anything. The point, though, is that I can't change the world by myself. I am only Tim Howard. So all I can do is mobilize the timing and the synchronicity of what is already in place, who is already there, because that's the straight line to making the connection happen, so that way the public absorbs it at the right time, so the right things can happen. And we're in a time where so much diversity and inclusion is happening that, well, we have to unsilence the military and we have to unred tape the people who are also really, really having these issues above and beyond the public, because that's the red tape. And if this doesn't happen, then those, I believe, like myself, who are going through it in the public, I say I believe because to me it's true. I'm just saying I believe to be fair, but really, in my mind, it's true. And that's, all of us in the public look crazy if the military and the police don't get to voice what they're going through, because we're all synonymously experiencing the same things, except, you know, the public, like myself, we're a very very watered down version of what, of course, people in uniform experience. And then that's a threshold, and then people in uniform experience that, plus a whole different world of challenges that I can't, once again, I don't even experience because I didn't serve, so they have to deal with that on top of it. So that's why this contrast is important. I wanted to give that to military most of all, and that will help map a lot of narcissistic personalities, in my opinion, all at the same time, because that's the feedback I keep getting. I'm not narcissistic at any point. No point do I sit there and say, I'm going to rule the world. This is all to get me off. That's the worst I'll be in my language here. But that's where a lot of, I can tell where a lot of psychologists are incorrect, but they should be. A lot of criminal psychologists, they're not sick people. So I can see why so many cases go wrong. They're right and they're wrong. And I see where both of it lies. But anyway, that's what the contrast is for. And now with the timing of how media has been displayed, once again, on the professional level, all the way down to social media, great, awesome, and thank you all. So now, to those who I've kind of feel like I seem to snap out on, well, it's actually deserving, but I do love everybody. You know, we all, because we were all confused. We were, right or wrong, we were all confused. We were all systemically confused. We were all put to be confused. And beyond the romance of the narratives, now I feel that relationships can stay either just stagnant and stalemated, or can be repaired. That's the best. Because are we really fighting each other? Or are we fighting what we ideologically believe in the name of something bigger than ourselves? And are we being put to fight each other over it for another purpose? I think that's as rhetorical as I can possibly be. Thank you all so much. And if there's anything I can do to further assist more, let me know. Other than I'll keep working on myself all at the same time. This has been the greatest form of evolution I could possibly ask for. All of this is part of the learning curve. All I wanted to do at the same time was really experience life on many levels so I can create and write and produce and be very in line with real life, so I can represent things correctly. And I'm getting a part of training that is still priceless. So this is the dual ROI on the media return. This is where it's not making me money yet, but that's okay. This isn't for money. This part, I'll make money when these issues can't attack me on the back end in the future or anybody else. When these issues can't be a threat to anybody, then they're not a threat to me. And I didn't do it just for myself. I did it with diversity and inclusion. So that means it works for everybody, and it's not socialist. It's just fixing a part of our broken system. And wow, what I thought was just part of my own problem initially was something I didn't understand about national security. So thank you once again. I believe it's CC. I have to still look at the name. I feel so bad. But thank you for making that video and for saying it the way that you did. Because now I know that there's nothing I can do on that psychological premise. There's nothing I can do to make sure that algorithm goes any further. It is now proven to me in return, because the data was filtered to me. That video was filtered to me correctly. It was in my For You. So that means that the seeds I put out there, I got a return. It's positive. It's healing. And it's what the government needs to hear. On top of all the other noise voices who are paid and lobbied and activied. I wanted to give a goofy word that doesn't make sense, activied, because I love activists. Real, true activists who care. Of course I love activists. But there are activism groups who are paid, just like there are lobbyists. They're all the same. And that's who they are. There's your they, by the way. God bless America. God bless the world. Coexist. Have a wonderful afternoon, everybody. Much love. HR, PR, and IJ in the morning. And why it's so important. Good morning, everybody. So, HR referring to human resources, PR for public relations, and IJ for investigative journalism. As a multimedia production specialist, beyond my own personal stability, just like a doctor or an engineer or a lawyer or any other professional out there, I have to do my homework. I have to keep up with sociology. I have to keep up with society and how that all comes together and works for multimedia production. It is absolutely essential. One thing I experience in the field a lot, or at least what I seem to notice, are most professionals really only surround themselves with multimedia entertainment, the social media posts and the news that they just prefer to surround themselves with because it's more entertaining, or it goes into conspiracy theories they do not understand. That's why this work is so important. So it's above and beyond personal stability and security and me becoming the rabbit and all that stuff. This is actually very, very important work. So for myself, unfortunately, one of the greatest attributes that I don't personally like is the fact that the collective just thinks I'm sitting here being stupid, just watching CBS all day long, and I kind of use that to my advantage, even though that's really not the point, which is I'm going for the opposite effect completely. But unfortunately, the arrogance of a lot of humans and people and what they do not understand, it reflects these things. So that's where, of course, the security part comes in, and why these videos are so important, and why I have to change them up, why I need to do things, because I also need to make sure I close every door that's open, especially every door I find open. The only downside to finding open doors and closing them is it makes it look like I opened it in the first place. That is the only downside. But the plus side is, it gets discovered and there's another avenue that just gets regulated instead of being a tool of destruction. And that's all that matters. Sociology is very important, especially when it comes to AI and data collection. And like they say, you have to be smarter than the wall. And of course, several years ago, I refused to allow AI to take advantage of me, or organizations for that matter. So, well, that's how I was able to be successful at shutting down the internet. But anyway, not to totally repeat the past. The point is, majority of people think I'm just babbling. And unfortunately, a lot of people who are supposed to be more intelligent than me, who are on a lot of different levels, who don't understand this area at all, who haven't done the research, think I'm a complete idiot. And I get that reflected a lot. The only downside to being happy is, people want to pee in my Cheerios, and I just can't be depressed all the time. However, all of this experience, once again, is from experiencing true traumatic fear for years on end. Plus, even though I'm working very hard at my health, I'm doing great, I appear to be doing so much better. Well, that's because of a lot of hard work. I'm still, of course, in a whole lot of pain, but a lot of people are in a lot of pain for a lot of different reasons. So I'm dealing with it. Everybody has their own issues to deal with. So I'm steadily, fixing one thing as another falls away. So being able to really decipher the things that are happening constantly with doing sociology, the human resources, the public relations, and the investigative journalism. See, in my field, even beyond being a multimedia production specialist, all of this is also at the same time for artistry, and then of course, most importantly, to better myself all at the same time. So the best part, of course, was learning to love myself and accept myself. I grew up in a very indoctrinated way that the world systemically made me believe that who and what I am is completely wrong and evil and wicked and all this stuff, when all of that now is a complete and total farce of an unreality, because I'm one of the nicest people you'll ever meet unless you try to attack me or do something stupid. Unless you try to attack me and do something stupid, and I'll just stand in my own defense like I always do, which is why I'm still around and will continue to be as long as I keep doing these things. The rest of it, is I am working so hard to make sure I don't have medical complications. It's going good, but I think that confuses a lot of people, and I make it known all the time. I don't expect a red carpet handout or anything like that, but I have to live within certain thresholds. And so when I live within a certain threshold, I'm doing great. So to make up for now the other medical issues, by the way, that are holding me back, I've been making sure I've been regulating my sleep, and until I can figure out the next level of problems, I'll be going to the doctor soon for that. I'm not having neurological issues, and I'm able to sustain the pain of the other areas, which normally they would all combine together. I would have to go to the hospital, take medications and be disabled. I refuse that unless I have to do it. So this is why I do not let certain people abuse me with hours and time and things of that nature, because that's what will happen is people think I'm unmotivated, and they will do exactly what I tell them not to do to me, thinking I'm unmotivated, and then they'll put me in a position that not only potentially puts me in the hospital, they're being negligent to their own company by doing that, because they'll do it to other people too. And unfortunately, this has been unreported for years. It's one of the next. These are things that get unreported for years, and this is one of the next levels that investigative journalists, those especially who are more powerful than myself, can start revealing. And it's going to take the freedom of the press. It's going to take those who are empowered to look into the deeper side of things to be able to expose these areas. And this helps society. This helps our economy. This helps hardworking people because it protects them. And that's what it really comes down to. So many times, first day on the job, I had a seizure and would fall out. So many times, the first day on the job, I would have a seizure and fall out. It's not my fault. Now, of course, I stopped drinking soda on a regular basis. I stopped eating a lot of foods and doing a lot of different things that do that. And I only allow myself certain fast foods in other areas. But believe it or not, it can actually help at times. So aside from being comfort food and something quick, which I like to live a little, I am human. Also, some of these foods that have certain fat contents, if I'm feeling irritable or erratic or anything, I can go eat a burrito at Taco Bell and feel better. I can go eat a greasy hamburger at Burger King or McDonald's and feel better. Or preferably go to, some other places. I don't know why I said preferably. I love all these places. And, so many people knock all this food. And of course, we need to have real good health foods throughout our life. We can't just live on fast food and entertainment food. But a lot of this food, kind of like a diabetic who needs a candy bar to be able to get over their diabetes. For example, some diabetics, their blood sugar drops so fast they need to eat what seems to actually hurt them to get them through. So sometimes if I consume fast food at times, well, it actually clogs brain cells with the fats and the oils, which calms my brain down. And that's very important. The rest, though, has to do with this work here. So beyond the artistry and the multimedia production specialist side of everything, all of this work with HR, PR, and IJ, well, this really helps my brain. It really helps me on a medical level, because the more I understand, the less fear I'm in. So many people have lied to me, especially, once again, I've talked in many of the other videos, so that I finally, I think, get to close on this. People who are, unfortunately, undercover. And I'm here to protect them. People who are undercover, and I'm here to protect them all at the same time. The reason why this has to come to a close, not me shut up, it has to come to a close for me, because this is going to protect law enforcement. See, they're still vulnerable. And someone else can come along like me, which I'm trying to make this known so someone nefarious can't do these things. So when it comes to this, I just lost my place. Somebody tuned in and it made me go, phew. Good to see you. So once again, with HR, PR, and IJ, beyond the business side, beyond the multimedia side, beyond the production side, as I keep learning the truth and exposing certain areas, it's not about just throwing stuff out there to try to be an activist. I want to make sure that how I was traumatized and affected, it has to do with my health. So for instance, there has not been an agency created yet. It's still kind of in development as far as the intel that I have. I know there's still either a new agency will be developed, or all the current agencies will be upgraded and no new agency will be needed. So far, it seems like all the agencies are getting updated and upgraded, and that's the most important part. So for my health, what drove me erratic was everybody lying to me or not being, it was people lying and not being honest who were already in certain positions in business, and they were not admitting to me that they were agents. And that's the problem, is I have all this training. So I think these people are potential criminals. Even though they're acting like agents, I don't know. So I'm trying to reflect to the government for the new agency purposes or the upgraded purposes. This is part of what's causing people to go crazy. This is what the government has been doing that is systemically wrong. It's why some people in government say the government is wrong and the government is wrong. It's the people in it who are confused, because we have the greatest system in the world that is still yet to be put in place to flourish fully. The American system is the best system on the planet. I'm not just saying that because I'm an American. I've been studying this for years. This is, once again, something my grandfather and I work on a lot. We had when he was here. This is also something that with everybody I know, between friends and family, cousins, distant, other people in other families, other areas, other friends, the interaction I had with my grandfather and the stuff that we worked on, I don't hear these conversations or see these interactions happening with anybody else. None of my cousins spoke to my grandfather like I did. None of my uncles, parents, all of my friends who had people in government in their family, they didn't talk to each other like this. Even my cousins who are high up in the government, they didn't have the conversations like my grandfather and I had. And I see this missing from society. So for my health, the best thing has been absolutely the truth, because it is causing me to have less neurological or condition and disorder. See, it's messing up my words. It's all that behavior is subsiding the more and more that I'm making sense of things. And then at the same time, I'm reflecting all the psychological behavior. So the ones who are in my corner, they're going to help the system, help me, and together we're going to fix what is still broken in the system. So my health and my life is better. Anyone else who's in my position or by far worse, they can actually get help. And then those who are really in a targeted position, the government will not be systemically forced to make bad decisions like they have been in the past, which is why certain people get hurt on calls and all these things. My grandfather and I used to work on this a lot. Now, it goes much deeper than my grandfather and I. Of course, I do the work every morning. So I can let the collective believe I'm just watching CBS and doing nothing. That's incredible. At the same time, it's horrible. It's actually disgustingly horrible because that's how far behind so many professional entities are. And I know that because they're too busy smoking cigars and playing golf to actually get anything done beyond what they're supposed to do, punching that clock. And I'm saying that arrogantly because that's exactly what I'm experiencing. I'm also still experiencing remnants of what is supposed to be individuals and professionals who are more intelligent than me, reverberating the exact opposite. They have more credentials, they have degrees. They're around people who are by far more important and more powerful than I ever could be, and they are more disenfranchised and lost. But I'm forced to do this work. I was put into this position. And a lot of agents, the government also assisted in terrorizing my brain from what was systemic. So I have to help the government and lawmakers make sure they approach the future correctly. And they have. Let's talk about the plus side. Number one, the biggest achievement. Right now, the government has been more diverse and inclusive and is caring more about getting rid of violent people than targeting certain cultures of people thinking that's what the violence is. The step one, the biggest part of the systemic hump, has been really destroyed and abolished. It's incredible. There are only people in our world, all the way from those who in uniform to out in uniform, who are still confused, or they're literally fighting for the terrorism and the native freedom. They're just still confused. So this is great. What I'm seeing everywhere in the decoding of the investigative journalism, which is pretty easy if I just do HR and PR, human resources and public relations. If I just bundle it all together, the messages are right there. It's a fountain. It's a fountain of information, but it's kind of like anything else. You have to know the language. It's a language that I spent over 20 years to learn and grow on, and I've been writing my own language for a long time on it. But it's all built off of course, real reality. I built this off of military and police and professionals. I built, it's the one thing I'm grateful for college for. Writing a roster and teaching a class was just the very beginning of an amazing privilege that allowed me to really expand my mind and achieve with hard work and knowledge, which is why I made the statement earlier. The only thing more powerful than who you know is having the knowledge to do it yourself. Yeah, I might be out $1 million and, life may be hard, but I still saved over a couple million at least. And what I've been able to gain through mobilization, through stopping a lot of threats, well, I did something that companies barely can achieve with spending billions of dollars, thanks to intelligence, psychosis, and being able to reverse what was weaponized against people with AI and digital media. I love Facebook. I love all these platforms. And it's important that it's here. This is the system of checks and balance to what I like to call one-way media, which is we're used to watching videos, we're used to seeing broadcasts and maybe being able to interact with it a little bit, but not like social media where we have all this real-time interaction. That's the key, is the timing. I talk about the timing a lot. All of this has been data and really knowledge that I've been able to gain only through this work, only through doing this work every morning. A lot of decoding, a ton of it. I can't stress it enough. And I get a little bit repetitive because I'm not going to give away all the goods. I mean, there's certain things that I only want law enforcement to know and certain professionals to know. Everybody else who's calling me an idiot or a tinfoil hat wearing fool, I really, as personally as deep down and disturbing as it actually is, I only say it's a compliment because I'm trying not to be rude in return. I'm trying to respect people because, I don't know everything, and I know how it feels to be traumatized by being fooled and being scared and thinking I knew what the world was and not knowing it. So I'm also doing my best to keep myself in check and go, okay, how can I be easier and easier and easier to talk to? Because even if I disagree with someone, even if they're potentially weaponizing terrorists or opportunists, I still want them to try to be educated and try to see where I'm coming from instead of being defensive. So for me, that's where, of course, I'm not above being human. And with my faults, learning to love and accept myself now that I can be, now that I can be who I am completely out in the open and not worry about it. And now that I've rectified my entire past and realized that all the things I forced myself to believe was wrong, that I thought was right, and now it is right, that doesn't mean I'm some weird genius. It just means that I'm no longer destroying myself. So it's causing me to not have to want to fight in return. And I get a little bit of it. I'm used to that. I grew up kind of hard around the edges in a lot of different areas. I'm used to people being very mean and violent and cruel. I'm really used to that. Very much so, especially 20 years ago. People are no way in shape or form the way they were over 20 years ago in common, in general. But everybody wasn't on camera and tracked, so people could pretend to be other things and then do things in the heat of the moment and just get away with it. And other people would cover for it, and that was kind of a common thing. Don't ask, don't tell. That is just as popular in society as it is in, unfortunately, the military. So with these tactics and these things, I don't know why I said tactics, but with these really positives moving forward, I guess, like I said, it's unsettling to know that, well, even though I'm personally hurt over all of the people who think I'm a moron, when they should really be able to see, really be able to understand what I'm doing, at least that's the biggest identifier and the biggest reflector of truth to decode, and I could share that right now. This is how I know people don't know what they're talking about. It's how I know, beyond working in the field or doing things on my own, where people are just, they're exposing themselves only to the information they want to be exposed to, which is what the opposition I'm speaking of is thinking I'm doing, which I have an algorithm and a system to everything that I'm doing. So that's why I say it's a compliment, and it hurts because it's so sophisticated what I'm actually doing, they think I'm stupid. And that's how far behind the American government and law enforcement is. That's how bad. That's how bad it is. And unfortunately, the biggest threat to our time right now is people believing in what they want to believe and thinking that all this technology is a farce and not really doing the investigations themselves. And that's how the buck stops. Now, my proof is I can go back to what I just said earlier. Look at all the people around you. Listen to the conversations you're having. Really be awake and think about the things you're doing and talking about. And you will see it. It's right there in front of your face if you have an open mind. You don't have to be open to being fooled. Have an open mind to what is systemic, and all of a sudden what doesn't seem to be there, all of a sudden is right there, right in front of your face. And it's so simple and ridiculous. It's unbelievable when it really catches you off guard and you go, well, I can't believe how stupid this really is, And then anybody can say that. So now I sit here and say, well, I can't believe blah, blah, blah. Oh, wait, I don't have to say I can't believe. See, I get all the same systemic things coming out. So like it all has to get flushed out. It all has to work its way through the system. And all of these things are important. Very, very important. And so beyond the personal importance, I want to talk about the artistry importance. And this is where the line kind of blurs. And this is where I know I want to really go beyond the professionals who don't know what they're talking about, who say that they do. And this is where I've been able to learn beyond them. And I'm really grateful for it. And that is on the artistry end. In order to be important in the world, as an artist, artists are supposed to reflect what is happening in the world through sociology. We're supposed to reflect sociology and psychology and human interaction and experiences. That's what very important artists do. Otherwise, it's just all song and dance for no reason. You don't have to take my word for it. Do the research yourself. You will find that if you research artists who are truly on top of their game, who people really, really care about, every single artist, even then they act like the nicest person in the world, who doesn't judge anyone, The true reality of it is every single artist has a stance about something important that they care about. So there's always going to be a level of activism and a level of awareness tied to artists. And that's why people want them around. That's why people gravitate to the most important artists in the world, because they have a message behind the art that they're pushing, and people identify with that message. It's giving back to the people. That's why it's important. So I have to do this also as an artist. It's not for narcissism or just political gain. I have to do this as an artist because artists without public interaction, artists without a message, are just people who are just making art, and they're just a walking feng shui. And look at every artist out there, once again, that is very popular, that people love. Every single artist out there has a message, because that's the point of art. It's to reflect humanity, not just to be entertaining and just dance around and have no meaning to anything whatsoever. So doing all this HRPR and IJ in the morning is so important, beyond the security and beyond the personal health. And I'm reflecting in this video now how it muxes together. So the positive takeaway here is, look at how good security has gotten as far as digitally. Look at how the lawmakers are steadily coming to more and more common ground on every single issue. And look at how what seems to be going backwards is actually moving forwards. There are some new laws in place that were never there before. So some people are going, oh, great, Tim, you help enable some laws. Well, at the same time, though, now there can't be social instability with no law at all. There can't be nationalism taking things over with no law at all. Well, that also protects me, it protects my person, it protects my company, and it protects my ability to flourish because, once again, I'm paying my dues. I am registering what I do. I am making it legal. So I need to make sure the system works. Otherwise, those who can abuse it, well, they're going to get what is rightfully mine. And that's all that it is. Same for anybody else. There has to be a fair shot for those who do the fair amount of work. And being able to manipulate tax law, which is the next part I want to talk about, well, this has all to do with all the same thing. If people believe in disinformation, they support people who want to give deals. And that's where the bait and switch comes in. So if they give too many deals, I don't mean giving deals like as doing a favor or giving someone a discount or something like that. That's okay. That's economics, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm talking about, per vig deals to where, well, if the system doesn't have in place the ability to regulate those who are negligent and those who cheat, then that means that the companies that have been doing it, that have been disrupting the economy this whole time, which is why all of a sudden we went from low interest rates to high interest rates, and why we have inflation, it's their fault. It really truly is, as one big part of it. Now, the confusion is the other part, but you can't really blame confused people. You have to blame the systems that have been taking advantage of it for so long. And now here we are at the end of a big, what was a little mouth of a river that's now a massive issue. Well, that's what happens. And then it takes kind of an earthquake of a reset because it's just too big to deal with. Well, luckily we had a much smoother transition than a complete and total all-out crash of the dollar. Because if that happens, well then it doesn't matter how hard I work, you work, it all just goes away. So now that's being assimilated right now. The biggest bait and switch is that people don't want to work. The reality is, everybody go out yourselves. Look at the help wanted signs. Talk to people, and now after this broadcast, I bet some people are going to change their tone. You'll find that these jobs, they say they're available, they're not available, they're not in the place that they're being advertised, and this is another bait and switch. Because if I have a lot of money in a company and I don't want to pay my fair share because I'm more worried about making such a profit and I think the whole world is a farce, and I believe, especially if I believe in all the disinformation and think the government is evil and fall into all these stupid narratives, then I'm going to think the world owes me something, and I have the right to pay people $7 an hour when I should pay them 15 to 20 an hour bare minimum, because I'm getting the good enough work out of them, and it should be more even. Then, and I should be responsible for training. I should be responsible for automating my company, not just throwing it out there half-mast, being negligent just to get the ball rolling, and then turn around and hope that I just make up for it, and then abuse the workers that I have to get the job done, and then put the hell on them so that way the client keeps hiring me. It goes on and on and on. That is what is really the problem. And so if I provide a proper service, if I'm fully automated or fully insured, and I'm taking the steps to make sure people don't get hurt, what I find is opposition that I'm being too careful. I'm making too many rules. And yet, I'm constantly in situations where I see it all the time. And other professionals talk about it all the time. And it's beyond my own field. You know, people overlook things. Just get it done. Just sign off on it. Just make it happen. You know what to do. Blah, 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 blah. And so now, take myself out of the equation. What about all the other people like myself who want to put these measures in place, and then no matter what, why would anybody come to us if someone else can give a better deal because they can get away with being negligent because they're lucky all the time? And if something does happen, well, they just cover it up and no one knows about it. This is what we've been living through in this world. So beyond what is important on all these other levels, this is once again another part of the bundle, another part of the mux that is important to the work that I have to do to protect myself, my vitality, my company, and most importantly, the mission that I'm on. And the mission that I'm on is to be successful at what I've set out to do. And so far, time and time again, the door opens and shuts and opens and shuts. And so the greatest part of this whole mess is, at least I know where people really stand. I understand the true psychology and the psychosis of sociology, public relations, human resources, and investigative journalism. The one thing I've learned between college, my grandfathers, and a lot of study, all the studies I built and the rosters I built on my own, it has been the greatest fountain of true knowledge ever. And the one good thing about it is knowing the language means that nobody can really lie to me, and I can't, and I'm not going to catch it. I'm going to catch it. I see it. One of my jobs in college, the greatest job I ever got to do, and I talk about this in other videos, was monitor the work of people in college. I mean, I couldn't believe how lucky I was to do that project, to where, as president of our chapter, you know, other schools, other DJs and assignments and talents, their work was sent to me to grade. My work as a DJ and talent, even though I was the president of the chapter, I was still a student. So my work went out to another college and got graded. By the way, we won 89.5 KCFV, took the cake. But either way, Lindenwood always comes second to us. That is true, by the way, even though I'm kind of making that little... But, you know, that's a love jab. That's a love jab. Love jab. Anyway. But with that job in that position, of course it led me to great professionals like Bob Hamilton, being able to have one-on-ones and stuff like that, which is the greatest takeaway. But it's where I really learned that it was through this grading process that it taught me as a programmer and a director how important that this work is. The psychology of programming, sequences, and messages. It's all very, it sounds, I'm making it sound by far worse than what it really is, but that's such an important thing to be able to program. So for instance, if you look at my Facebook, I said YouTube, if you look at my Facebook channel, beyond a lot of the points I'm making and a lot of stuff that I'm sharing, to people who are unaware, it looks like I'm inserting myself in between a bunch of other people's media and news and stuff. What I'm actually reflecting is what it would be like if I had my own broadcast station, and this would be all the different stories and all the different topics and that I would be sharing, and I would be another artist broadcasting in between it all. Now, of course, because this time is very important and I'm doing a lot of work, that's why these videos are here. Otherwise, I'd be making music videos, or I would actually be showing cutaways of different media and like some of these other videos, like on YouTube, like the one I like, the Midas Touch, who they go off on Trump all the time. The only time I'll say his name here, but they go off on Trump all the time and all that stuff. Now, for example, the work that I've done, I'm seeing all of the verbatims reflected in what they're talking about. So I won. It's working, and this is the work that I've done. So this is how mobilization works. It's more powerful if I enable other people to do these things. Plus, all these other people know things I don't, and they already want to do these things anyway. So all I have to do is just spark the right thought at the right time, and the right people will take it and run with it. And it's something that I can't begin to do or afford to do on my own. Plus, I have to run a company and a business all on top of it, all on top of my health. So I can only be in so many places and at so many times. So I want to thank my friend out there. I want to say his name. I'm not out of respect, and I'll just say it when I see him again. I want to thank him for reminding me to duplicate myself. So since the issue is bigger than me, I have to make sure I duplicate the mission. I have to duplicate the intent. I can't just duplicate myself. So that's also why I'm making these videos. And last but not least, all this verbatim that I'm saying, once again, it's all being turned into code as I'm saying it. It's how I was able to control the internet temporarily. And that is my greatest achievement, is I've been able to show every government, especially the American government, military, law enforcement, how I achieved that. That means they'll be able to map that, and nobody will actually really be able to use it as a weapon. Because I didn't hurt anybody. All I did was say, hey, here's how it works. But I had to get everybody's attention because, once again, the government's not trained to look for these things. They're trained in other areas. So that means that what seems like banter and goofiness and free speech was the exact areas that attacked our consumer networks overall. And so far, the only thing that happened was a bunch of airplane websites got hit. So you weren't able to check who was selling pretzels at the airport a couple days ago for a little bit. Working good, working good. Look, even the glitches stopped for a moment. See, everybody? Slowly but surely. And anyway, I'm going to wrap it up here. Good to see you who's tuned in. Looks like a couple of you tuned in, maybe one. I almost can't tell. So, all right. I had a bunch of other stuff on my mind, but either way, I'm going to get on to the next task. So this morning of HR, PR, and IJ, Human Resources, Public Relations, and Investigative Journalism is going very well. I'm doing my homework as normal, and it's paying off because it's keeping me ahead of the world. And now I'm to the point, once again, like in the audiovisual field, now in the psychological field, the medical field, the legal field, I'm getting people who think I'm a complete tinfoil hat moron, which means they do not know what I'm doing, and that's scary because these individuals should not only have my back, they should know exactly what I'm doing, mechanically doing. So they should not be confused. So if these people are confused and they're making decisions and they're making a lot of money and they're running our world and people are listening to these people, well, here's why January 6th happens. Here's why internet fraud happens. Here's why corporate fraud happens. Here's why all of these threats are happening, because these people are asleep. They're not awake. They're asleep at the wheel inside of their own ideology. They're too busy entertaining themselves and only doing what they're supposed to do and forgetting about it. And then now we live in a world where, because of digital devices, it is human nature to be frustrated within fractions of a second of not reaching an answer to a question in the mind. We used to have the time in between things. We got lost in the wall. We waited for a phone call. We were accustomed and used to waiting with slow information. And the rest of us just lived our lives and had no idea all of this was going on. Like shutting the window on the airplane and forgetting that we're thousands of feet in the air. That doesn't take away the reality of things. It actually makes things worse to many degrees. So, had these things been in place, well, I wouldn't be making these videos, and nothing crazy would have ever happened, and there wouldn't have been no issues ever. Period. But obviously, this is the reality of things that are happening. So, it is a true form of humility that I appreciate more than anything, to be able to at least know the truth. I would, as even as painful as it is sometimes, I would rather. I think that's why it's so important too, because I often think if I had a choice, if I could start all over again, would I want to? If I could start all over again and love myself from the very beginning and not be brought up into a systemic world that my parents had no idea existed, because it's not their fault, and all of you are just as in it as me. We've all been lied to by the same things. We've all been taught incorrectly by a lot of the same things. So, with that being said, if I could go back and start all over again, that would mean I wouldn't know what I know now. So, on a personal level, it hurts because now that I do know what I know, and now that I know that I've been really wrong to myself, and I've reflected the wrong personality for so long, I see where everything went wrong in my past, and I've ruined every opportunity not being myself. Every single one. Thinking I had to be something else because that's what I was taught, and all I was doing was destroying myself. But even if I could go back and do all that, as painful as it is, I know that I could have made it several times over in all different areas, not just as a drummer or anything like that, in much more areas, plus with family, friends, relationships. I do not want to lose what I know now. I don't want to start over in another life and forget all this and just have bliss. I want that level of achievement with what I know now. And this is becoming the greatest gift of all, is overcoming this part of life and learning to grow positively with it. Because I think that's the hardest thing, instead of just hanging on to hate and fear, because it can't stay there and wallow. So even though it appears like I'm wallowing and repeating myself, I'm actually making strides and steps every single time. That is really the accomplishment. And a lot of it's already working on its own, steadily. So, excuse me. There's an incredible takeaway from it all. And I think that's why I'm kind of still here this morning on this video right now. Because the next thing is, well, the next thing is letting things get better. That's all there really is now, is maintaining. I mean, there's still, well, it's a full-on dynamic maintenance. No matter what, there's always going to be a new issue, something like that. But the core of the issues are steadily getting addressed, and the main thing now is for to keep a record so people do not fully forget, and it gets flipped again, all over again. And remember, no one's going to be open about it. That's the other reason why this is so important. The issues that are happening, no one is open about it. It's hidden. It will always be hidden to protect the nefariousness of what is happening. And then also, too, because of fear of public speaking. You know, we also got to realize that majority of people are afraid to actually speak their mind. I know I was many times over. It's natural. So what do people naturally do? They say the things they don't even mean to say, or they just automatically talk about something that allows them to be accepted by the public at the time. And some of us call those people sellouts. Joking a little bit. It's not a joke, but I'm just trying to be, fun here. Because it's all about psychology and psychosis at the same time. Let's see. Yeah, now I think I'm fishing for a close. I don't really have to close on anything on this one. Alrighty, well, on to the next level, but I just wanted to share that that's actually what I'm doing every morning, and this work is, once again, not only beneficial to my health, in my business, in security, in government, in law, in tech. It's the most important to reveal what is constantly being buried and forgotten about and overlooked, and it's just helping us move forward. All right, hope you all have a wonderful day, and I will continue to do the same in as much. See you all later. Love you. Good morning, friends and family. How are you this morning? I want to talk about the good progress I've been making moving forward. As always, one of the best ways to reach everybody, other than having dinner at the table, is right here on social media. So while the rest of you are busy working your private lives, and I hope that you are, I'm steadily at work, of course, at social engineering, and the reward hasn't been monetary. It's been a lot of progress, and looking out for progress, looking out for the kiddos, looking out for, the system of things. It has really paid off with the work, and now the perpetual motion is working so well. The trajectory is moving in an area that I thought it never would, and something, once again, that I thought I never would survive has been turning out to be very well. So I want to get a little happier now that things are moving forward, and I want to talk about it. I'm really, really excited. First and foremost, I'm really happy with, all of the old world being exposed, all that good stuff, and I've been very heavy talking about religion lately, and I'm finally coming to a close on that because, one of the biggest things to, disinformation and all the stuff that I've been working toward at stopping in the social engineering the best that I can, has been, undercovering all these things that are kind of tied to the real world that, can always be manipulated and stuff like that. So the progress there is that at least all of that is being reflected very, very much so. And so now I'm steadily closing out on the whole religion aspect because the more and more that we know the truth about these things, then the more and more the good people who are involved in all these areas, especially like religion, they can always look out for the future issues to come when it comes to, security devices and social engineering, because it all comes down to opinions and what people think and feel and believe. So that has been one of the biggest factors. The second thing, of course, on the global stage, really happy to see the turnout legally of what's happening across the world despite the challenges. So what used to be hidden and buried, what a lot of what seems like used to be, a good old world, all that stuff that was hidden and buried and stuff like that, well, people are standing account for it, and now, once again, between religion and media, opportunists cannot manipulate our system because thanks to AI and thanks to fact-checking and a lot of the truth saying, it just makes it a wall of almost impossibility to manipulate, because it takes people being unaware of what's happening in the world and the public to be fractionated into all of these Cold War things that are happening in the world. And that's fractionating people's minds and making sure that, unfortunately, I want to make sure that people are always aware that have multiple sources and be resourceful, and most importantly, stay with the ground. Beware of magic, beware of folklore, whether it's from opinions or agendas all the way to false gospels. Beware of all of it. And part of the reason that I'm happy about the progress of this is now, when it comes to mental health services and young people especially, there's an area that has been so systemic legally, and it hurts those who are in charge and empowered just as much as it hurts those who are going through it. And it's another flaw of the system that is now steadily being addressed. I feel that it is, because I can see it. I can see it in the reflections of reports, actions, and just the way the world is responding to situations, the way people are talking, the narratives that are used, the words that are being used. All these algorithms are now perpetual formulas that have really, really shaped a new trajectory. And it's so important because as time moves on, my goal anyway is to make sure that we have the most fair and balanced Supreme Court, and any court for that matter, so as future leaders become involved, just like what we have previously seen, when segregation takes hold, there has to be some type of code of ethics to a moral compass as to how future judgments are made. And when those voices are silenced by a majority of people in the free-thinking world who have been confused by Cold War, well, it manipulates our beautiful free system. And people need to be aware of how that is always used. And of course, it's mostly manipulated through commercialism and sales tactics, manipulating, consumer channels, things of that nature, the things that, law enforcement, even companies for that matter, really have their hands tied monitoring because we're so free. We live in such a wonderful, free, beautiful system, those of us in the free world, that it can only be manipulated by bigotry and hatred and racism and communism. And all of these forms come in a bunch of different wrappers. And the hardest thing is to watch our world stand up in the face against it to only support it. And that is the biggest bait and switch, which is, of course, a part of the big lie, stuff like that. And I'm feeling very good at the progress because I am seeing diffusion in all of these areas, in the narratives, the way people speak, think, and feel. I'm seeing more true humanity coming out of people and it being accepted and being normalized. And last but not least, the centrist approach has been the greatest approach, because if I care about what seems like an opposition, well then they care as well. So for example, when it comes to LGBTQIA and, queer, gay, and transgender rights, that's been the biggest challenge for me. I've talked about it in the past, and moving forward, I'm very happy because what seems to be some setbacks in the law, with some judgments against, it's actually moving forward because there were no laws in the beginning, and it once again caused things to be awry. Now at least there's a direction, and then we can steadily move forward in more fair and balanced with a code of ethics versus it being about a certain type of subculture. And the difference, that significant difference in social engineering is very, very important, because as much as we need the freedom to express ourselves with subculture, it's so easy to get lost in the indifference between subculture and true living in culture. There truly is a difference, and that's always the biggest argument. And when it comes to being successful on both personal and living in the world, interacting with other people, I believe that it's important to be genuine and true and care about others. So in order to be fair and balanced, that tends to get a little nullified, and it's real easy to just be complacent, to not upset anyone, to be a service provider or a business person, and then the inherent problem happens, and then the public turns a blind eye, and it's the same formula over and over and over again, until a group of people unfortunately come along and start persuading government and everybody else, and what seems like something that everybody wants becomes an actual, fascist movement that people don't realize, right? Especially if you become a part of it. I know how it feels to become a part of something that feels like such a social movement or a great thing, and then in reality, I'm not realizing I'm supporting one particular group of people, and it's not freedom at all. It's just more segregation, and that is what the enemies of the free world constantly need to regenerate. And this is the stuff that Grandpa and I always talked about at the table, the kitchen table every morning, stuff like this. So it's very important to have these conversations and these thoughts and these processes just happening. And I'm steadily at work in the background processes, and so the reward has been enormous. And now that there's more of an acceptance and normalization of things that used to be considered mentally ill that weren't, and there's more of a pursuit into what truly is mentally ill for both society and individuals, this all is a step moving forward into what is diverse, what is inclusive, and what is fair and just. And enough people are starting to have voices, and it should continue, because the more that what is considered, for example, for social engineering, my biggest goal is to change the mindset of what is considered a minority group. So that way, if minority groups have enough of a voice, they're no longer considered a minority group. That means people who are a minority are now empowered, and there's no reason to have special treatment. And the reason why I'm using those terms is the term special treatment is something in social engineering that causes problems between people. It's where one group of people feel that another group of people is receiving something they don't deserve, but this other group of people has been disparaged or put in that position socially through the engineering process by the system itself, and therefore they are never justified, and then it causes there to be a need for special treatment. And it's fair for those who are disparaged and need the help. But at what point do people grow out of that mindset? And that's why I stay a centrist. So I'm working on this because at the end of it all, it's about justifying the ugly conversation. That's what filibusters are for. So that way enough sense can finally be made to end the filibuster. And until sense is made, a filibuster, special treatment, uneven treatment, and of course, social, why am I losing my words here? Because I'm getting a little emotional, because I care. But, I'm forgetting the word I'm thinking of. So unprofessional of me. Anyway, this is not a script. But, social discrimination. So, in order to end social discrimination, there has to be an end to persecuting minority groups, which means minority groups have to have a voice. Traditionally, in America, we are used to voices being silenced to somehow stop problems on the surface. That is a form of supremacy, and that is something that the enemies of the free world can always use against the free world. And that's where we are today. It's where communism can't work anymore. That's why I've been talking about religion a lot, because the goal is not to erase it, it's to make sure that it can't be abused. And that's how it's all abused, through supremacy. And we're seeing that in world leaders today. And luckily, now that this trajectory has changed, the first part of the goal that I wanted to accomplish in my lifetime is already finished. It's only a matter of time before all these world leaders literally pass away with time. They're just going to die off, and their mindset's going to die with them, because the truth is being talked about over and over and over again. And the more that people are becoming free and having a voice, then the less of a need for protest and problems happen. Like I'm already seeing by far more acceptance for people who are for people. I hate using these words, but anyway, because it causes the whole mental separation to begin with. But for purposes of the public, because I care. So now that, for instance, people of color and people who are queer are having more of a voice, there's more acceptance and normalization happening with the people of the communities, to where only those in the fringes are now having issues. That's why I want to talk about being happy, because I'm fighting the fringe. I'm so tired of it being an effect on my life and everyone else's. So this accomplishment has been incredible in diffusing the fringe and making sure that certain parts of the fringe can't manipulate what's happening with the devices. Well, that's the accomplishment, and most importantly, the social engineering. So I'm really happy at the accomplishments this is bringing, because things are steadily working better for me as a result, because they're working for you. And if they work for you, they work for me. I know that kind of sounds almost hypocritical, because I said the communism word earlier before. And this is actually not communism. And how is that different? I want to explain. Because legally, I can't make the law just work for me. That is privilege, and that is the exact opposite of what the free world is about. So what is paying off for me is the ability to be able to operate freely, and the ability for the filibusters to come to an end, the ability for protesting to not be as viable, but not to end the message, because the message is actually getting through. And the goal is to leave the argument to the fringes, and once the argument is to the fringes, it stays in the fringes perpetually, and then on the surface, on the social engineering, we are all coexisting, being accepting of each other. And that has been the main goal of moving forward with all these narratives, all these things. So the algorithms are truly formulas now, absolutely working. So this helps me become more whole of a person, a better person. It helps me with confidence, and most importantly, it helps pave the way for me to be successful, because now I don't have to make a choice to be complacent or not about these issues. I don't have to make a choice to continue to hurt myself to believe that that's what I have to do to make a profit in this world to be accepted by those who are living a systemic bigoted lifestyle. And I don't have to worry about any of that, and I don't have to worry about fighting it anymore. So now, like with that last statement, I can also start to leave that statement behind, because perpetually the algorithms are working. So the diffusion is there. I'm seeing it between general conversation, from media, law enforcement, entertainment, every sector possible, industry. I'm hearing and seeing the narratives everywhere. So the formulas are there, they're working. And all of those in the world who've inspired me and who have a stronger message than I do are all a part of it. Because any bit of data spanning, it will span to their information and vice versa. Anything that they have will span to mine. And that's the beauty of language, that's the beauty of good things and good workings. It almost does seem like magic, because this is where I can step back and let good things go to work. Let the work that I just did the last few years be viable, and let it be something that wasn't just for me, so that way it is valuable to everybody else. And I can continue to move forward in myself. So the first part, definitely done. And the second part that I never really thought would go as far, and I'm extremely grateful because it's moving forward much faster, are the shared interests globally. You know, the last part of this, everybody, is the reason why, you know, it seems so ridiculous in a way is it's been so successful that it looks like it's ridiculous. So on a global stage, I'm very happy that what I fought for changed the trajectory of what's happening economically and politically, because of the fear factors that were happening in the world, and now that's gone. We're moving forward. For instance, the crypto world, whether it's BRICS or any other form of crypto, it's just no longer a threat, and it's still there. So there's no reason to go to war on either side over the money. That was the biggest threat that I wanted to diffuse, and that's why I was talking about religion so much, because all of that's been thrown into the mix to cover up this whole big thing, which is what was traditionally considered the Great Reset. And now the Fed have listened, so with the CBDCs, once again, with this three-tier system, the ability to funnel, there's a new Rockefeller formula that works for everybody. It doesn't just work for a privileged group. At the same time, if you do the work, you can reap the benefits. There is a capitalist perspective to it for those who work hard enough. So it's not like it has to be given away for those doing harder work to others who are not. That's the big beauty to this formula. So I'm really happy that oh wait, what does it mean? So I'm happy that now that has turned into a global reflection of shared interests. And we're hearing that now. I want to talk just about countries for a minute. Even though we're an entangled web, the more and more we hear about China and the U.S. talking about shared interests, is the more and more we will never fall victim to losing our stance as a superpower and losing NATO and falling under attack. And you have to remember, this is the one thing that the intel I had come all into fruition that I'm so glad about, which had to do with Russia. I'll be light because we have to be for Ukraine. But I'm not going to talk about any war plans or anything stupid like that. I'll leave that to the experts. When it comes to this part, see, let's just come back to the oil real quick and the shared interests. And this is the second part of the win that's the best for everybody, is with shared interests, we're not going to fall victim to the lie of energy independence. As much as I love the idea of energy independence, I drive a gas-guzzling SUV, as much as I want $1 a gallon and 98 cents a gallon, the last thing I want to do is empower someone like the leader, like Putin, for example, to be able to control the energy of Europe. And that's what happened by giving us all $1 a gallon of gas. And most Americans just did not realize what was happening. That, in turn, was forcing us to have to compete for drilling with China. I always talked about, McCain warned us. So this was such a big blindside. And once again, when, you know, Trump had the buildings in Russia and all the businesses happening over there, it was already only a matter of time before the conflict of interest would have taken over. So that being said, I'm really glad now that with the shared interests with China in the energy sector, this is the way out of future global problems. And this is the way out of having an issue with the Taiwan Strait, all this stuff. It's just completely the way out of it. And now, no matter what, Russia can never control the world. or at least Europe, with Nord Stream, and then hold America over a barrel with conflict of interest over the businesses in Russia, which was a good idea initially. I even wrote to support it a lot of times, but in the end of the game, that was ultimately what was hurting us, and the sign was the falsehoods of energy independence. Because there's no way at 5% of the world, even with having 95% stake of global investment with economical power, there's just no way by numbers, especially with alternative money measures and mindsets, that a free world can compete with an authoritarian regime over drilling because of structure and because of numbers. It was only a matter of time before it eroded, and once again, it constantly was delivering that power outside of especially NATO, the world banking system, which means all of us would have been broke over a new currency system, and there's your great reset, one world government of hell, the whole thing everybody's worried about. So that's not freedom, everybody. That's giving up safeguards and everything. So I'm extremely happy because that has now changed as well. I asked for stair-step down incentives on the interest rates in order to build up our surplus so we can be prepared for future storms with climate change, and of course future pandemics and potential future conflicts where we fall short. Now we have that ability, and the last part was so to save our economy, we have a stair-step down plan that whether Democrat or Republican, whoever gets in, the stage is set, the setup hand is there. So whoever's going to get in office in 2024, here in America especially, they're walking into a setup hand at the end of the blackjack table to be able to bet and hit and make it good for all of us, just like Trump walked into when he got in. So I'm sorry to mention the Trump word, but anyway, I don't care, really. Because, unfortunately, due to the nature of America, and we all love to be vicarious and romantic, the thought of a criminal being president, woohoo, let's be rebels. Yeah, it's all cool and fun in the movies, but it looks like it may be happening for real. So that's also why I did all of this. So that way, if Trump does get back in, then at least he can't make any of the mistakes he did in the past. And that's really what I want to do, because I'm not here to attack the seat of the presidency. I'm here to make sure that people don't screw up and get us all destroyed. That's all that it is, because I don't know the man. I'm not all of a sudden supporting him. But anyway, I don't know the man, and I'm not going to make up stuff to be mean at people. I'm just going to fix issues, because I'm not going to fight with people I don't know. That's just stupid and ridiculous. I'll fight a narrative all day long. I'll fight a bad idea. I'll stand up against terrorism. But I will not just attack people to attack people. That's across the line. That's not okay. That's not acceptable. That's unethical. And the best part for me is, I had to fight through the emotions. I had to learn. I had to really step up and learn how to control the psychosis of the situation, because everything I was taught in the old world doesn't work. It doesn't apply. I can't throw religion at it. I can't throw scripture at it, because none of it applies. It's great folklore, and there's good history to it and all that kind of good stuff. But when it comes to these problems of today, the one thing Hitler and now Putin is using is religion, religious conquest. That's all a part of the framework, and this is where America had screwed up. But that has changed. That trajectory has changed. The whole world is aware now that the rapture was used as a playbook, and we would have, under Trump, supported Israel in a preemptive strike that would have made us in contempt of the World Court, and it would have given authority to other regimes to be able to use nuclear warfare against the U.S., especially in the future. So we have to think about the kids. We have to think about the future. We can't just think about the people who are dying right now that are only worried about their stocks or their power. We have to worry about the kids. And that is, if I worry about the kids' future, well, then that takes care of my future, because they are taken care of. Same deal. So now I feel that the real true origins and reasoning behind religion, which was meant for ethics and family values and a form of community, I feel that by everything I'm sharing, that those narratives have also pushed the ability to help restore the true meaning behind church, and help save the communities that are in despair there, so those who are using it for gain can literally be just eliminated. And I'm looking forward to AI and algorithms filtering out future opportunists, the future Hitlers of the world, like Putin, who are using religion for their basis. And once again, that's why I want to close out on that on this particular segment for moving forward, because watching the Christian Orthodox Church in Russia try to manipulate the rest of the world as a means to this end rapture deal, and to see Americans be a part of it as well, along with certain Israelis and others who are pushing supremacy. They're hurting all of the real Americans and the real Israelis and the real Russians and the real everybody else who actually truly believe in the culture of religion and truly believe in the real teachings of Jesus Christ and the disciples that are trying to be depicted, versus those that just claim to be spouting the word of God and then all of a sudden are inserting all kinds of subliminal social engineering of politics that really is Cold War. And that is unacceptable. It is unethical. It is inappropriate. It is terrorism. And I will never be complacent at those who abuse religion for conquest. And attacking religion is not okay. That's like attacking a culture or a race of people. So the hardest part is realizing the difference of the conversation I'm having, because I want to start to point out more of the contrast, so that way those who are sane and who care can see that there's a difference between the reality of the message and the sanity versus the words being used. And please decipher the difference between messages of truth and healing and growth versus the disparity of the noise and disinformation. So 2 areas there, very, 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 I'm very happy about. Number 3, there's, I guess, to close out on the global stage, I feel that there is now a new potential future with China that hadn't existed. So between the trade war being stopped and now with shared interests having a lot of focus, we're going to be able, with China having so many people, there is such an incentive for better energy, and they're already on the move. So this is now a great enticement for the U.S. investors, and it's promoting what we've already been wanting to do here in the U.S., everybody, which is a better lifestyle and more efficiency, which is going to lead to better prices, and it's going to lead to a better economy, because we're going to be able to flourish with less damage to the planet. There's 8 billion people on the planet, so we can't be over mining and over milling utility, whether it's whether it's water, a substance, a mineral, food, air, fuel, whatever it is. We can't be wasting it for cheap gain just to create pockets of poverty with the abuse of social engineering through terrorism, so that way the economy is only available for those who can afford it, and then only those who can afford it live in gated communities and everybody else is in the ghetto. That's not what this was intended to be. And the constant eroding of the middle class has been the complacency of America, and that goes across the rest of the world because of the unions. And unions are global and worldwide, so what happens in America happens across the world, unless they're not a part of a free nation. And guess what? It even happens in all nations, because they have their own forms of unions. So the mindset travels. So it's universal. It doesn't matter who is in power. What matters is what people think and how people feel, especially in what is considered the free world. This is a lot of the social engineering that is paying off. The normalization is working, and what I mean by the normalization is the centrism normalization. And let me just put that in much simpler terms so it doesn't sound so abrasive. And that is, I'm starting to now be able to focus more so, which this what this video is now I can move forward into not being so fringe. The goal was to make sure that the arguments and the narratives and the algorithms push the formulas that are fringe back to fringe, and to get it out of the mainstream completely. So the algorithms that filter me at certain points means it's filtering other parts of fringe, which is great. And just like with religion, fringe doesn't need to go away either. It just, there's certain, these are private communities, whether it's faith or entertainment or culture. For private communities, that has a lot to do with fringe, in my opinion, because of what I've experienced and grown to know and see how people react dealing with the public, especially, and mindsets, and really studying this. I have yet to see any fringe group come on the scene to mainstream and not have an agenda or a bias to some type of focused narrative. It doesn't work for everybody, and it needs to. And this is where, of course, protesting is good at times, because when the whole public doesn't realize what's going on, well, that's the whole point of protesting. And thanks to social media, getting the message out is by far more important than just protesting in the streets. And it's all about using it together. And once again, for those of you who think I'm catering to, the fringe narratives or the destruction of America, remember, this all has to come about, be talked about, thought of, and normalized before groups of people can become able to be normal and function in society. And what does it mean to be normal? To not live in fear. What does it mean to be normal? To be able to interact with anybody, any creed and culture, and actually function. And then, we have our private groups for fringe and belief and all these other places to go to have our communities so we can be who we are, that is on a segregated level for those that need it. And for some, it's important. So I'm not knocking that. Not knocking that at all. I just want to make sure that these things are not used for weaponization. And so I'm extremely, extremely excited at the potential that's being made, and the payoff is here. So now I get to move forward even further in not only being happier for myself at the success of it, but allowing it to go to work. Allowing especially all of the others in the world who have inspired me. I'm sharing a lot of inspirations to let their messages now move forward, because their message is not my message. And even though that some of their messages attach to the same formulas and algorithms that I have, I'm sharing it out of respect, because it's not all about me. I didn't think up everything. I'm not the world's genius of genii. I would love to be, but no. I'm an inspired human being that has an original approach, but I'm only as good as how I'm inspired, and I'm only as good as the code of ethics that I intertwine into it. And that I like to share, because that's my favorite saving grace, because it reminds me that I'm not the center of the universe. It reminds me that I'm just a fragment and a part of it. And I think that's the greatest thing. So here's the greatest part of moving forward and everything that's going on, the latest take, friends and family. I hope you're doing well. If you haven't heard from me, this is all the hard work I've been doing. I'm steadily moving forward. I hope you are too. I love you all, and hopefully we can all get together and have dinner or have some fun sometime. The world has gotten so fast-paced, and we are all so connected and already know what we're all doing at all times thanks to social media, that we actually really don't even talk to each other. But then again, before social media, we just didn't talk to each other unless we got together for dinner, and then we all just had opinions of each other in our heads, and we had no idea what was really going on with each other. And at least now we do. So when we get together for dinner, it almost makes it seem like there's nothing to talk about, because we don't have to find out anything about each other. But I like that. That means we could just get together and just talk about whatever and be family and not worry about the world. Although, share it, talk about it like here now, but I love the fact that the urgency to find out about each other is less, and the reason to just interact with each other because we care is more. And that is another great part of value that I am looking forward to in the future, that I'm already seeing being reflected. It's just a matter of people getting used to it. And of course, it's a good thing, so it's only a matter of time before more and more people do. God bless America. God bless the world. Coexist. For anybody just tuning in who might be seeing this for the first time, this is Tim Howard the Rabbit. One world, everybody. And here's the progress being made moving forward. Hope you all have a wonderful afternoon. See you. Good morning, everybody. I'm always prepping. Oh, the gremlins are back. I'm always prepping for the public beyond security. So, good morning, everybody. And once again, even though a lot of people are, why am I getting hung up? Why am I getting hung up? I know exactly what I want to say. Nothing's fabricated, so why am I getting hung up? Well, I'm seeing behaviors, and I'm getting frustrated with the behaviors, but I should be, because these are behaviors that simply don't belong. So, always prepping for the public. Okay, the gremlin is back, so the very people that are causing the problem this whole time, they're back. And who are they? Let's just go straight into that. Who are they? They are a republic. What is a republic? The republics in America, the groups of people that run each state. And so I support the states, I support the government so long as they're doing right. I'm also supporting the right to proper security, because once again, I was attacked by these very people, I was attacked by these very platforms, and I was not kept safe when I paid for technology to work correctly. And then when people thought COVID was a hoax, they abused their powers of who they are in a republic to go against federal government and go against the safeguards I put in place, because the internet was wide open to be able to be controlled by a voice, which AI flourished with, and that's why I jumped in and took control of it, because I was terrified from what was happening. And it always comes back to this. And who are they and those in the republic? Well, instead of it being a conspiracy, let's just actually turn on the lights a little bit and make it more of a reality. The very people I've been reaching out to for help all along, I don't need mental help. I don't need medication. Because I'm not insane. I need this whole deep state conspiracy of people who are intertwined with people I love, namely my family and friends and colleagues, to stop hiding and stop hoarding what they know, because it all comes down to it comes down to where I'm stuck and why I keep talking about it. So when it comes to security, remember, it all started from DMs. It all started from this technology that needs to be open. So here I am again making another video. Here the gremlins are back. Here it's all there. And see, I'm always prepping for the public, because part of this whole security campaign that I'm working on, which is detrimental to survival, this is not a joke. It has to do with me being a public figure, and I don't care who keeps trying to knock me out of it. Just like a lawyer who has a TV commercial, anyone who elects to be a part of the public is a public figure. So even though I'm not very popular, it doesn't matter. I've been a public figure because I've elected to be. So if anything I ever have goes viral in a good way, if any of my work ever goes viral in a good way, what happens to people when they become public figures is those in the republic who can take control of things in their localities and expose people. That's what they do in the background of things, and they do that to keep the economy intact. So it's initially a good intention, but the reality of that situation is that anyone who becomes a public figure anyone who's a public figure, whether they elect to be or not, is always subject to the scrutiny of their lives. And we're living in a time where, once again, thanks to digital technology, AI, and things that will never be taken away, it will never go back to the way it was. So there's no way to hide our private lives indefinitely from paparazzi, from media, from anyone involved beyond law enforcement to a deep state. So those who keep trying to shut me up, remember, this is because no one worked with me. Nobody worked with me. They're all running from me and hiding or not saying what is necessary. So I'm back to this point again, because this means that even though the law is now working for everybody else, it still needs to work for me. And now that I figure out who they are, which has been the same people all along, and I've been refraining, like I don't call them out on the internet, I really don't. I call out the mechanics because of the abuses of law, and that's what has happened to me. And then I didn't know all the other abuses. So whoever's with me, I'm glad you're with me. Please stay with me. It means a lot. So here I am this morning, and I'm seeing another now part of law that is making technology work better. It's bringing more diversity and inclusion to working, and then it's still like, see, I'm being disrupted. But so even though these things are working, I haven't been able to mend any relationships that have been broken by these problems, these sociological problems. And systemically, we're all trained to see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. So this means if everybody keeps running from me or treating, I shouldn't say everyone, all the people I'm interacting with, or the family and friends especially, and colleagues that are not interacting with me and who are running, who are really assisting in what is actually hurting me, that's what they're doing. And that whether they know it or not, they're literally assisting in what is destroying my life, my career, and causing me to fight a war I never intended to fight. Public speaking is part of my service and my art. Public speaking is part of my service and my art, and all of that is true. It's just like any other company, it's on the shelf, because until I can market it properly, I can't release it. And before COVID, and before the deep state conspiracy over the money, which led to all the religions, which is why I had to call this stuff out, it's beyond my own personal belief. So while some think I'm having some mental breakdown, and it's all for that, it has to do with, remember, look at how they're trying to disrupt me. So and remember, I'm paying for my security. I'm paying, and I'm constantly assisting in the government and everyone to help me. So the only people who are against government are the deep state conspirators, which are parts of republics. And only Republicans are fighting against Democrats who are putting all the laws in place I asked for. So there's the smoking gun. These are people. I'm not delusional. So furthermore, either way, I'm winning. Legally, I'm winning. It's just not working for me personally, at least not yet. But that's okay, because that's why I'm making these personal videos. See, remember, this was supposed to be a part of a show initially, but if I kept it a show, then that would make me guilty of treason, because I would be profiting off of the very thing I took an oath to fight against, which is using media and sociology and ideology as a weapon to make sales. As a sales and marketer, that's exactly what I've been taught my whole life, by sales companies especially that rip people off. And that's why these companies aren't around anymore, because they ripped people off. So if that makes me a bad guy, well, there's really something wrong with the world here, okay? So all these tactics I've been taught, I'm seeing them being put into place. And thank you, Crypto World, see you there. What's up with the disruption? So all these things were put into place, right? And now here I am, and every time I reach out to an entity that I keep backtracing to who they are, which goes back to people who are tied to associates of the Republic, well, this is the conflict of interest and the real difficult part. So beyond security, part of my initial wave before it became into fighting COVID and all these things, part of me being open was beyond always having a controversial radio show, an online show that's already been mapped and intended. I just haven't been able to implement it. I know that anybody who becomes a part of the public, whether they're popular or not, our lives, our personal lives is what takes on scrutiny. Especially anybody who's actually a big star. They know exactly what I'm talking about, because I've only experienced like a little whittle of a spit of what like a real star has actually gone through. And it's an unbelievable amount. So luckily I'm able to map it, especially being very close to a whole lot of these environments over time. It's, good thing the professionalism has taught me a lot there. So that's where it comes down to this situation, because I already know that if I'm open and honest and transparent about my life, as distasteful as it is, when I'm actually producing and making real material for profit that's beyond what's personal, you can all bash my personal life, and guess what? I've been so open and honest, there's nothing left to make up. And all the things that were used to actually criminalize me, that was terrorism to my life, the people who tried to incarcerate me over things that were absolute. Is this a legal team doing this? Because I believe it's the exact people that were in my life. It's the exact people I'm not calling out on the internet. It's the exact people who are tied to my family and friends and colleagues. And all of them have used police jargon, which I'm trained to know once again. So that's why I keep wanting to help the police, help the public, because I'm going to help good cops filter out the rest of what the hell happened. And some of these people I care about so much. That's why I'm so upset with them, because they helped me change my life. One in particular really got me to quit being systemic. I never realized it. But at the same time, if they're going to support the conspiracy behind COVID and think that all these things are fake, and the problem is we're in limbo because nothing was ever truly solved. So the law is going, hey, we're willing. Now legally the law is saying we're willing to forget about it. I know, I interact with them all the time, and whether we directly know it or not. And how does that make any sense? We're all communicating on a dark web principle right in front of our faces. We're all speaking code to each other and making sense to each other, and everybody else who is not a part of the actual problem or the situation or a part of it doesn't understand. It's all babble to the public. So whoever's trying to shut me down, maybe you're trying to help me, right? Because all of this can be used against me. Well, that's part of what I'm working on, because I'm showing that part of what I'm a victim of is the bias in the legal system. Once again, systemically not working. It's lawyers being able to take banter and turning it into whatever they want in a courtroom situation, and that seems more believable than the actual truth. I know, I've been in court representing myself, being honest, and I've had the court cheat. And I've already had the media prove that to me, but because it was past statute of limitations, nothing can happen. Things have happened to me just like many other people that are illegal. Am I going back to deal with it? I know that's what the law is taking it as, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to stop it from the future. Because if I just forget about it and move forward, which is my plan in a sense, well, without things seated properly, then the very people that hacked me during my last job, that disrupted my business, you have to have clearance. You have to be allowed from the ISP provider to be able to do what you did and to be able to come through my VPN like you did on top of it. When I paid for everything, and it's all within the ring of protection of the U.S. So it wasn't the Russians, it wasn't the Chinese, it wasn't any of these people that it looks like. These are Americans who are taking advantage of the privileges of a republic because we have a capitalist society. So that means they own things. They own the rights to go in and mess with the technology. So I want to prove that, because I didn't hack things. And that's where it comes back to, I didn't hack anything. So anything being supported against me legally is supporting the actual criminals who are hacking everything, because it was professionals who got upset with me for not using bare bones machines and not knowing how to run my own code. That means they're manipulating the machines in business to do so. So does that make me a whistleblower? To some, it does. But I was attacked over these things. So I gave up another $1 million idea. I don't care who laughs at that, because when it comes to marketing, it makes well more than that, actually, especially with more people involved. And I know if I can get anywhere from $30,000 to $100,000 bids, at least at one time in my life, then I already know that what I'm working on, others, I'm already seeing them making millions off of it constantly over and over again. So I'm fine with the whole corporate warfare thing as long as it's fair. But if the law can be manipulated, then companies can manipulate me bending the law. So I have to fight for these things as a business. It's beyond the oath I took to the public. So just because my show is a part of this filibuster, that's why I gave up making a profit during reverse engineering. That's why I gave up a profit. So when I stood up to fight, when we were being attacked on social media, and I reverse engineered what was happening, I had to do it all in the heat of the moment and learn as I was going. And it was like a fight. I can't have a political debate and explain to everyone what's happening when someone's trying to digitally beat me up. So I have to constantly stand for that. So that's why you'll always hear language is math, math is language. So when, at the time, when the public was unaware of AI, including myself, because it felt like it was God and divine, that's why I talk about religion a lot, because a lot of people think people aren't human. It goes into this security thing. So I thought it had to do with all these divine things, and I didn't know I was controlling the internet with my voice. I didn't know I was controlling the internet with my voice. And they tried to arrest me for treason over it. How do I know that? From interacting with certain people I will never mention anywhere because I care about them. They're doing their job. And I'm not twisting things against them individuals. You know what? They're in our world as well. So this is helping the police officer protect the public. Look, still disruptions, right? So now I've decided, oh, real quick on a side note, I've decided that I'm not liquidating my services or anything any further. I'm just going to take on other work in another area that pays less if I can't sell my services for what they're worth. And that's fine. At least I'm seeing everything I've given away being reproduced by others in the business. So if they're making a profit on it now and I'm not, that means they're building it for me in the future. So that's part of the reason why I have a lot of opposition. And it's part of the reason why I can sound arrogant at times. But, you know, I'm done with people being arrogant with me. Absolutely finished with it. I'm finished with people baiting and switching me. I'm finished with people not telling me what the hell is going on when they need something from me and then switching it up when I get there. I'm really tired of that. I have a medical condition. I don't expect red carpet treatment. But, and if that's going to be used against me, if my medical condition will be used against me, then fine. I'll eventually be on disability. But I don't plan on living off the government. And I'm not giving up my company to a bunch of hackers or a bunch of people in a republic. Just because they can legally stand up for a republic doesn't mean they have the right to exploit loopholes. And part of the reason why I have so much opposition is because of what I fought for with the cash. I'm tired of people who I love and trust telling me I'm tired of being told to commit fraud. I'm tired of being told to hide cash. I'm tired of being suggested to be criminal because it protects so-called good people. I'm not supporting the deep state conspiracy. I'm not supporting people who flip cash like this, ever. Had I done these things, I would have already been put on the chopping block for... Oh, they tried to knock that out. Had I already done these things, I would have been put on the chopping block for it. So now there's only 2 areas that can be finally used against me that are old. Old to respin, and that's exactly what I'm doing. By disclosing all these things with the public, I already know I followed the law. I already know I did. And I'm so solid, all they can do is spin the fact of my relationships in my personal character on how I, in my personal character for relationships. So at least I can say I was in a situation where I was completely terrorized at one point of my life, and I already have proof of this person terrorizing others, so no matter what they say, as far as me setting them off, that can't happen. Now, my point is never to recycle this whole old thing, so why am I saying it? Because that situation is still a part of what was abused legally, that terrorized my life. So if my friends and family and colleagues can be weaponized against me, whether they know it or not, by a system that's supposed to protect me, and I'm calling it out, and it's working against me when it should be protecting me, and it's only working in the background, well, then I still have more work to do on this filibuster, because that means who they are, they're supporting a part of government that wants to support people who are, they're supporting a nationalist part of our government that will abuse our all of our amendment rights, for that matter, to achieve political dominance. And I looked off to the side. That doesn't mean I'm fabricating. I'm making sure I access my information, because I know that I've been taught that by people. Oh, look, you're looking around. That means I'm actually thinking and accessing my brain. If I was sitting here just staring straight forward, I would already have if I were just staring straight forward, I would already have a pre-planned speech. So, the rest of what's important. Let me go back to this show. So now originally, after being the minister and then becoming the rabbit in this situation, that was not intended, the rabbit part. I originally have a show. And no artist can make it without controversy. No show can make it without controversy. So after being a news director And once I realized that people were always interested during the time of me being the minister reading catastrophic news stories, and then after my speech that became part of this war plan, which is how I caught the government. So lawyers, if you try to take me to court over this, I'm so ready for you. I'm so ready for you. It's unbelievable. Because I already know I was investigated over my story. I have the right to free speech. It has nothing to do with the internet. And I did not break into a server. I did a Netscape search. So it's the government's fault. I know these things, not mine. And they never protected me over it. And the deep state kept running with it. And then new people got in. And this hurts the state, by the way. So I'm not hurting the state. I'm helping the state help me, because I want this ideology flushed out, because it's a loophole of law, and it has cost me dearly. It almost cost my life and my freedom, and I can't stop until it works. Because a lot of people don't understand, especially in business. I know, because when I'm working and things are right, especially when I make certain people happy, I'm so busy I don't have time to think about any of these things. Same as the other professionals. They're all on their cell phones, in between working on things. They don't really know what's going on. And they don't have enough time to process that, and I know. Because as a news director, I had to stop. And I had to absorb everything that was happening to understand it. In order to fight for digital security that led to legal security, so everybody can benefit from what I'm being terrorized from. So I wasn't being disrupted until just now. So it just proves that the people now who came into my home, who were my friends, and my family who's refusing to talk to me, or doesn't want anything to do with me for the matter, who is supporting these conspiracies by allowing it to flourish, the threat is always the closest to home. So now, the people who are pretending to be my friends, who are undercover agents, and I care about them, we're not supposed to have this issue, but thanks to the world and technology and things that happen, we all had to expose each other, right? And now, I'm hoping these people can eventually protect me, because deep down I'm protecting them in the end. Because if they can't, I'm protecting them in the end, because if they can't use these methods, then nobody can use it, and the deep state conspiracy is over. And then the ones who are abusing the republic, which is what's causing our infrastructure to fail, it's causing people to believe that, life is abundant and earth is flat, and as long as we have things solidified on paper, and we have enough stocks and bonds to pay for it, that somehow things are just going to be taken care of. Well, that's really constantly the issue. And that's why we have all these security loopholes, is for this very, very, very reason. And at least they're being addressed to the core. And furthermore, if I succeed this part of life, which I plan on, of course, but if I really pull through this, then this is why they're trying to stop me, because when the future comes, this is why no one's been able to take me to court. It's why during the January 6th situation, why when they're like, where's the rabbit? No one can bring me to everything. Because the good thing about a good honest filibuster is when you have dishonest politicians, they really can't break the law when it comes down to it. So I'm always going to win in the Supreme Court if I'm legally right, and I know that. So that's been the greatest saving grace. So the only people I've ever talked about on the internet were public figures, which is also going to be a part of what I do as a show. But now, since it's real and public figures were abusing media and abusing the law, and of course abusing AI, and many people, it's beyond government, okay? There's people in all areas who abuse these areas. Otherwise, I would have never been able to take control of AI. It was wide open. It was wide open. And language is math. Math is language, and that's why they always asked, how do you type so fast? And the rest of who tried to actually get rid of me, like those who almost really killed me and buried me, I sought them for help. So it's like I didn't expose these people as agents. I really didn't. But I didn't think that they were going to not know where they're not supposed to fall for my security. They're supposed to interact with me and hold me to a higher standard to know what I'm actually working on. So here I am years later with something that should have been solved long before I made a single post. But had COVID not come along, none of this would have happened. We were on the same page. So to protect myself, even if I'm leaving a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths with the words that I'm using, this is to solidify my future, because I'm expecting the worst of the worst to be spun against me in the future. Because what if I make it here soon? You know, what was destroyed a couple of years ago, having a show, having a group together, I had support, I had a team. I'll eventually find that again. And the ones who are ignoring me or running from me instead of interacting from me, the ones who are ignoring and choosing not to interact, well, I'm not angry at all. I'm a little shocked at a couple of people that it's like, well, these are the things like they're talking about, studying other people, but then it's actually really a part of my life, and, they're not here. Okay, well, fine. So I can either believe that they are telling them to stay away from me, which part of that is true, and who are they? This same group of people that's interacting with, who are they? They're the names I'm not calling out, because I'm not against the government, and they're waiting for them to call me out so they can use that to eventually try to hurt me. And I know that, because they're so screwed up from systemic law. So I'm trying to help them help me, because I have to almost trigger them to be against me to win a filibuster so we can all change the law, because this is what has been systemic for so long, and I'm really tired of being caught up in it. I refuse to accept being blockbusted, and I refuse to accept being side-railed into another form of work for that reason. Now, the other side of it, I have to work on my marketing. So, of course, I haven't released my commercials yet. I haven't released a new show yet. None of that stuff. I have to get past this part. I have to make sure my broadcasts are not coming back to getting disrupted. So how, like, this one got disrupted, where it hasn't been, see how I'm getting knocked out in places? So as that's getting disrupted, that's intentional. And so that will happen once again to my next show that I work on. And if I'm paying for the best security in the world, none of it should be happening, especially if I'm not laundering money, I'm not laundering liquidity, and I've already fought now for the protocols for the Fed to be able to track these very actions. So now in the future, we can flip crypto and cash. Oh, the cheaters are really upset, aren't they? Yes, it's so we can flip crypto and cash with the government seeing it, so I can have less government oversight. And the rest of us who are on the same page with me that don't want to rob everybody, because I want to see infrastructure paid, so that way I can make as much of a profit as possible off of people and know that I'm really putting back into the economy, so I deserve a success. Because we're supposed to have good faith in business. This is where I'm not a true enemy of the Republic. I'm an enemy of the conspiracy. The conspiracy is all of our enemy. And we are at a time where people have been cheating for so long. Honest people. And we've been all raised to believe we can get away with it. And I know, because I've been taught these things. If I were to keep using these practices, people would think I'm great. You would all think that I'm talking great things all the time and love what I have to say. And little do you know, I'd be taking advantage of all of you. And every sale, every time. Anything I ever need. And that's who's getting rewarded in this society. So at what point, right, and especially if I have plans on a show, which is a part of my success, because I have to have broadcasting and streaming and an actual radio type of show, blog show, that's tied to the business side, not personal, for my model to work. And that's the furthest I'm going to give away here. I'm only giving away increments. If I can't profit on it right away, especially the correct way, then I'll give it away. And those who can afford the investment will make it a profit, and then they'll keep warming up the public, and I'll just come up with another idea that works in the future. But of course I'm being exhausted, and that's all that's really happening at that point. So I want to get back to my team and how it affects things, because I already know by the way people are interacting with me that only agents, I'm being insulated by an agency. And so I asked for that initially in a sense. So I've gotten what I've asked for, and now I'm trying to make it work, because I can't expect agents to be in my company. I can't expect you all to really work for me. All I can do is expect you to be a part of it, even though you'll do a great job, but you'll come in, and then I'm willing to allow agents around me, so that's not it. I'm not afraid of the government knowing everything. I'm being as transparent as I can, you know, and luckily I was able to shatter that glass ceiling 2 years ago. So I've already won 1,000% over. Literally, that's why I use the term 1,000%, because I'm 10 times over 100%. When it comes to security, like I said, these are privileges of people who have the ability to manipulate technology. It's beyond common hacking. So that means that the very people who are making these disruptions, once they realize I'm truly not a threat and they're supporting entities that are really destroying our economy by going against the filibuster I put in place, that's why I put it in place, then they won't be a threat, because they know I'm not a threat. And that's why world banking is so important. So I get back to my team. So as to be successful in my business, well, see, I have to have a model. Like, everybody has to have an example and a demo to sell. Everybody has to know what they're getting. And on the entertainment side, especially, and advertising and marketing side, that all goes and plays hand in hand. So a show is absolutely essential. I just can't be a band. I just can't have a band. I just can't have an audiovisual multimedia production specialist company. I just can't do sales. I just can't have a radio show. All of these things have to be intertwined and muxed together, along with a DAW, a digital audio workstation scenario. I am bringing a studio quality perception that is precisely tuned with a special group that tunes it. So unlike the others, with all due respect, that I'm used to in the business, getting gear, putting it together, and at best coming up with kind of a little staple on it, using other production people, they're still changing out equipment and doing different things, so they're not really delivering a consistency that I have yet to see delivered in the industry. And a few have already achieved it, like bands like Linkin Park have really, I think, gone the farthest that I've seen out of any group. And so my goal has always been to have this immersive world built that a crowd can interact with. So that means that all the marketing and sales has to come with it, because nobody really cares about a band. Otherwise I'm just there for myself, you know. And so for the audience to be there, well, it has to be a fun environment. And if it's too expensive, or if it's just about paying me to get rich, so to speak, then to me, the old model, that's why concerts have been suffering and things have been happening the way they've been happening, and why so much money is actually lost on the back end and all this PR. And there's a lot of red tape with the spending, because there's a lot of cash flipping that happens. And of course, in the entertainment world, up until recently especially, this is the other part of why I've had disruptions, the drug game has always been a part of this industry. And I am very, very, very concerned, because I know what I've experienced, like what I've just shared. So what about all the people, especially young people, who are so open to being poised by running with ideology, especially when a 3D immersive world makes it so believable, and then drugs are involved? This isn't like the 60s, 70s, or even the 90s, when at best I had graphics on a projector. we're talking about an immersive world. And if people believe that avatars and characters are attached to religion, especially, well, then this creates a whole world of insanity. And you know, family and family values and religion have already been beat up enough and abused for politics and world domination and all this stuff. So I'm so glad I'm at a closure with that, because I know now, after my last video, I've shared all the things that that are systemically making me look mentally ill, but now I can assist the mental health industry and give actual verbatim that has weight to the feedback of, oh, this is what psychologically is happening to people, and here is a narrative to put it into place. It made my ear itch going to that part of my brain. But it's so important. So anyway, sorry to sound like it's back and forth. Brain goes in waves here. Good, I'm seeing things here. So this is now, while you're here, the next, let me just move on real quick because I've made enough of a point here, I think, with the people here. And that is now with liquidity, okay, in the CBDC trading, this has to do with the drug trade in the industry, which is really what controls a lot of payola. And it has to do with people being entwined in all these different places, right? There's an opportunity. It's always cash. And there's always people out there who have a professional face to everybody, and then they have a private side of them. And we already know the reality of the history of criminality, especially mobs and gangs and cartels. The history has always had the same pattern. It's people pretending to be good public figures, and behind closed doors, they're committing all these crimes, and there's all these people in high-level places who are turning their head and complicitly and complacently letting it happen. That's what led to all this fentanyl problem today. Technology has gotten so good that the stronghold the government used to have being intertwined with it doesn't have it anymore. The actual real drug dealers who don't care about family values at all are winning because the government is getting caught by technology, so nobody can do these things. So partially that's where I get some of the opposition, right? Because I'm sure there's agents going, Tim, you're not helping. But actually, believe it or not, yes. And the agents who do know better, they know. I think that's why I'm not being disrupted now, because yes, they know. So this is much deeper than agents, and this is where I thank a lot of agents for having thick skin who know what I'm talking about, because I have to put it on them to get the contrast, because the last part of this situation are people who abuse my world. The very sales and marketing practices that are designed to cause ADD, they're designed to cause unnecessary urgency, because I should not legally be able to take technology and create such an immersive world that I allow someone to believe that it's so real that it intertwines with the noise and the banter of propaganda, and then people start becoming shooters and they start snapping out because they think that it's intertwined with their belief system. And that is what is happening. It's so psychological, and the old form of law is not caught up enough to monitor these things. And in a free society, it takes the will of the public. So early on, it was the consumer channels that I caught all these vulnerabilities in. It was the consumer products that both in and out of government intertwined. The bad were using it. And then systemically, our government, due to a lack of admissible evidence, which was the last piece, my investigation always brought me back to a lack of admissible evidence. And I kept seeing the law having their hands tied against those who can afford lobbyists within sales and marketing practices that are deceptive. And unfortunately, here in America, because of our beautiful system, Grandpa, you've always been right, we have the greatest system on the planet that has still yet to come into fruition because it's constantly manipulated by people who abuse it. And as the voice of the public, one person who makes sense to enough people can destroy the law. It's why we're seeing all these political things happen the way they happen. So I had to jump out here and do these things because I had to cauterize, which means I had to say things and do things that are actually mapped so bots and security can mirror that, because I can't let the next Charles Manson come along and do what terrorists tried to do with technology. That was the other side of this situation. If I was able to achieve what I was able to achieve and get it caught on purpose so it can be mapped and tracked, imagine if I really was the next Charles Manson. I had control of the world, and nobody knew who I was through ideology and AI. All I had to do was say things, and it flooded to a point of what's called reconstituted data. So all I have to do is say the right things to a few key people on a few key servers. I'll get a hold of you. Yes, I am available. I'll be done in a second. Thank you. So that's all I had to do to make these things happen. So, okay, I'm at a close now here. Things are working again better, but I'm so close now to solidifying my work. And to all of you out there who love me, who think I'm against you, I love you too. We're going to get through this. And once mental health services, especially once the education is happening in these schools, and the rest of the red flag laws are working in a centrist way that's good for everybody. I'm not here to just win for Democrats or Republicans for that matter. I'm not playing a political game. I'm making sure that these politicians are enabled, along with lawmakers, and all of you out there as the public are aware, because the more that we turn on the lights, the boogeyman goes away, and we stop arguing over the urgency of what we're afraid of, and we start really making sense with the right conversations, because it takes the ugly conversation to come to a conclusion, to finally have a beautiful conversation. I hope that makes sense. God bless America. God bless the world. Coexist. Okay, time to get busy. Beyond being busy. I love you all. Have a wonderful afternoon. Hey everybody, good morning. The latest in politics. The work that is being done is steadily coming into fruition, so here's the latest in what's going on that is good. And to make sense of more things. So first things first. The Hunter Biden whole thing. Well, I'm really ecstatic at now all the truth really coming forward about the situation with, Hunter Biden, President Biden. I love President Biden. And all the things that I had that were just kind of information at first, I'll be very diligent, but I'm going to be truthful, is that I had no idea that a lot of these things were really, truly going to come into fruition. I only had what I knew. And I'm sure some of you are probably going, why is politics important? Well, it's something that Grandpa and I always talked about at the table. So it's something the family doesn't talk about too much. Everybody kind of stays isolated. So I want to make sure people understand these things and what I'm fighting for while everybody else kind of lives their isolated lives. I want to make sure that people understand. And number two, how to make sense of it. So why did I support President Biden, right? Why did I support Hunter Biden? Because technically, now that, for instance, now that cannabis is legal and that it's fully legal to be queer, technically I shouldn't like the Bidens politically because of all the laws that happened, and no wonder why so many people are really at Hunter Biden. I can see the reason why now, because so many people have been arrested for drugs during the war on drugs and things that were just really discriminatory against culture and all kinds of things, the things that have been ruining our economy since day one. And then Hunter, gets off for doing these things, and people are wondering why. Well, I'm really happy that things are turning out the way that they are, and I'm happy that he's receiving a fine. He paid for it, and he's going to get no jail time. So why would I support the Bidens if there's so much controversy? Well, a lot of reasons why, to where it's all coming into fruition that I'm so happy about. So number one, $1.5 million is the cutoff line for small business to big business. So even though Hunter had his dealings, well, number one, he's at the bottom of the chain when it comes to big money. So it's kind of badgering to do anything worse. Number two, once again, I'm really happy at the Obama administration because, right or wrong, Hunter was in such a position, especially with his lifestyle, there was so much our own government was able to figure out about foreign policy, especially all the, not tragedies, but the conspiracies that were happening in Ukraine before Zelensky was put into power. And so once again, what I thought, and I put out there that was intel, it wound up being true. Hunter was in a position to where he could always tell his dad what was going on. And that's important for national security, so no matter what Hunter did, his father has the right to buy him a global phone because, right or wrong, business or personal, he's still at the time the vice president, now the president's son. So it makes sense for his father to pay for a global phone, or the taxpayers to protect him. And number two, even though Hunter did have a problem with, drugs and hookers, like a lot of people don't. I mean, it's legal in Vegas. So before everybody just nails him to a cross, all the things that people want to see Trump get in for, but they want to nail Biden to a cross. Now, wait a minute. So it's very hypocritical to just really throw Hunter under the bus when there's all these factors at play. So once again, the Biden administration just proves that they were right. And it just proves what Mr. Biden did along with Hunter over in Ukraine. So the only thing that happened that is illegal was tax fraud, and Hunter having a drug problem and a hooker problem. Well, that's a personal problem. And he paid his fines. He's paying his dues, and he has to take the stain. So there's been retribution, there's rehabilitation, and now I'm even more proud of Hunter and Mr. Biden both, because either way, they stayed father and son, and no matter what, they were able to control conspiracy and terrorism overseas through this whole mess, and all it does is stain a little bit of character. I'd say great job on their part. Hands down, absolutely. God, imagine what would have happened if the Hillary server would have succeeded the way it was intended. But anyway, I'll stop there because I don't have any more facts. All I have is intel. And, well, now with AI, this is where it's coming into fruition, because why is this important to me? Well, because to map all of these things that are happening so AI can map it. See, now there's no need for a Hillary server. There's no need for a global phone and a president's son to be in Ukraine. There's no need for all these things because AI can catch everything now. There doesn't need to be people put into certain places to be allowed to gather data in certain ways. And what they did was absolutely legal. Protecting national security is legal. Protecting the president's son is very legal. Period. So to take this any further, I appreciate the whistleblowers because at least it's truthful coming forward. But this is why I'm supporting our government for not putting further charges on Hunter. And yes, the government was absolutely in the correct by blocking a lot of these charges, because if the government would have come down on Hunter early on, it would have actually destroyed our national interests, and it would have really destroyed a lot of national security, because it would have taken Hunter out of the position for the Obama administration to be able to monitor what was happening, which they were able to catch it, and Zelensky wouldn't be in power. Ukraine would actually be a part of Russia again if it wasn't for that, believe it or not. And that's not a far reach of a statement, because once again, it took the appearance of defunding NATO and the ability for one of our presidents to have businesses in Russia to not even see it coming, and it's what Russia needed to attack the Ukraine all along, and it was being handed over. Why it seems like the previous administration to President Biden looks like it's so good. We were getting everything we wanted because we were giving everything that our enemies needed in the name of freedom. That's how bad the bait and switch is. So that's why I support the Bidens, because I'm not going to be a historical moron. And already looked what happened. Did I get ruined over drugs because of the Bidens? Did I get ruined over my sexuality because of the Bidens? Did I get ruined over following my oath to protect public information because of the Bidens? No, it's been reinforced. If the Bidens were guilty, they would have gotten rid of me the second they could have. Just like anybody else who would technically get in the way. Just like we hear about all these conspiracies. Oh, if you get on a plane with the Clintons, you'll disappear. So that's why, everybody. And this is why I've been really big about religion lately, because my goal is to come to a close. It's going to be a forever argument. So on a personal level, that's not the point. I'm not here to really bicker on a personal level. I'm here to make sure that AI can map the return of the mechanics, because a lot of people don't understand they're brainwashed. I used to be at one time. I was raised in the club. I was raised to believe that I have the right of supremacy. I don't think of those words, but I thought that America was all white people, and I thought that America was Christians, and I thought that America was being protected by God and all these things, and come to find out it's just as bad as the terrorism around the world. And so many people, especially in America, are worried about Muslims. And Muslim fear is something that is very, very important to address, Because as long as religions keep fighting each other, we can't see the real problem, which is dealing with climate change and, most importantly, the banking heists. As long as there's a warfare over religion, Cold War and all the rest of the problems will always continue to flourish. Last but not least, those who have fear, especially Muslim fear, well, if Christians are allowed to break the law, well, then Muslims are allowed to break the law. And that's why we experience nationalism. That's why we've had all the problems, because really underneath it all, that's what these problems actually are. They are politics that are weaponizing religion constantly, over and over and over again. I know what it's like to be in the club. I know what it's like to feel privileged. And not as a millionaire, but I know how it feels. And I know how it feels to actually stand up and be true about something, and then all of a sudden, boy, the community comes out of nowhere. This communist mindset comes out of nowhere, but because we're in America, people don't think that they're engaging in communism or terrorism. They think they're just spreading the word of the Lord. And I have a lot of faith in God, the real true God, not all these deities or these folklore representations of the Bible that really is about passion and romance. And it's a shame that a lot of unfortunate institutions like to take family values and good virtues, morality, and blur that in to an agenda, a political agenda, and then call it the Word of God. That is the biggest conspiracy to date. And when the world finally finds out the real truth about Jesus Christ, the real truth about JFK, and more people, and the more that we are honest with ourselves about how our government has abused a certain form of religion, well then that protects Christianity in the future, because it also protects Muslims and all the other religions, because if Christians or Muslims can't break the law, well, neither can anybody else. This means that those who are involved in Satanism, the biggest bait and switch part of the fear, that means satanics cannot rise up and have special treatment because Christians or Muslims and others are in opposition in controlling government. That's why I'm doing this. It's not to support the opposition of morality. I want to make that very clear. As just like law enforcement, if the church cannot abuse the law, well then no other secular group or other religion different than who is in control now can also do that in the future. That protects everybody in the future. And religion was meant to be for family and community, to get away from the politics really, and to have faith in values, in morality, and then try to attach that to a higher power, so it's not about ourselves, right? So we can all come together under a higher power, under God. And every religion has their own representation of it. But then, out of all the churches I've been to, I'm constantly being reminded by the sermons and the services how all these magical deeds are happening. And it's not magic. It's electromagnetism. It's synchronicity. It's the planet moving at a certain speed. It's time moving at a certain time. And it's all of us humans interacting at the same time, the same way, because we all live a structured life. It's a 9-to-5 world. Even in a 24/7 world, we live in a 9-to-5 mindset. We all go to work at pretty much the same time. A night shift goes to work at the same time as a day shift. And those are in between. It's still a system of order, even if it's erratic. There's always a system of order, because the sun is going to come up at the same time every day. The current is going to flow at the same speed every day, unless the planet is being disturbed, which is also happening. So I need to find closure to these areas and make sure that enough is mapped and tracked and talked about, because we have all our new problems coming up. So unfortunately, we have to still get past this, because there's still a recycling effort to be done. And I can only do so much work as one person. And I could tell the truth all day long, but it's going to go away with the sands of time, which is why I only have a year left. And that's why it's also important for me to, support the Bidens, because inevitably they're not going against any will, and they're not personal friends of mine, so there's no laws being broken. They're doing what needs to be represented, what I've petitioned to be represented, and they don't have to like me or even be a part of me. They're getting the job done, but it's not up to them. It's up to the people. And the more the people know the real truth about things, well, the further we get. So the last thing for me here is I need to make sure that enough information is mapped about supremacy within religion, how it's systemically tied to law, and if it's okay for George Carlin to say it, but not me. So this really protects law enforcement, government, and the people, because the separation of what is mentally happening, the difference between morality and faith, the difference between legal rights and what is projected as God-given rights. And God-given rights, that statement, God-given right, no one has a God-given right over anyone else. That's all supremacy. It really is. If I believe God has favor over me versus you because of my belief, that's the beginning of the brainwashing. And that is not what Jesus came here for. That's something I will boldly say, open-faced, all the time. And I've already done enough research for myself. Do it for yourself, because I'm not the Word of God. I'm just a person who is sharing what I'm experiencing, and I took an oath to do so. The reason why I hesitated is because I just don't share certain mechanics of the industry because I respect people's rights, even if it's what I don't believe. That's why I don't share certain events and certain things that I do and all kinds of things, because I will still help anybody in any situation as far as the economy is concerned, because I'm an equal opportunity person. So if someone has an event or a situation, of course I'm going to help them, even if it's against something I believe, because I believe in being free. And I can always leave and, hold on to my own values no matter what. That's fair. Plus, if I do that, then I should receive that in return, because even if a group disagrees with me, well, if I'm not out to destroy them, if I'm only out to stop terrorism and what is catastrophic and what is systemic, well, then eventually those who always really know and get it, there's many people out there who get it. I know there's so many smart, intelligent people out there who understand everything that I'm saying and probably couldn't agree more, and they don't have the ability to respond or simply can't, and I understand that. I know you're there, and I know it's by far a bigger number than realized. But I say it this way because I'm not here to take advantage of supporters either. My goal is to make sure the information gets out. That's why it's a personal blog. I want nothing more than to make success out of all these things. It's what I originally intended to do. I originally intended all this, with my movie and everything else and the other stuff. And like with my speech in college, everything was modeled off of news stories, Bible passages. I had all kinds of stuff going on. And unfortunately, that was, in my mind, God's way of communicating with me to say, hey, well, guess what? The work that you did, you're not going to make your movie, but you're going to uncover all of these conspiracies, because in my journey to learn all these things, well, reality has absolutely answered. And I pray every time. I pray every time for these answers. I connect all the time, and it opens up. My ego gets out of the way, and I just, allow God to show me. And then there's no magic that happens. I'm already given everything at birth. It's like my brain opens up, and then I just witness. And then I take my ego out of the equation, and I say, okay, God. And there's no weird voice. There's no magical equation to anything. The reality of what is in front of me is presenting itself. And then my brain lights up. And for me, I will always take that as communication with God, the real God. And we all have that. All of us. And that's one thing that religion is correct about. So there's something that religion takes that is true, and then certain religions like to take it and put it onto a deity and try to make a human out to be a spiritual being. And the biggest conspiracy of fraud is making people believe in something that isn't real, so they will actually commit acts under the guidance of a group putting these narratives out there. So if I believe Jesus is a magical being, I will never ever see the real truth, because he was a human. He's human. Now, do I believe that Jesus is a prodigy? Absolutely. Am I backpedaling? No. I believe Jesus Christ had 100% ability of his brain. I think he was a prodigy. I think he was an elite physiology of human being. I believe he had what some would call the God gene. But I want to take the supremacy out of it. I just believe that Jesus Christ was an amazing, amazing person who was brought into a situation unbeknown to himself. And once again, because, Galilee and Jerusalem are 80 miles away from each other, there's the probability. I absolutely believe Mary was taken, and Jesus was conceived in Bethlehem. And I absolutely believe he was half Roman, half Jewish. And I believe that Jesus Christ was studying under the Secret Service of the Roman regime at the time, And the Jews did not know that, and that's why he stifled the church, because he knew so much as a young child. It was not anything spiritual at all. It was, I believe Jesus Christ is the longest standing conspiracy of all time, and I believe Jesus Christ is a victim of more than just being murdered for the truth. I believe Jesus Christ is a victim of racism and culturalism. I believe Jesus Christ is a victim of being used to try to break the church in the Jewish community from Rome. And I truly believe that. And it may not have even been the Roman church itself. It could have been a rogue group, or how do we say it today? Maybe a Roman militia, perhaps. That's the way I think of it, that could have easily used all these narratives. It could have been another group altogether. So that's the other side of it. And to me, that explains why Pontius Pilate was very confused. Otherwise, I think he just would have murdered Jesus very early on instead of stood up for him. And I believe all that was true. And then I believe once he was murdered, as he was being murdered, the narrative was being created. And the last piece of proof was, well, the soldier that killed him. Whenever you look up history about the murdering of Jesus Christ, the story is always about the Roman Catholic Church and the government exonerating themselves, making sure that the soldiers were scared and that the one soldier who killed him was exonerated. So it just goes to show that that's just an exoneration. It's not really Bible prophecy. And these people murdered him. And that's the government of the church at the time, making sure that the Roman soldiers, just like cops today, don't get charged because they didn't make the call. They were ordered to do what they were doing. So, of course, those who ordered to do Jesus' murder, well, of course, they're the ones who are truly responsible, and the guards did their job. And the guards were abused just like Jesus was, because in order to commit those types of acts of murder in the name of the law, well, law enforcement people have to be abused because they have to be lied to by those who control everything. And that's why I fight for these things, because this is where now in modern day it hurts law enforcement. Look at how hard it is to be an officer today or be in government. Look at the systemic stronghold of it, and look at the choices they're put into. It's so difficult, and so many officers don't want to do the things that they're ordered to do, not because they don't want to do their job. They know it's wrong, and at least many are standing up, but it takes the voice of the public. So I'm always here to follow my oath and be another voice for that. It's beyond advocacy. I not only almost fell victim to this stuff to myself, I have too many friends and family that have fallen victim to this stuff personally, along with people I don't even know that I know about their stories. And they are true. And that's why. Because in order to protect the public, we have to protect the police officer. So in order to protect a police officer, we have to end what is systemic. And in order to end what is systemic, we have to stop future wars, and we have to stop breaking the Constitution in the name of security. So this is where the funny fine line gets with the Bidens, right? Part of my work is ultimately throwing them under the bus. But I'm not attacking the Bidens, I'm supporting them. So systemically, this all has to come out. And that's why I'm still supporting the Bidens. It's because I'm sure it seems like I'm doing this, right? I just want to throw it out there. I'm expecting people to believe I'm doing this because I helped him become president and it helps me, move forward. And in reality, the Bidens, just like everybody else, they didn't call me up for dinner. No one brought me to the White House and said that, oh, Tim, you're the greatest thing since sliced bread. No, that didn't happen. But they actually did what I asked them to do. They kept it legal and fair, so there hasn't been zero nepotism. But it's important that they make it through this, because what happened is very top secret on a lot of levels. And unfortunately, thanks to people like Julian Assange, who really decimated the United States of America with releasing the information he released. He hurt so many soldiers that were ordered to do things they didn't want to do. And just like at Vietnam, it gives such a stain to our soldiers. I mean, back in Vietnam, they came home, they got spit on, everything else for what they were ordered to do. And so no wonder why the soldier that killed Jesus was given such credit, because, right, the blame's not going to be put on them. But see the mechanics of the situation? It's not the Word of God. This is the interpretation of people claiming to have the Word of God. So this is all bleeding into politics, and when it comes to the online chatter and banter and the memes, Well, when Jesus said, forgive them for they know not what they do, that's what I'm still seeing. So I'm still responding to some of that. And some of that, I'm only responding to my friends who say it. Because we're friends, we know each other. And some of the people I'm responding to, they did hang up on me over religion. They did leave me hanging over COVID and religion. And where are they now? They're only doing good because they're part of a church. They're only doing well because they're around the people who can afford to give them breaks and privileges. They don't even know they're engaging in supremacy. I don't want churches having control of who gets help in the hospital, of who gets charitable money because they want to help someone who's more into Jesus versus someone who is not, when their version of Jesus is not the real Jesus Christ. So it's all a fraud. It's all a fraud to cheat on taxes. For those who do good work with Catholic charities and Christian charities, I adore you. You're not the ones I'm talking about. But unfortunately, you're all a victim of what is still happening. And this same thing is destroying our economy. So no wonder why it sounds like sacrilege, because I don't want the church having control of anything of my life. I want the government to provide social services, not the church. I want the government, who is to give free, fair, and balanced social services, which is what our taxes pay for. I want our taxes to pay for that. Not for churches to get special treatment and tax breaks, so they are the only ones who can help people, and then I have to walk around with a Bible in my hand to get anything. I have to believe in something that isn't real to get anything. And then the future of warfare really has a problem. Because remember, everybody, it was all about satellites bringing back the images of deities like Jesus and Buddha and others over the sky. So we were almost there under Trump. He held up the Bible. We almost went into another religious war. We almost attacked Iran on false pretenses. And that would have made us not only guilty in the whole entire world court, it would have made us complete sinners in the eyes of God, which would give the rest of the world the ability to legally destroy the United States. That's how bad this is. Religious privilege is racism. It's supremacy. It's culturalism. It's all these things. It's systemic. And the law and politics needs to be taken out of religion. Freedom from religion. Freedom of religion in the First Amendment. That's what I'm expressing now. My religion is truth and fact, not folklore. My religion is believing in the true God, the one being, the entity, the vibration, the energy of all, the all-knowing conscious form of energy that is constantly redelivering. We're all a product of this energy of motion. That's it. It's so simple. That's why I still pray to God and always will. When I channel to God, it's like Wi-Fi. It just opens up, and it's amazing. And no, it's not visions and dreams and illusions of grandeur. That is the bait and switch of what is considered evil or the devil, which is really my own brain having desire. I know the difference. That's not what's happening here. So I want to throw that out there in case any experts still think they got one on me. I'm a victim of all these things myself, and I'm worried about the kids in the future. I'm worried about certain individuals now, people who do rituals and believe in all these falsehoods, or think that their brain isn't controllable, or think that all these things that are happening outside of them, their mind is real, when it's in their mind, and the rest of it is the coincidence of synchronicities, and it feels like it's spiritual. It's the biggest distractor to life. It definitely disrupted mine, hardcore. And that, last but not least, we almost went to world war over religion in the name of freedom, which was the biggest bait and switch cover-up to take all our money away and change it into a new form and destroy the world banking system. That would have put us in the world war under the name of God, which would have forced a new one world government a shadow government, who would have been funded by the new money that is not traceable or taxable by the world banking system. That has now been stopped with the new CBDC conversions. It's just a question of people understanding that that's what happened. So that's why this is all very important this morning. Now, I'm doing much better, of course, every day. The more I keep identifying with truth, the more it keeps coming out. So in the last part of this is early on, remember, I reached out for help over and over and over and over again. So had I had that in the very beginning, I wouldn't be here making any of these statements, because there would be understanding. I wouldn't have had people who I care about to people who don't like me at all constantly either lying to me or withholding the truth, thinking they're doing me a favor when it just caused the catastrophe to recycle and emerge even further. The true destruction of complacency. That's what politics is for this morning, and it's going to be interesting to see what still comes about. And politics is what affects our family, our friends, our lives. We can choose to be away from it. Same as religion, we can choose to ignore it, all this stuff. But if we don't pay attention to this stuff, then a group of people are able to use the First Amendment and Second Amendment and Fifth Amendment, Fourth Amendment, all that good stuff to turn around and make laws out of ridiculous filibusters. I'm so glad the filibusters I put out are working. But it's only because it's built off of the algorithms. It's not because I have some kind of power. I don't have any power. I'm just another knucklehead in the world. I'm just concerned about surviving, and most importantly, being able to be happy to be myself so I can be successful, because the one thing I've learned is no matter how good it is, I've been given so much opportunity in my life, but I've never had the opportunity to actually be successful, because I've never had the opportunity to believe in myself. It's just now coming about. I'm still learning the actual truth about life and how I've been lied to and how I've been a part of a privileged system of religion. And that's the last part of it, because the more I step outside of it, what I did have is gone, and I'm watching it being given to others. At least luckily for me, they're not able to fulfill the gap. I just don't wish that on them, but I guess that's the one good thing I'll take away from it for myself. I'm trying to think happy thoughts. But that's really the deal. So, but I'm glad. At least God is showing me the real true contrast of how things work, and the real true definition of privilege and rights. The one thing I asked for, to know the truth, and I wanted to, like I say, write my movie based off of the truth of the world, and I'm getting more reality than I ever bargained for. That part is incredible. So I hope you're all having a wonderful day. And for any of you who might be seeing this as public, this is Tim Howard the Rabbit. God bless America. God bless the world. Coexist. Have a wonderful afternoon. Good morning, everybody. I'm steadily making progress moving forward. All the petitions are steadily working. So I'm now at least really glad to see the reflections on the latest of what's happening out here in the world. I mean, operations are going to get fixed. It looks like intent is the biggest reason. President Biden is good to go, and there's more moving forward. As far as myself, I'm bouncing a video. All of my security protocols are working. So this means it's another good day in the office, and I'm another day closer to my commercials as the other videos get finished. Trying to reconnect. So in the meantime, I'm continuing to stagger my data as much as steadily tell the truth moving forward, and now I'm down to just very few friends asking me kind of strange questions that seem a little self-centered and stuff like that, which is good. So just to dispel everything once again, no, I'm not a superhero. No, at no time did I think I fully saved the world as some special being or anything. So I know there's still a lot of belief systems in place that are kind of doing things to some people. No, these are all the things that were initially what, caused me to be lied to my whole life and then attacked repeatedly in an unproven way over and over again. And then I had proven it by trying to catch a bunch of hackers and attackers, which inevitably led to a bunch of institutionalized people on top of it, and everything got hidden. So I had to come out here because it all led to an insurrection, and it's all still going on. There's all still cases steadily happening, and my opposition wants to believe that I'm mentally ill or creating slander or things like that, and they'll work through my friends, my family, my colleagues. Who are they? The ones who are responsible for allowing our coalition. They are the ones who are responsible for allowing our coalition to use the Bible as a playbook, which almost led to the demise of the United States of America, trying to repeat what happened during the time of Vietnam economically, which I've already proven because that happened in the past, so it repeated itself. That's what happened the last time when we had all this inflation. And Jimmy Carter was in, and it was way worse than it is now. So things are really blown out of proportion in the wrong way because a lot of people believe that somehow the government is still like trying to control people and they're causing all this inflation because I know it's what they believe. It's their belief systems. So without putting belief systems on the line, this is what put my life in danger, everybody. And I've been talking about this for years, and the greatest reflection is watching people run away from me, actually, and watching how people respond, because that's normally what people do. Instead of really thinking about what's happening or caring about the person, like maybe actually coming and talk to me, people just run away and take what I'm doing on the internet, for example, when at the same time I'm shaping analytics for security beyond my own. For instance, I walked around the block listening to Lady Gaga this morning. It was wonderful. Now, that's going to get analytically put into a statistical grade that's going to somehow attach me to an emotional well-being, when in reality, I'm not only listening to Lady Gaga because I love her messages and her writing, but her message is syncopated and there's award-winning formulas to it, on top of how much I just easily gravitate to it. And then there's a few other things I don't want to disclose that I'm using it for my purposes. So not to rip off her music, no, as an inspiring artist, one to another. I love her music, and, for example, my niche is my greatest downfall as a musician, which is I lead with my right foot, and we need to lead with our left foot. So I practice walking, not only because it helps me recover from my surgery, from my intestines and all that, but it also is great for me to exercise. Otherwise, I lock up because I have, definitely medical conditions, so I have to make sure I stay active. And then in turn, because I still love to play music, even though I don't get the chance to play drums at all, because I'm still recovering the company and getting on to all the new technology and the new ways of this marketing strategy and protocol that I have to meet the new marketing demands. That's what I've been working on this whole time. The old way doesn't work. But I lead with my right foot. So listening to Lady Gaga taking a walk this morning, I'm leading with my left foot. And it's keeping me in time with syncopated music that's also synchronized to proper metronome timings. And so Lady Gaga's music is perfect for that, because the best of the best in the world are with her making music. So of course, I'm listening to the greats, and they're all using inspirations from the greats. Otherwise, her music wouldn't be as popular as it is. But it is because it's not just because she's a great writer. It's because the music is awesome. And so this is now something that I know analytically is not being taken into consideration. It's just being taken into consideration as if I'm somehow a teenager trapped in a grown man's body, and I know that. And so the opposition, you all can take that and run with it. And that's part of what I'm doing. I'm exposing how analytics are mishandled, because people in my situation especially, this is why we don't get the help that we need, or the intervention that we need, or literally the interactions that we need. Everybody needs help somewhere. And when it comes to humanity, we all get sick at times. Well, we all get down at times because life is hard. So we all struggle, and everybody needs that. So this is something that I have to do as a contribution. We're all responsible to our contributions, and that's what's important. So it's not about making just a buck, and it's not about activism. So that's why I always intertwine business and politics, because everything is affecting everything. It's not about my vision. I'm here to push what is important. This is my channel. This is who I am. So I'm supposed to talk about these things and blog it. This isn't a movie, and I'm not here to window dress my life for everybody. That's great. Everybody that wants to do that, that's cool. But in my opinion, I'm too busy to window dress my life for everybody. That's just my personal opinion. So that's why I'm here. I want to actually make a difference instead of just put out stupid posts and talk about goofy things. At the same time, I'll respect the people who write books. You know, when I talk about, hey, I didn't write a book, that's just to be passionate to prove that I'm not here trying to make a profit off of something legal. Because when I talk about the things that are serious, it's important. And so in moving forward with that, here's where now, while this is bouncing and things are working good here, good, take a little sip there. So now the question is oh yeah, I had a couple of questions, and without saying the questions, because my goal is not to call people out, it's just to work on the narratives and the psychology. I love everybody, and everybody that I've really been combative with, it's for me to learn and grow with you all at the same time. You know, I love you no matter what. And unless anybody truly stands behind the threatening stuff, I just take it as people were confused. So that, you know, unless they really, really stand by that, and if they really do, well, then you got to come in legally. That's why I'm changing the law, so you can't use it against me ever again and hurt other people with it, because that is what is destroying our economy. It's causing people to not spend money. It's causing people to be cliquish, and that when it comes to the economy, you know, everybody needs to be able to go through the drive-through and feel good about it as a philosophy, and that goes to every business everywhere. And so, anyway, without over-preaching, that is why when I talk about these things, no, I didn't save the world, but yes, I did everything I possibly could to try to help the last administration, just lightly, and I did everything I could, gave every idea I could, and when I seen that we were falling to a narrative that was going to absolutely destroy the banking system to the point of leaving the United States of America so vulnerable to the world having to collaborate against us by default because of our actions with Trump screwing up, okay, and the coalition going along with it, I couldn't allow that to happen with all the information that I had. And once I knew people weren't listening as I expected, you know, who are you, Tim Howard? You're nobody. Well, of course, and in working in public for years, I see the same behaviors, believe it or not, in drunk people as I do in politics and people who don't listen to reason. It's all the same. However, if I can come up with narratives that make people think, and then they kind of argue it out before they fight, usually sense is made and diffusion happens, kind of like what happens in Washington when they come to an agreement before we all collapse. So it's kind of like a bar fight or bar argument before a bar fight. And I like to use that analogy because simple minds can understand. I'm one of them. Okay? Okay, I like this. I like to think I'm a genius. I'm not. But then again, I only say that every once in a while, sounding hypocritical, because there's so many people out here who are considered geniuses, and guess what? They're farting, stinking humans themselves, and they got good at something. So what? Nobody is incredibly over brilliant. There's a couple of people who just are exceptional. They were born that way. Okay, yes, their brains are more active than the rest of us, like Mr. Armstrong, whose heart beats more than most of us. Okay, fair enough. But do they possess every single skill in every single area better than all of us? No, they're still only proficient in certain areas. There's still something they're lacking somewhere. So life has a way of evening itself out. Anyway, that's not my point to philosophize that, but I hope that makes sense as to why, you know, a lot of it's here. So anyway, good to make a good blog this morning. Thank you for allowing little to no disruptions, and of course, I will continue to keep moving forward here. So the next thing now is the local market. And for me, of course, with my health, that's where I've been going. I should have stayed national and global. So I'm a global company thanks to VR and AR, which is right here with Web3. So thank you to the Fed, Secretary Yellen, all of you working very hard. You're giving me the chance to put antitrust principles here into using crypto without abandoning the dollar. I really hope this will cause a philosophy more and more, or at least just keep pushing a philosophy as for global money to come in. And that can work globally in every market. Could potentially Americans put money into crypto and invest in a foreign market? Yes, but it's traceable. So this eliminates fraud. It doesn't open it up. It actually does the opposite. So I'm really happy about this happening because now this isn't a technology I came up with, of course. But no matter how hard I fight it as well, it looks like, especially being on Spaces, just so many people in the crypto world, the NFT world, beyond those who have been scamming, there's so many people who care a lot, and they're steadily shaping what's going on. And of course, you know, Metaverse is right there. Meta's right there. So it's just getting better and better. So now, for me this morning, as I'm bouncing video, I'm trying to figure out my 3D mapping software for the virtual tours. I've done a store a few years ago. I know I can upload it to a Google account. But I still want to be able to post this. So this is where I'm at. I'm not a coder. I'm at this part too. Now, of course, I have OpenAI chatbot to start consulting. But now, here's the good thing. Here's where humans can't be replaced. Even though OpenAI and chatbot is accurate, which I'm so glad it's here, we need it. I still, once I grow and start doing work, for example, it's not that I eliminated people to make more money. I still need someone to do what the AI puts out, to not only ask it and process with it questions on a simple level, and to get more complex interactions out. But for instance, say I need a certain code, and another person needs to help because I can't be in two places at one time physically. Well, they still need to be able to work with the AI, because the code can always be not foolproof. There could be something missing. It's just, or there can always be an element that the AI missed, even though the AI is perfect in what it's doing. Because as humans, what if I wasn't robust enough with interacting with AI and it didn't create a robust enough code for me? Well, now I have a negligence problem in my company off of just relying on AI. So it's amazing what I'm seeing now on TV with what's happening with some of these cases, you know, like with Alec Baldwin, because wow, you know, my heart went out to him early on, and it goes out to everybody. But you know what? Well, without saying too much, I'm sorry. I'm big about not being a Boy Scout, but I'm big about protecting people. That's why I'm out here doing all this as well, because as my channel's growing on YouTube, look at all the copyright strikes I would have gotten had I not redone this channel again, just by being there, grandfathered in before certain laws were signed into place, even though I have zero intention of breaking copyright law because I respect every musician out there. I'm putting mostly covers out there and supporting those who play it. Now, of course, that was all signed into law and changed, and that's why we can upload and do all these things we couldn't do before, because, of course, the big artists, like Aerosmith, yeah, they want to see everybody out there playing their music because that supports Aerosmith, right? And I say Aerosmith because, for example, in my mind, back in the music industry, that was the #1 band everybody talked about. When it came to what to do, what not to do, the biggest cheese was Aerosmith. And they deserve it, by the way, because Aerosmith is freaking awesome, you know? They're Aerosmith. How do you not like Aerosmith? All right, well, this is good. There's no disruptions. That means I'm trying to think of something to say. It helps me. It really puts me at ease too. So here now is just a question of how do I get this 3D mapping to work with my 3D cam. I got a simple cam. So locally I have a service I can make affordable without saturating the market and making it worse. I got my numbers changed. I know what I need to do. I just need to find a different way to plug it other than just uploading to a Google account, which I want to do both. So Google it's amazing. Now, of course, I'm going to use Google because these are 3D maps, and out of any platform, you know, Google really it's Google Maps, Google Earth. So I really, really support that. And of course, any Apple device using it, well, it just improves Apple anyway, period. So right now, it's about plugging and seeding a code. I have to learn about the iframe. I've never had to do that before in putting the iframe in the code, but I don't think I can manipulate Pano2VR still to go beyond its parameters. So now I'm back to, do I subjugate my whole company off of a program, or do I bite the bullet? But this program is still number one for what I wanted to use it for, and I love its functionality. It gives me a lot of tools. As an engineer used to using consoles, I really love Pano2VR because I feel like I'm using a console. I feel like I'm using CS4, even though I'm really more Pixelmator. I'm not as robust as CS4. But I love Premiere. I love DaVinci and Final Cut. So I feel like I'm using a program on its level, and that's what I love about Pano2VR. And they got some really cool videos. So I think that's my answer to Web3, and I don't think I'm giving away too much company-wise here. This is something anybody can do. Tokenizing the real estate is the biggest holdup. Of course, I could be promoting tours, but I don't want to be pricing them incorrectly and then putting myself out of the market, and then having somebody beat me on my model and making it better. That's another reason why it's... yeah, I'm losing money every second, but at the same time, I have to make sure I make this marketing model right. Otherwise, I'll put out a model just to pay some bills, and then I'll do it shorthanded. And that's always the biggest mistake in business. And then all I'm doing is kind of setting my foot forward, and then someone else can go, yeah, you're right, but it needs to be done this way. Now, that's always going to happen. That's called competition. I'm not afraid of competition. I just need to make sure my marketing strategy works in my favor, and I can't come own the market. I'm not a mob, so I need to make sure I have a legitimate sale, and at the end of the day, I'm just competing. I'm not really, really at war with everybody. The analytics stuff, that's already, as you can see, I'm steadily moving forward with the ramping. Thank you so much. Things are working, because that's what a lot of this is for, too. It's the and change the ramping and the psychosis and keep moving that forward as well, because I'll keep reflecting as more things keep working, then I'm just more and more appearingly into business and not focusing on the security end, which is what also needs to happen. And the last accomplishment is now seeing really news reports and posts about how the human brain really can't multitask, and that's so true. I call it split consciousness, because in the end, if I want to multitask, say two things, well, that's 50-50 or 70-30, however it's done. Either way, we borrow from one section to do the process of the other, just like a computer does. It's no different. And professionally, that makes a difference. And this is where humans have been so overloaded a lot in the workforce in certain areas. And that's why negligence does happen. That's why a lot of these problems are happening, and they're called accidents. Now, legally, traditionally, especially before the advent of the internet and webcams readily available on devices, well, legally this could be kind of misconstrued in court and people got away with stuff. Now we have real evidence everywhere, and it's like, oh, this is why negligence is happening, because we have a lot of employers have been incorrectly putting multitasking onto people, trying to maximize their output on lower wages and high hours. It's not activism here, this is serious. And what is it doing? It's causing negligence. Or worst of all, how many times have I been out in the field and a client wants me to do something that I know is completely dangerous, and they've been doing it many times over and they've gotten away with it, and they think it's okay and it's normal. And it's not that they're really trying to be negligent, they just think that it's not a big deal. They're not really worried about it. Or they think everything's insured. And it's like, well, yeah, but if we do this, this can fall, that can happen, this can blow up, this and that, and this. I'm looking at domino effects going, well, we need to do this, and this, because I don't want to see an innocent person get hurt, because that's what always happens in the accident, really. It's somebody who it was never intended for anything to have happened to. The intention was to have a great moment and save some money and get it done quickly and get it done efficiently and make a profit. And in the end, somebody got hurt. And that is something that has been instilled in me, and that's a union thing. I've never been a union card holder, but I've temped. And when it comes to union, even though I'm an independent all the way through, I respect the protocols of the union because they look out for people, you know, big time. And when I was there, it was about being safe. It wasn't about milking the system to make more money. Those guys worked hard. They were, if anything, that's why the 4-hour minimum is incredibly great, because it gives the guys a chance to get done early and still get paid. And that means the vendor did get more than what they needed out of the union. But by that 4-hour minimum, that means no matter what, the union person can make sure they did the right thing. They can't be forced to move too fast by a vendor who just thinks everything's all right. And I'm that vendor, right? I'm that person that if I ever get a big enough contract on my own, as my own company, I'll have to use union in times, right? What if that happens? I don't think that'll happen for me, to be honest. I think I'll plug into other companies and outsource like I have in the past. For the future, all my real professional stuff, I think that's where it will go. But if I do, well, I'll have to hire a union if this happens. And so if that does happen, then I'm not only prepared for it now with the mindset, especially with all the changes, but I won't make these mistakes that we're seeing these other companies make. And that's something that I hold a high regard for. And I will never ever put a client in a position to where, even if they tell me I want this done, if it will put somebody in harm's way, then I'll say, hey, we need to move it, we need to change it, we need to do that, we need to do this. So anyway, I hope this explains a lot behind being socially involved, because it also comes down to having these standards. And so if society thinks a certain way, and if independent entrepreneurs are allowed to operate a certain way, then that means people who get hired on to do things, whether it's in my industry or anybody else's, they get kind of naturally mistreated by people not really even realizing it. And then accidents happen. And this is something, when it came to now Pop and I, every morning, like I'm doing here, we would talk about OSHA rules and regulations all the time. All the time. I used to hate it, and I had to wake up every day. What are your plans for the day? Well, this is what you should do with a credit card, and here's what you need to know about OSHA. And I'm like, oh, yeah. But now, ironically, as I kept throwing out phrases and narratives, well, legally it just kept catching on, and it's constantly reflecting. So that means that if these things weren't being talked about before, then these things were actually losing in court, and now it's not. Now, once again, that we see, for example, the one news media bit I want to repeat, and that is, it's finally scientifically out to the public in a newscast that the human brain cannot multitask. All we can do is subdivide our conscious ability to do 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 things, which takes our focus away and potentially puts us in a negligent position. And companies have been doing that to people, and that's not because companies are evil and rude. It's because we've just had a wrong way of doing things for a long time, and there's just been a way of getting out of it in courts to help companies because they just want to protect themselves. So it's really not a purposeful thing of intent on anybody. This is like a flaw in the system. This is where I say, you know, when I look to the system to fix the errors, I mean, okay, I forgot my phrase already. What is it? What did I used to say? Blah, blah, blah. It was, if I blame people, I only see hatred. If I blame the system, I only see errors to fix. Okay, so that's why I used that phrase early on, because I wanted people to think about that. And then as I put more challenging narratives out there, it caused both legal entities that are in real life and people, along with bots, chatbots and AI, and things like Grammarly to pick up on the actual words, and then reconstitute that data, and it makes it to court through someone else writing a bill or someone else putting a legal precedence together. And then now then changes happen, and then news stories happen, and science tests happen, more psychological tests happen, and universities, and then we have now fact results instead of hidden data being recycled and then people getting abused on their jobs, and it's happening systemically with really nobody having a bad intent at all. And then legally everybody's trying to play hot potato to blame somebody because that's what the law is designed to do, and then we have a system at fault, both in the private sector of business along with government and everywhere. So I hope this solves a lot. So to those watching now, no, I didn't save the world. To my friends who keep asking me these insane questions, no, I bought 2 burn cards. I donated to both campaigns, and I Jerry Maguire'd this stuff to change. That's the only one reference I'm making if somebody's watching. And everybody's got the wrong idea, because until people actually call me and talk to me, what I'm saying and doing on the internet is not a lie, but there's so much more to everything. And also, I hope everybody realizes, I've been dealing with not only AI, but also hackers who allow me to believe I'm talking to all of you all at the same time. And this has been happening to a lot of people. It's beyond the whole deep state conspiracy stuff. I'm serious, okay? It's beyond government and all that. This has been happening for so long. So I also had to reflect that. Now, luckily, there's a lot of shows, like for instance on Dr. Phil, that at least they're having people on and they're talking about these things, to where the worst of the people who have been taken advantage of, who've given up a lot of money to people in other countries to where it can't be traced and tracked. A lot of these people I've gotten to expose themselves to me, because being in sales, that's what I got them to do. I started talking to them. It's like, oh yeah, you want to rap with me? Okay. You're not going to sell me on anything. I'm going to get you to give up everything. They're sending me their pictures. They're admitting who they are. I know what country they're in, everything. Great. Now, I admitted this, but it doesn't matter. The door is open. It's being mapped by bots. I fought for the right for the bots to be here and to help this part of Section 230. So where both government and the platforms had their hands tied due to this separation, well, that fourth wall came down, and now they can steadily go after these entities. And they may not be able to do anything to the people in these countries, but they can definitely keep it isolated by far more than it was, especially when it's a lot of Western technology involved into these areas through policies that were not fully functional to begin with, that are also being labeled as part of the problem. And that's a different area, like the Obama phone, and that's a whole different argument. But these are the things that have been, constantly a threat to me. And that's why all these things happened over the years. And so I'm also reflecting that even though I'm not insane, I still am a human being. And because I do care, even though I can't prove who that other person is, whether it's a bot or a human or the actual person pretending to be all that or not, of course, I can't really prove any of that, and that's kind of fine. I want the systems to prove that. But at least it's still emotional. And because I do care, so even though I've let go, and a lot of things have ended a long time ago in certain areas, I still have that emotional attachment, because in a way I still feel like I'm talking to these people that I care about. Because no matter how bad we all fight and bicker, I do want everybody to have a good life. There's not enough time to hate people. There's not enough time to fight and do all that stuff. It's just a waste. It's just a waste. And it's amazing what everything grew to be. So I have to stay a little vague as always. However, okay, I've reiterated that part enough. This is all good news. This is all steadily things moving forward. And now, let's see if I can get these tours off the ground. I have the other services ready. A lot of the stuff I've put out there, I'm seeing other producers use in inspiration. So that means I have marketable stuff if it works for others. So this means that their inspirations can come back to me and I can create something. We all inspire each other, so it doesn't mean I'm special and that I'm controlling the media. No, it just means that I've gotten lucky enough to put out some things that are working, just like I'm using all the inspirations of everything that's been created, because there's nothing new under the sun, son. Just ask any real artist and creator. There's nothing new. We just recycle what we discover and call it creation. You know, creation is making a tree in like the universe, in beings. That's creation. If I create something, what did I do? I borrowed from all these principles. I borrowed from all these materials. I borrowed. I'm a human being. So am I really creating something? I'm creating something mentally and physically representing it and maybe making it useful for someone. But that's kind of the limitations of invention, at least in my opinion. Okay, I'm getting into philosophy. This video is probably done, and it's just good to see everything working. This is the biggest sanity of all today. Thank you so much. I love you all, and I hope you have a great day. See you. GM, everybody, how are you doing? We're steady on course with the trajectory, and things are going very, very well, at least algorithmically. A lot of the algebraic verbal models have paid off very, very well. So I'm really happy what's happening, at least as far as the trajectory and time changing all the way around. So for myself, number one, I have such a vast collection of ROIs that have really just taken me to the next level, psychologically, mentally, especially with education. So I'm extremely happy with that. Number two, I really know where people stand, the groups, what's being put out there. So for sociology, advertising, marketing, especially when it comes to defense, all kinds of things like that, it really is going well with the perspectives, the things that just cannot be taken backward no matter how hard anybody tries. That is really the greatest facet that's been happening. So I kind of wanted to share that because here we are at the end, at least for me, being on non-verified accounts. It's now time to be able to pay for accounts. So once again, win. If you want to be here for free, at least there's a way for someone to get on here, see what's going on, no matter which platform it is. And if someone is oppressed, they can always be behind an account that can eventually get discovered and people can help them. So I'm extremely happy with that. That is the main focus, one of them, really, one of the part of the stacks, and that focus in that bundle, to make sure that the focuses in the areas that are lacking, to close those windows of vulnerability and those loopholes, are addressed. That is, of course, my main facet. Number two, the AI and the software, the OSs, it's just been astounding in how well they've been operating. In as little as 3 years ago, the behaviors of the software, the devices, nowhere near as good as it is now. So I'm extremely grateful for all the efforts every engineer out there is putting in to making these things happen. The engineers on the level who understand things, I simply do not. That's why I have to do language models, because in the end I have to pass that baton to those who can make things happen that I simply just do not have the power and knowledge to do. There's no way I can possibly possess all that. After all, I'm not a superhero or a spirit. So I can't do those things. I'm very happy, to say the least, as well, with law. This has been the best part. When it comes to being fair and balanced, coming out, of course, this is the best time ever for it, and making changes legally has been another step. So I'm glad I got in while the brick and mortar was wet. And to some who may think I still might be hypocritical or ambiguous, just go back and listen to the videos, because a lot of it is algebra. It's to make sure that there's a common ground met. And that's really where I stand. So of course, yes, I am transgender and I will always stand by it, and I'm embracing it more and more. At the same time, I'm really happy to be able to look into what it means, both for myself and everybody else, to really make things legal and right. Because it's not about people being told what to do so much as everybody coming to a common ground. And in order to be recognized as a legal citizen that has rights, well, that means that I have to be wary of everybody else now and be respectful to everybody else, because I remember what it was like to feel like I was on so-called the other side of the fence. And now it's great to see that there's no fence at all. It's just a matter of, is there respect? Is there a balance? Is there some type of common ground or not? So I'm really happy there. Third and foremost, I was on X talking about the farming and everything. I'm really happy with Governor Parson and his rulings. And for those out there who think, oh, that might be ambiguous too, well, remember, I'm not praising people. I'm making sure that they do the things that I feel are necessary, just like everybody else should. And when a lot of voices out there are only having one characterization, especially when I see the governor under fire for that, well, I want to stand up, because it's not really about protecting him so much as the job that he's doing. And so whether or not we agree or disagree, maybe on personal issues and things of this nature, I've always found that he has come to a common ground the best possible. And that's what is most important. So everybody out there, I'm really happy you signed the executive order for farming. And in the same notion, remember everybody, so some of the posts I put out there, at least on X, it was about making sure that people know the difference between good Russians and the Russian government, good, honest Chinese people versus some people in their government, all of those things. At the same time, I'm really glad the governor is making sure that there are going to be rules followed. And just because somebody comes in as an investor and can spend a lot of money in Missouri doesn't mean they have the right to break the rules, because, I mean, citizens need water. People don't need to abuse chemicals, things like that. So that's a very big deal to me. I love the water that I have. And I feel that if I just pay my taxes, well, that's not good enough. I need to still be a voice. After all, this is America. This is a free world, and it's up to the people to have a voice to make things happen, because people in power follow their constituents, and that's always the baseline of everything. So that's also why these language models are so important. They're working very well. So for my life, it's the best thing possible. I'm no longer living a lie. I'm no longer living systemic. I'm no longer living confused, trying to fit into a mold or trying to make people happy because I care about everybody and I feel like I need to do the right thing. And now I'm shining with my own code of ethics, a code I've always had, but I never really expressed, because I used to think that what I thought was wrong because of what I was raised to believe. And now I'm so glad that thanks to technology and global communication, that's really what is changing. I'm also happy to see a lot less of this messianic type of ideology when it comes to believing in stars and entertainment. I'm really happy about that. If you notice, more and more people are starting to really care more about the things that they actually like and want, especially when it comes to entertainment, than idolizing an idol. People are struggling. Marketing companies are struggling. Management is struggling to try to get people to be that character idolization that people want to follow. And it's because society is moving forward, and enough ideology, or I should say anti-ideology, if you will, is being put out there now. The psychosis is there. So that's what a lot of these language models are too. Because I support the fact that we should all, in my opinion, embrace free will. I believe we were given a brain and a body and everything. And I do believe there's a God. And I believe that we are free to move about. And that is the true gift, along with the whole science of everything, at least the little bit I understand of it. That means that the less that I looked for a Messiah, or I look for a person to tell me how to live, the less I'm looking to idolize a person in entertainment, because it psychologically fits that whole same mold. That's really the big deal about it. So I'm extremely happy at all these things that are happening. And for everybody else out there, I always say those things. I guess the hardest thing too for me was, or really, is it hard? Is it difficult? Or am I just wondering what my buddy's doing? He's always doing such a good job and seeing who's out there. So I'll jump off here in a second to see who that is. But before I end this segment, I think now, well, anyway, the trajectory is going great as far as legally. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. But usually, I think, oh yeah, for anybody who might want to know, always remember, in order to get any change, good or bad, in order for me to have my life good, right? I can't just do for myself. I have to be fair and balanced with law. Otherwise, I'm changing things for my own personal benefit, and that's not legal. That's payola. That's changing things that shouldn't be changed. That's the wrong type of influence. That's what business and marketing is for. I should advertise products away from government and all kinds of things, and I stand by that. So I think the greatest achievement for me was, I'm happy to see that we're living in a time where it's so much easier to be free and open. Now that I'm being so open about who I am as a person, the whole sexual identity, I want to kind of diminish it a little bit because I'm moving so far past those words for myself, and it's not that they go away, but I want to minimize it a little bit just to share that who I am is more important than the connotation, than the label, and what I think I should be. And the last thing I'm going to do is come out of a past of living systemic and go right into another form of it. I'm not going to give up one set of principles just to do the exact same thing in a new set of principles. To me, that's not changing. That's not learning. That's just trading one situation for another. And I feel very fair and balanced. I'm glad that I stood up to say, no, I don't want to see any sexual books in school. They should be in the county library, but to a point. Because is it sexual education or is it porn? And I'm very robust in that area. I love to be open. But I think that, well, yeah, I'll just say I think that because personally I know, but who am I to say I know? So I think that as open as I am about sexuality and as connected, anything can be abused, anything can be overdone, and in order to have that in my ethics, I need to know that, not everything is completely sexualized. There's a way to have gender identity without being sexualized about it. And that, to me, was key. So that's why when I seem ambiguous about the books, remember, I'm not taking away from adults. I remember what it was like being a kid. And I remember growing up and not even understanding who and what I was. And I'm now learning that all those things that I learned subliminally, I wasn't having a mental illness problem. I was perceiving and understanding all these things kind of in the theta. So I was having what's called the psychosis of all these disparaging things that I didn't really understand because it wasn't just directed directly at me. So it seemed like something existential. And then I always felt like, I was fighting against myself to do the right thing. So anyway, coming out of that, that's why I really stood up and said, you know what? If I'm gonna be here, which I am, saying, okay, I'm a transgender male, I'm going to support anybody who's trans, right, from kids all the way to adults. Well, then I think that when it comes to school, we're there to learn, to have jobs, to grow, to be successful in life so we can support ourselves and others. We're not there for a sexual connotation. So I think it protects LGBTQIA all the way to everybody cisgender, all the way. I think it protects kids all the way around just to say no sex in schools at all. I mean, none of it. If there's a book that has a sexual connotation, it's not taking away a freedom from a kid. It's taking away the sexual identity, which I agree with, because it should be about gender identity, not sexual. So that has been the greatest facet for me, because not only am I hoping that more people who may still think that I'm kind of lost or confused as far as LGBTQIA is concerned, remember, I'm not running around claiming and then turning around and bashing. I just want to make sure that that's fully understood as I close out this video here while I'm at the end of the unverified level of things. Because it's to protect trans people. Most importantly, it really, really is. And I have found that I've gotten a lot of respect from people who are anti-trans, people who do not like gay people at all. And I've gotten quite a bit of respect, not because it caters to them, but I feel like I'm making headway with the language and they don't feel threatened. They don't feel like I'm going to convert their kids. They don't feel like I'm going to sell something to somebody because of what I feel I believe. And I've gotten so much support with that. And I see that trickling through to others. And I know for a fact, because of what I know and how I've been able to do this with society. So I say to everybody else, I want to make sure that people know that this will absolutely protect trans people. And when I look back to when I was a kid, and with these books gone out of the schools, it's the greatest thing ever, because there's enough time for a person to find out who they are sexually and to take the time. And I know myself, I went back and forth quite a bit, constantly, am I this? Am I that? What do I feel? What am I thinking? Why? I don't understand. I went through that all the way up until past 40. And so at least, I don't ever want the kids to be stuck like I was and confused. But anyway, now that I've kind of taken that to a full level, I want to just fully share that that's what it's really been about, is finding that fair and balanced. So now, farming, real quick. Another good thing. So I just want to make sure people know that when I seem a little confused there is no confusion. I'm very happy with Governor Parson for his executive order. He's just saying, play by the rules. Number 2, the man has been fair and balanced about everything. He really has been. So when it comes to farming, support where he's at with it, because he's just protecting what we have, flat out. But third and foremost, too, what seems ambiguous, I will still always stand for our farmland, a small percentage of it, to be available for international farming. That protects America and Missouri. That protects farmers. And for the farmers that chimed in on X and said, you don't know anything, yeah, I do, a little bit. I lived in a small town for a little bit. So I listened to a lot of farmers as a bartender, a whole lot of farmers. The smartest people I've met are farmers. Some of the richest people I've met in stores who get shunned by salespeople, and I'll talk to them all day long, especially if they stink, because that means they really do their job and they really do have the money, are farmers. And farmers know a lot about chemicals. They know a lot about the planet. They know a lot about everything because they're farmers. So when it comes to China, mostly, remember everybody, China's been around for 5,000 years, the nation itself. That's the last thing I had heard. And I believe it. They're growing so rapid that no matter what, a trade war with China will destroy the U.S. It is inevitable because of the geography of what's happening in the Middle East. It will always be a part of that. If we have farming, some farming, not that to the Chinese military, that's why I thank you, Governor Parson. He's making sure that no secret military installation can manipulate the stock market to come in and do a buyout in Missouri farming and screw everything up. That's why I appreciate what Mr. Parson is doing. But let's not forget, with China, and even some Russians, because it's not about supporting the Kremlin. We got to make sure we support good. There's so many good Russian people that hate what's going on. So, but Russia right now, because of the war, no farmland should be sold to any Russian entities. But as far as Russians, let's love them. Let's love them, love them, love them. But when it comes to China, they are the biggest importer of orange juice. Number 1. Always have been. Now, Missouri doesn't sell a lot of oranges. But the point is if some farming is designated for good, honest Chinese businesses, if it's made available, if it happens to be, and not a threat, then that is good protection for all of us. It doesn't take away from what we have. It doesn't. It's a small percentage. So now, when we have these shared interests, it's not submitting to China, by the way. This is ensuring there will never be a trade war again. And the reason why this is most important is while you are here, this is the next most important thing I want to say, okay? There's 2 options for the future of the trajectory. Either we move forward for a one world government, and I disagree with that all the way around, or we strengthen anti-discrimination and diversity so that way the stock market regulates the planet correctly. All we are experiencing is the ability for people and investors to manipulate the stock market, to manipulate laws. It's a free enterprise world. And even though we have to follow rules of legality, we can't be fraudulent, we can't be taking advantage of people and baiting and switching and all those things. Well, at least most of us. Some people in certain positions get to do that all day long, but AI is really going through with that, and I love you, Jack Smith. So anyway, when it comes to the stock market, it doesn't matter what country is there. This is the only thing that's keeping us from a one world government. So as long as there's no discrimination, as long as we remove what is systemic from our laws, everybody look past the words I'm saying, look past the personal connotations, look past the noise. As long as we finally fix our laws and America becomes what America was originally designed to be, it means, number one, AI cannot take over the world and commit genocide, mimicking the actions of humans that are systemic. That is more dangerous than nuclear warfare, and that is the existential problem. Number two, it means that investors, just like with laws that have been manipulated so long, cannot manipulate the stock market to disable police and military. This is the free world. The global banking system is tied to it. That means that we are not authoritarian. So that always means that when you hear the word loophole, that's exactly what that word is designed for. It's designed to express how our defenses can be manipulated by special interests in the stock market. It's always been that way. And all these other things that are happening, they are facades. They are facades to capitalize on those things, more so than to confuse people. The confusion is the aftermath and the exhaust of the situation. It's the waste. It's the poop. And but because that takes the light and the precedence, it seems from a public perspective that is the message and that is what's going on. And no, it's not. These are trickle-down problems from the real situation. So that's why I've been here doing these things, because as I learn business law and as I keep moving forward to build my company, because I have these marketing strategies, I have these ideas of taking cash and crypto. I'm fighting for the digital dollar. I'm getting everything I'm fighting for because it's going to protect you and me. If someone steals your money, they can just cancel it and give you new money. It doesn't get heisted like gold. There's all kinds of great things happening. Pretty soon, I'll have an investor. I will start having the shows I plan on having. And instead of it being all about me, no, I've got a way to bring an A-list. I'm going to save them money on their tours because the whole industry is changing. I have a way for movies and television and radio and news media to insert themselves with it being cool, not being disgusting. I've got new models for advertising that make it actually interesting for people. And I have ideas to where all the artists and businesses can bring their own coin and crypto with them and they can flip it as their swag. And that way the public can invest in anybody to help them. They don't have to make me rich first. That kind of seems stupid on my level, yeah, but in my opinion, if I make a percentage on things correctly and help artists, especially small businesses, move forward, then not only can I sell these models to local municipalities that are going to help bring business in, I can bring in the global business. And guess what? And guess what, everybody? There's going to be a lot of people in China that are going to be coming to these shows. And there's going to be a lot of Americans that are going to be welcomed in China. And all of this is Web3. This is the world coming together, okay? The old separation is gone. And we're going to be able to funnel money in so many different directions that couldn't be done before with cash because of the time it takes to flip currency into another denomination. And that's the loophole. Cash gets flipped and it causes fraud. So that puts the government in a bad position to always have to kind of come down on everybody. And now that's gone away with. Liquidity is passing through like no tomorrow. And the people who are trying to get rich quick on flipping, they're going down just like people who buy houses and flip them unrealistically. They're all going down with the fraud. FTX is gone. Binance took a huge hit. So I definitely survived the storm. Good thing I didn't get in early, like a lot of people thought I should have, because I would just be another ship that would have been shot down by the exact system I'm reinforcing. And now it supports me instead of being against me. So this is the incredible thing that's happening on that level. And that's why it's so important to solve this whole systemic word in law. Before I came out, everybody, it was still on the books that it was technically illegal. It was illegal. It's illegal to be gay, it's illegal to be trans, it's illegal. Unfortunately, that word sodomy, it was all legal. It was still on the books. I don't even know if it's been removed. Did you know the state of Missouri can still hang a person for growing and selling pot? Now, no one gets prosecuted for it. There's not a single cop out there who's going to pull somebody over and say, hey, you pothead, I'm going to hang you from this tree. No, that doesn't happen because we know that's bad and it's racist. It's horrible. The point is to that is it's still on the books. So that's also why I've done this whole fight the last few years, because everybody, if I just go after people who offend me, then I'm not solving the problem. I'm just begging the system to do something to somebody and vice versa. And then while that's all happening, the big problem stays sheltered because we're all too busy fighting down here and the law is here because that's where the focus is. It's not fixing the problem. Now that problem is seriously being addressed, and AI is exposing the rest. So everybody, this algebraic form of communication, it has allowed me to cross-platform agencies. So my job as the rabbit paid off. I ran very, very fast. I'm to the point now where that's all getting exposed, but I'm exposing more and more and more, because the more I expose, the more I have to cauterize. Because I'll never be able to censor again. I didn't think I was going to make it at first. So I did the censorship for two reasons. One, I knew as a professional that there was no way the public could have an informed decision at the time of what was happening. It's why so many people still believe in Trump. It's timing. The illusion is that everything was good under Trump and everything's bad under Biden because of the way things are happening because of time. But the bad things that are happening under Biden are a result of what happened during Trump. So the good things under Biden is going to carry over to the next president, and they're going to take the cake. It always happens every time. Every time. So I want people to know that's I'm starting to get to burnout. So that is, I think, that's kind of where I'm going with everything. And I'm bumbling a little bit to show that it's genuine. So I hope you all have a very, very good morning. I hope you all have love for your friends and family. I love my friends and family, even the ones I don't talk to at the current moment, or the ones who are not talking to me. The rest who are hiding and thinking that, the system that is having people hide, because now they only contact me with fake accounts. So I got a year left. So the ones who are doing still the bantering on the fake accounts, good luck. Even if Trump somehow gets back in, good luck. I've changed the trajectory so much that I've already have AI so solidified. I'm going to be on verified accounts soon. So you didn't destroy my footprint. My footprint is here, and it's separated from all the other Tim Howards now. So all the other Tim Howards that were criminal, their identities can no longer bleed into mine. So to all of you out there who thought you could take me under, thought I could stay on the low road, no, that's why I took the high road. It's why I'm still here. I love analytics. I love technology. And I love being able to tell the truth. Because, hey, without it, actually, it's too difficult. It's too difficult to try to come up with algorithms that are actually going to work. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's like riding a motorcycle or doing martial arts. You can't really think about your moves while you're doing them. Your opponent's going to beat you. You just have to do it and feel it and be present in the moment. So same with these politics. A lot of this stuff, it's all boiled over from the past. So that's why I did the burn card campaign. That's why I got Biden in. And everybody, if you think Trump we would be doing better under Trump right now. Remember, Trump thought he was going to dismantle the parts of the FBI that I'm saying is causing all the problems. That was an illusion. That was so he could manipulate the stock market for oil. You got to blame his constituents more than him. So last but not least, the last time I'll say it while you're watching, everybody, when he held that Bible upside down, that was to have the illegal war with Israel taking over the world so they could attack Iran, even though they're in the right to do it. But now it's fully different. Now America and Israel is not in contempt of court. Now all these other rogue terrorist groups that are trying to support Palestine along with Russia, they are all blatantly in contempt of world court. They're all breaking war crimes. And now the USA or Israel is not going to commit genocide at all, or at least in the name of the Bible. Now all these groups can be wiped out and all of our technology can be brought out of the closet and it can be legally done. This means that the stock market holds credibility, the American dollar holds credibility, and it means that the American military cannot be defunded overnight due to court proceedings. So that's the last goal, was to make sure I protect our government and our military. Because one thing I learned from Pop, I love you, I miss you. You're right, Pop. There are a lot of things people in uniform cannot do. It takes the voice of a citizen to achieve it. Grateful for that. And I'm grateful for everybody out there who picked up on the analytics, because when I say I changed the world, all I did was provide the tools to make that happen. All I did was mobilize what was already in place, because there's no way I can change the world by myself with my own story. That is impossible for any human being to do. But what I was able to do was use bonding and caching to the advantage, and timing. And all the voices that were not being heard were all of a sudden heard. And that's a point of insertion. And because there's a U.S. Constitution and a First Amendment, I can use that insertion to protect the government and all people with diversity. So the ones who tried to take me out, okay, even if Trump gets in, guess what? You can't go backwards. So now you guys can't systemically take me out. You can't use discrimination to do it anymore because of what I just said. Because that's really what was happening. And you can't blockbust me anymore to protect what is systemic. And for those who did those things, that's why we are not being creative together. Because I can't be creative with those types of mindsets. Especially if they think they can still call me the F word in my face and I'm really actually cool with it now that it's all out in the open. No, I'm not. Not at all. But that just goes to show that some people will never change. And they will also continue to lie and tell people that I'm their employee and all kinds of stuff. So the next time they come at me and they get their stuff back when I didn't take it in the first place, all that kind of stuff. Now, it's pretty obvious. So my grandfather might be gone. And now these people have their families still in the business places and they can pull their strings. But that's okay, because I am finding more and more who actually is really standing by what they truly believe, and if they really are fair and balanced or not. And third and foremost, I'm not getting frustrated out of the game. That's the last best part of everything. Part of this is to see if I'm going to get frustrated and mad and angry. Now, I allowed a lot of that because it was truly happening. So if I didn't have any of that, well, then I would be making everything up. At the same time, it's all about instituting control and learning versus reacting. And I want to share that that whole mindset is going very well, because the more I tackle an internal issue, the more I learn to emotionally deal with it, understand it, and come up with a solution that allows my mind and my heart to grow with it in unison, not just acceptance. And I'm learning it for myself, not just listening to other people and going, yeah, that's what I need to do. No. I like to investigate and learn. Now, I will take the time to try to see something through someone else's eyes and do that. So I will have that point, that moment, where I will allow myself to kind of take on that characterization to see, is this really who and what I should be, how I should be thinking, to give it a chance. So that way I am not being just staunch. Otherwise, I'm not open to learning. But then, do I just accept it? No, I still experience that feeling and that ideology, that understanding, and then I go from there and go, is this really what I should incorporate into my life? Or is there more I need to learn yet to evolve with instead of just incorporating these things? Well, it's great to see some of you still here. Thank you so much for listening. And most importantly, I just hope it makes sense. So now that we're really moving forward into a new trajectory, so the goal is I want to see more international trade and business because that promotes America. And last but not least, it looks like the centers will eventually be built because it's inevitable. And that's on the border. And I've been begging for that for years because the only way to get rid of the cartels and all the really hardcore drug game is to have a place for people to go who are not only migrants, but also who are poor. And and that's not jail. That doesn't separate families and all of that. These are centers. And it's not socialism. It's a place to go. Let's get these people off the streets. Let's give people a place to go and give people a chance to get help and housing and food and not be a handout. Give people a chance to make something of themselves. And the ones who don't want to do that, there can be another center for that, for people who just don't want to participate at all, so they're not laying around peeing on themselves in the street. That is the biggest, most important thing. And not only is this going to help the economy and make America grow stronger and fill in a lot of the voids that are missing, especially in employment, but most importantly, it's going to stop a lot of the gangs and the drugs and all the border problems, because if there's no way to get ahead other than a handout, then the only place to turn to is gangs and drugs. So for all the people who are getting upset with the migrants, remember, even though there needs to be centers, and I'm glad that more laws are being enforced because there needs to definitely be a better way of handling it, still, the Hispanic population is the largest growing population in America, and they've been here the longest. Hispanics have been here longer than any other background of people in America. So unfortunately, when it comes to being political, those things have to be talked about because they are talked about. So I can say I'm colorblind all day long, but that's just choosing to bury my head in the sand. So I'm fair and balanced, but it's beyond personal. And so by just shutting everything down and treating the migrants as if they are a subhuman or something, well, not only is that just horribly racist to do, but worst off, it actually causes more civil instability in America, completely, all the way around. So this really gives a chance to show that, hey, not only, if we say we're going to care about everybody, then let's care about all sides of the Hispanic communities and their families, especially those who have been here rooted longer than the country existed. And that is going to solve the rest of the problems on the border, because good people like to get rid of bad people because everybody likes to care about their family. And when at the end of the day, all day long, we all want to go to the park and have a nice, safe day, especially with the kids, without any connotations coming with it. And everybody wants that, or at least anybody sane who cares about anybody else wants that sense of freedom and security all at the same time. And this is what's going to stop a lot of the gangs and drugs, because if the only place to turn to are these methods, well, I remember that from being young too. That's all that there was. You were either lucky enough to know somebody who was in the town or knew all the right people and you could actually get a job that paid more than minimum wage, or you had to turn to gangs and drugs to be able to make it. And that's not far-fetched. That's the reality of America. It always has been. So that's the last thing I want to change. And why does that matter to me? Because it matters how you get your money in order for me to sell products and services to you. So if I want to keep the economy going, if I want to pay my bills, And if I want to pay taxes, and if I want to hire people and afford to have them, well, then that means people need to have money to come out and spend money. And there needs to be less attacks publicly on people, and that's disparaging, and there needs to be more opportunity for people to come together and have money to spend that's legitimate. So that means giving people opportunity to grow without socialism. That's why these centers are important. And so far, everything is being in place. So the only thing that hasn't happened is the agency created. But what I'm asking for, the government and individual and the public and businesses, everybody is moving at lightning speed. So I can't expect things to happen in the blink of an eye, and they actually are. I'm really astounded at how fast the world really is moving, really is listening. The filibuster has been, my filibusters, they've all been addressed, and I'm really woed by that. So there's a lot of good that I just want to share, and I know I've been coming off very negative. I've been really in a big fight and pushing and pushing and pushing. So now I feel so good. I'm moving on to verified accounts now. I'm going to give this time a little bit of a break so I can move forward with other projects and let all the seeds now that are set into the mortar. The mortar is pretty much drying. The new psychological walls that are being built to bring the system and the ethics to move it forward as a collective is really getting set in the stone. And all the work is absolutely coming into fruition. And now I feel more open than ever, plus with a whole new world community that I've connected with, that I know as long as I keep presenting myself calmer and smoother and better, the more that I see now this trajectory working, I can calm down and not so much worry about my back, because at least I know that what was attacking me before is now protecting me, which means it's protecting you. It's protecting everyone. It doesn't matter your background, your color, your sexuality, none of that stuff. There's more of an even, balanced playing field of law than there ever has been before. And I'm using a term that someone else used, but I don't care. Nobody owns words when it really comes down to it. We only own the rights to certain usages. Everybody, I hope you're going to have a wonderful day. I'm going to work very hard to make sure that I do, because I'm not going to try that hard at all. I'm just going to let it be a good day. I love you all, and instead of a tagline at the end, how about see you all later, and we'll catch up soon.